Chapter 1767. Fang Yuan stepped onto the stone lotus island again. More accurately speaking, it was the first time in this life, but he had already done it in the previous life. Once he stepped onto the stone lotus island, Fang Yuan immersed himself in Red Lotus Demon Venerable's memories. He had already seen this in the previous life, it was just a repetition in this life, but Fang Yuan was still somewhat moved. Red Lotus Demon Venerable is a very special venerable. He originally had rank 9 cultivation level, but he used Spring Autumn Cicada to revive. He gave up his rank 9 venerable status. But if he did not give up, he would not be able to return to the past and change the truth. He would not be able to make up for his regret. Thus, later on, he created Future Self, as well as Call of the Ancient, Help of the Future. The stone lotus island that carried Red Lotus true inheritance had the ability to conceal itself. It was not easy for the celestial court to find it. All along, there had been no gains. In the previous life, just as they were about to gain something, Fang Yuan ruined it. Eventually, Feng Jioga had to use the killer move Wind of Assimilation to destroy the stone lotus island. From the perspective of the celestial court, it was quite tragic. The stone lotus island that Fang Yuan stepped onto had been here for millions of years. For some reason, when Fang Yuan stood on the stone lotus island and looked at the surging river water, he suddenly had some enlightenment. The origin of the river of time should be the beginning of the world. The end of the river of time is naturally the destruction of the world. The length of the river of time is the experience of the entire world. And the width of the river of time corresponds to everything in the world. Flowers, birds, fish, insects, humans, beasts, plants, and so on. Clearly, the more prosperous the world, the more things there are, and the wider the river of time is. The more barren the world is, the fewer things there are, and the narrower the river of time is. Fang Yuan had quasi-supreme time path attainment level. At this moment, he had a flash of inspiration, he understood all sorts of things and gained a deeper understanding of rebirth. The essence of my rebirth is actually just the will of the future downstream. Through the spring and autumn cicada, it escaped to the upper reaches and fused with me at a certain time upstream. The truth of time in this world determines that there is only one world, and there are no parallel spaces. When I was reborn, the downstream was still flowing. After my death, it is clear that the celestial court will rule the world, and the 4 regions will be helpless. But now that I've been reborn, I'm like a drop of ink in a clear river. As I change more and more things, allowing some things to exist and some things to disappear, this blob of ink will gradually soak more of the river and dye the longer river surface into a different color. When the ink seeped into the celestial court to repair fate goo and hold the refinement path convention, many things changed, the future changed. Fang Yuan had transmigrated from Earth. There was a term on Earth called the butterfly effect. Now, Fang Yuan suddenly understood that in this goo world, the ink effect could more accurately describe the effects of rebirth. Of course, I can easily change other things because fate goo is not complete, and most importantly, I am an otherworldly demon to begin with. I am not bound by fate. If Red Lotus Demon Venerable were reborn in the past, it would be hard for him to change the state of other things. He would always use all sorts of reasons to make things return to their original states. In other words, the otherworldly demon is a large lump of ink, while the local goo immortal's revival is nothing more than a splash of water. Even if there are some ripples for a short period of time, under the restriction of fate goo, everything will return to its original state without any ripples. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan could not help but admire Red Lotus Demon Venerable even more. This special existence, even if he was not an otherworldly demon, he forcefully opened up the situation. It was hard to imagine how much he had paid and sacrificed in this process. Red Lotus Island had a large number of time path immortal materials. Among them, the majority were rank 8 immortal materials. Red Lotus True Meaning could allow a goo immortal's time path attainment level to rise to quasi-supreme grandmaster. There were also immortal killer moves that used Spring Autumn Cicada as the core. Spring Autumn Success was one of them. Finally, there was a method left behind by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. It was called Future Self. It could allow a goo immortal to reach the peak of rank 7 in the future. What was missing was regret goo. This rank 8 immortal goo was still in the Dragon Whale Grotto heaven. It was taken away by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. In the previous life, Feng Yuan had obtained regret goo through Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's arrangements. He was directly transported to the Stone Lotus Island. In this life, he knew the location of the Stone Lotus Island in the River of Time. He went there in advance and inherited most of Red Lotus' true inheritances. In terms of time, he had no doubt arrived much earlier. In the previous life, Feng Yuan entered the River of Time 3 times. The first time, he was chased by the 4-time path immortal goo houses of Celestial Court. He was ambushed by Li Huang and lost the incomplete immortal goo house that he had invested heavily in. After exposing all of his trump cards, he managed to escape. The second time, Feng Yuan used Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's method to obtain regret goo. He was directly transported to the Stone Lotus Island and obtained Red Lotus true inheritances. The third time, he found another Stone Lotus Island. Celestial Court was likely to succeed. Feng Yuan worked together with Bing Sichuan and the rest to resist Celestial Court and fight for Red Lotus true inheritances. Eventually, Feng Jioga used Assimilation Wind Song to destroy the Stone Lotus Island. Neither side gained any benefits. All in all, Feng Yuan's experiences in the River of Time were full of ups and downs. He had gone through many ups and downs. In this life, with the help of the memories in his mind, Feng Yuan first tasted the sweetness. It is fine even without regret goo. After all, the problem now is Celestial Court's invasion of Langya Blessed Land. I still have some time to refine immortal goo in bulk. I should make good use of future self first. Feng Yuan let out Ing Wuxie and the rest, letting them cultivate on the Stone Lotus Island and familiarize themselves with future self just like in his previous life. Different from the previous life, in this life, Feng Yuan's subordinates, Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit, were still alive. He could use future self more efficiently. Moreover, he got to enjoy future self as well. In the previous life, he had rank 8 cultivation level. Future self had no effect on him. But in this life, Feng Yuan came earlier. He only had rank 7 cultivation level. Future self was useful to him. Wait. Maybe this is the correct time for me to come to the Stone Lotus Island. Back then, Red Lotus Demon Venerable deduced that I would come here when I had rank 7 cultivation level. He left behind future self to help me. In the previous life, I thought that Red Lotus deduction was wrong, but now, it seems that Red Lotus Demon Venerable had already considered my situation after rebirth? If that is the case, this Red Lotus true inheritance was not left for me in the previous life, it was specially waiting for me in this life. Feng Yuan's eyes flickered with bright light for a long while. He left Ing Wuxie and the rest behind as he left the Stone Lotus Island alone. Using a time path killer move, he concealed himself and continued to swim. He still remembered the scene when he entered the river for the 3rd time. He already had a plan for the location of the other Stone Lotus Island. This time, his plan was to find 2 Stone Lotus Islands. After spending a long time and going through some setbacks, Feng Yuan searched all the possible locations of the Stone Lotus Islands. But regretfully, he did not find that Stone Lotus Island. The Stone Lotus Islands can move. It seems that this island is unstable. It is different from the Stone Lotus Island that I entered. Even though he did not have Red Lotus true inheritance, Feng Yuan was not dejected. This kind of situation was also within his expectations. Present and Past Pavilion. The 4 Xuanzi encountered a small problem. An ancient year beast was attacking Present and Past Pavilion, but Present and Past Pavilion shined with profound light. It did not budge. Soon, under the combined attacks of the 4 Xuanzi, this ancient year beast died. Sun Guizi cheered. This is great. We have a large number of time path immortal materials again. Indeed. Zhong Xuanzi sighed. The River of Time is truly a sacred cultivation ground for us time path goo immortals. It is like Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Pa Valley to soul path goo immortals. Zhong Xuanzi added. Indeed, the Celestial Court sent us to guard Present and Past Pavilion. Even though it is to guard against the demon Feng Yuan, it is also a great opportunity for us to cultivate. Obtaining time path immortal materials will be very beneficial to our cultivation. Shang Xuanzi smiled. Not just that, in Present and Past Pavilion, we can observe upstream and downstream, we can see many scenes of the past and future. We can see the changes of countless things under the influence of time. It is a great help to our comprehension of time path and raise our time path attainment levels. Sun Guizi gritted her teeth. It is a pity that Fate Gu is damaged, it is not complete. According to historical records, a long time ago, when Fate Gu was still intact, we time path great experts could observe the upstream and downstream of the river of time, we could observe the past and the future, we could accurately predict many things. Zhong Xuanzi nodded. Indeed. Back then, star constellation Immortal Venerable seemed to have done this. Even though she is not a time path Gu immortal, her wisdom path methods are extraordinary. She could imitate the power of time path and deduce all sorts of future situations through the tributary of the river of time. She predicted that Green Tortoise's group of 7 would create the first Gu house in history, Tortoise House, and thus created star constellation chessboard. The 4 Xuanzi reminisced about the glory of time path for a while before they calmed down. They rested and collected the ancient year beast corpses while continuing to monitor the river of time. They did not know that Feng Yuan had already secretly come to the river of time and obtained Red Lotus true inheritance, before sneaking away. Feng Yuan returned the way he came. He walked out of the river of time and entered the tributary of the river of time, returning to northern plains. After he walked out of the formation, he activated fixed immortal travel and went to southern border. How could Feng Yuan have fixed immortal travel in this period of time? Immortal Gu were unique. Fixed immortal travel was naturally with Feng Zhouge. In fact, Feng Yuan was using the killer move Future Self. This time path killer move was very mystical. It condensed into a human silhouette in Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. The silhouette sat in the air. It was like the water of the river of time had condensed. It was shining with all sorts of colors. The silhouette looked like Feng Yuan. It was very lifelike. The silhouette also had a sovereign immortal aperture, but this immortal aperture was the scene of Feng Yuan's future immortal aperture, and most importantly, there were many silhouettes of Gu worms, like fixed immortal travel. Feng Yuan's rebirth had little influence. The downstream of the river of time had not been dyed by the ink. Thus, the downstream scene was still Feng Yuan's previous life. Future Self could allow the Gu immortal to obtain the strongest form of rank 7 in the future. Feng Yuan's previous life's strongest form of rank 7 was before the battle of the 5 regional mountain range. At that time, Feng Yuan had already captured Xia Cha and the rest of the southern border pursuers. He was extorting southern border's super forces. To resist the enemies, to scheme against Celestial Court, and to obtain Red Lotus true inheritance in the river of time, Feng Yuan annexed Xia Cha's time path immortal aperture and advanced to rank 8. He created the illusion of undergoing tribulation in the 5 regional mountain range. He set up an ambush. During the battle of Langya mountain range, Feng Yuan stole Feng Zhouge's fixed immortal travel. After that, Feng Yuan attacked Plunder Shadow Blessed Land and fought against Qi Clan. He finally made a secret transaction with Qi Chuyu. After that, Feng Yuan set up Year's Flow execution formation and captured the southern border pursuers. He extorted the southern border clans. After that, during the battle of the 5 regional mountain range. After that, Feng Yuan entered the river of time. He did not even see the Stone Lotus Island. He was chased by Celestial Court and had to escape. Thus, Feng Yuan's future self was before he annexed Xia Cha's immortal aperture and advanced to rank 8. At that time, he had fixed immortal travel immortal Gu. Using the killer move Future Self, Feng Yuan went from northern plains to southern border. But he did not go to the 5 regional mountain range. The 5 regional true inheritance was very useful to him. Feng Yuan knew this. But it was not wise to activate the 5 regional true inheritance now. Because when the 5 regional true inheritance was activated, there would be a huge commotion. He had to destroy the 5 regional mountain range to obtain the acknowledgement of Tao Zhu's will and draw him out. Feng Yuan had rank 7 cultivation level now. Even though his battle strength had risen, it was hard to fight against rank 8s. If he activated the 5 regional true inheritance and attracted some rank 8 Gu immortals or immortal Gu houses, it would be awkward. To be safe, Feng Yuan pushed back the 5 regional true inheritance. Chapter 1768. Fang Yuan landed in the valley. He found a cave and built a simple mortal goo house, cultivating silently. Ing Wu Xie and the rest stayed on the stone lotus island, familiarizing themselves with future self. Fang Yuan had reborn. He skipped this step. Future self's greatest help to Fang Yuan was not cultivation level or battle strength, but fixed immortal travel. With future self, Fang Yuan could use it to move around in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. Of course, it was impossible to directly enter a place like the Dragon Whale Paradise. Immortal goo were unique. At this moment, the true fixed immortal travel immortal goo should be in Feng Jioge's hands. However, as long as a goo immortal researched the corresponding killer move, they could display similar power and replace the immortal goo that they wanted but could not obtain. This was the profundity of using goo. Fang Yuan's time path clone was bathed in the light of wisdom as he deduced. One of the main contents was to modify Yama battlefield, adding in time path immortal goo so that it would have the advantage of a time path immortal battlefield. In the previous life, Fang Yuan had too little time. Not only did he have to raise his cultivation level, he also had to deal with the Celestial Court and obtain Red Lotus True Inheritance. Celestial Court exerted huge pressure on him. Fang Yuan resisted it while managing his immortal aperture. In this situation, Fang Yuan was able to deduce killer moves like Yama Battlefield, Luo Pasil, Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon, and others. He was already doing his best. Goo immortals needed at least 3 to 4 years to deduce a killer move with ordinary power. Fang Yuan had the light of wisdom. He had superior wisdom path methods and extraordinary attainment level. He was able to create miracles in the previous life in terms of killer moves. But in this life, he brought these killer moves with him. Fang Yuan had the results of his previous life's killer moves. He could continue to improve these killer moves in this life. With this, he had a huge advantage. Yama Battlefield is a battlefield of soul path and enslavement paths. The advantage of the enslavement path is in a war of attrition. Yama has many sons. He can charge in death, and before dying he can even self-destruct. He can drag and exhaust a large amount of the enemy's strength. The advantage of the Soul Dao is to use killing to aid killing. In a pure Soul Dao battlefield, killing an enemy will increase the power of the battlefield. Fang Yuan's Yama battlefield had these 2 strengths. It was just that the latter was slightly weaker, and the speed at which he converted the seed of Yama wasn't fast. Moreover, because Fang Yuan often fought against opponents that were too strong, the advantage of Soul Dao wasn't obvious. When I add in Time Path Immortal Goo, Yama Battlefield will possess the specialty of a Time Path battlefield. The specialty of the Time Path battlefield was to change time. The most classic way was to double the time in the battlefield. A day in the outside world was equivalent to a month in the battlefield. This bought enough time for the master of the battlefield to kill the powerful enemy. For example, if an enemy was trapped in a time path battlefield and the enemy's comrades felt that something was amiss, they would come to help. The comrades would use an incense stick of time to rush to the battlefield, but 3 days and 3 nights had already passed in the time path battlefield. The battlefield master had already eliminated the enemy and left. In the previous life, even though Fang Yuan used Yama Battlefield to trap Feng Jioge and even stole his fixed immortal travel immortal goo, he could not kill him in the end. The reason was, Feng Jioge used Fate Armor immortal goo to stall for time, while Fairy Myrtle unraveled Yama Battlefield. If Fang Yuan's Yama Battlefield had the profundity of Time Path, he could extend the time in the battlefield by 3 days and 3 nights. Even if Fairy Myrtle broke it in the end, she would only be able to collect Feng Jioge's corpse. Fang Yuan modified Yama Battlefield. He was looking forward to the results. Especially when his time path attainment was at Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster, it was not difficult to add more time path immortal goo. He cultivated many paths, and the further he progressed, the more powerful he became. Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon Killer move was the best example. Facing this compound killer move that fused many paths, goo immortals who cultivated only one path would find it hard to break or defend against it. Fang Yuan stayed in this nameless valley for 4 days and 5 nights. Finally, he found an opportunity. Rumble. Early in the morning, the earth shook and cracks appeared. The valley collapsed, smoke and dust rose, Fang Yuan had no choice but to fly into the air. The cracks on the ground became larger, the valley was directly devoured. A huge earth trench formed in front of Fang Yuan. The regional walls of the 5 regions were shrinking, the earth veins of the 5 regions were also fusing. The earth veins shook, a large number of earth trenches formed. Southern border had the densest earth path down marks. This earth trench formed the most intensely. Fang Yuan waited patiently. When the earth trench stabilized, he immediately landed and started searching. The newly formed earth trench produced a large number of goo materials, as well as life forms that lived underground. Of course, most of them were corpses. The more Fang Yuan searched, the more valuable his discoveries became. Not long after, he saw the corpse of the first desolate beast. A desolate beast corpse was a pile of rank 6 immortal materials. Even though it was damaged, it was a free harvest. Fang Yuan effortlessly stored the desolate beast's corpse into his pouch. What made him feel a trace of joy was that this desolate beast corpse still had a soul. This desolate beast's soul was a Yama. Fang Yuan activated his investigative killer move as he searched. His gains kept increasing, but they were all done casually. Sometimes, when he met some ancient desolate beasts that were not heavily injured, Fang Yuan would avoid them. Why haven't I found them yet? Are the rumors wrong? If Luo clan purposely spread false information, then the purpose of my trip will be in vain. After another 15 minutes, Fang Yuan started to get anxious. This earth trench was within southern borders Luo clan's territory. As time passed, Luo clan's goo immortals were more likely to arrive. This time, Luo clan might bring an immortal goo house. After all, every time an earth trench formed, it represented huge benefits. Luo clan had to be careful. Even though Fang Yuan was not afraid, he did not want to cause unnecessary trouble. He only wanted to secretly move away after achieving his goal. As noon approached, Fang Yuan had not seen his target, but his other gains were piling up. Is there really nothing? Or did I miss something? Or is my luck so bad that it affected me? Just as Fang Yuan was feeling suspicious, a piercing light shined in his eyes. I found something. He carefully got closer and found an ancient desolate beast drillhead turtle. This turtle was as large as a ship, it was yellow in color and had a flat shell. The most eye-catching part was its head. Its head was huge, like a huge awl. Its sharp mouth extended forward and had a natural spiral pattern. Its entire head was translucent. It looked like a low-quality diamond. The drill-head turtle lived in underground rivers. It was very fast in the water. It could also move in the soil. Every time it moved in the soil, its head would poke out and spin crazily, drilling and twisting the soil in front of it. But because of its huge shell, its speed in the soil was far slower than in the water. Fang Yuan floated above the diamond head turtle, using several investigative killer moves to scan it. Fang Yuan's investigative killer moves were not outstanding, but they were more than enough to deal with a wild beast like the drill-head turtle. Soon, Fang Yuan showed joy on his face. He found a wild immortal goo on the drill-head turtle. That's it. This wild immortal goo was Fang Yuan's target. Fang Yuan immediately activated Yama. Once he made a move, his aura leaked and Fang Yuan was exposed. Even though the drill-head turtle was wild and did not have much intelligence, it had sharp instincts. It hissed at Fang Yuan and wanted to leave. But Fang Yuan had already arranged for several Yama children to surround it. Yama children fought with the drill-head turtle, but because they were afraid of damaging the wild immortal goo, they were restrained. Not long later, 2 of Yama children's heads were pierced by the drill-head turtle, one was bitten off. Yama children would not self-detonate even if they died. Even though they suffered heavy losses, they managed to stall the drill-head turtle. With Yama children's help, Fang Yuan successfully activated Yama, trapping the drill-head turtle inside. After accomplishing this, Fang Yuan let out a breath of air. He relaxed slightly. Yama battlefield was activated. It was hard to discover in the outside world. Even if Luo clan's goo immortals were nearby, there was little chance of them noticing it. Meanwhile, the drill-head turtle was trapped inside Yama battlefield. It was like a turtle in a jar. Most rank 7 goo immortals would find it hard to escape from this battlefield, not to mention an ancient desolate beast. Fang Yuan was not arrogant or rash, he fought steadily and steadily. To conserve immortal essence, he did not use Great Thief Ghost Hand. His luck was not good now. If he used this move, he would only be able to steal a large number of wild mortal goo. Eventually, with the help of Yama children, Fang Yuan weakened this drill head turtle to its limit. He captured it alive. As for the wild rank 7 immortal goo on it, Fang Yuan obtained it. Good. With this, I can counter fixed immortal travel. Fang Yuan was happy. He stored the drill head turtle and the wild immortal goo in his immortal aperture, as well as Yama battlefield. Outside Earth Trench, Luo clan's goo immortals were already there. They were cursing angrily. Evidently, they found out that Fang Yuan got here first. According to the traces, Luo clan's goo immortals were bleeding internally. A large number of immortal materials were plundered. Luo clan's losses were huge. Fang Yuan took a look at Luo clan's immortal goo house. He thought about it before concealing himself and leaving quietly. After getting far away from this earth trench, Fang Yuan used future self to leave southern border, returning to Langya blessed land. Fang Yuan's sudden appearance gave land spirit of Langya a fright. He appeared in front of Fang Yuan. He was surprised and joyful. Fang Yuan, you took fixed immortal travel? If not for fixed immortal travel, it would be much more troublesome for Celestial Court to invade Langya blessed land. But Fang Yuan shook his head. This is only my killer move. Are you guys ready for the refinement of myriad self? Land spirit of Langya was very disappointed with Fang Yuan's answer, but he still replied, we are almost ready. The children have been practicing our methods day and night. The other goo materials are prepared. Only the 8 main materials are left. Have you gathered all of them? Fang Yuan shook his head. Only 3, but don't be anxious. There is still time. Land spirit of Langya was anxious. Elder Fang Yuan, your attitude is not right. Celestial Court's invasion might happen at any moment. We are already at a disadvantage. If we continue to be careless, we will be doomed. Chapter 1769. Fang Yuan calculated the time. He had plenty of time. Even though he had already killed Meng Tu and Sleeping Lady, he went to the River of Time and obtained Red Lotus True Inheritance, and even went to southern border to get that wild immortal goo in his plan. After doing so many things, there were still a few days left before Zhang Ji sold the floating life fire. It is mainly because in the previous life, I spent several months to deduce killer moves like Yama Emperor and Son of Yama. But in this life, I set off immediately. I saved a lot of time and effort. For the next few days, Fang Yuan was not idle. Using future self, he continuously teleported out of Langya blessed land. He traveled all over the 5 regions. He went to southern border the most. The places that Fang Yuan went to were all places where earth trenches were forming. In his previous life, the 5 regions were in turmoil. The earth veins merged. Earth trenches started to appear everywhere. This phenomenon was getting more and more intense. Until the final battle, when Fang Yuan died at Duke Long's hands, the 5 regional walls vanished, the earth veins became one, the earth trenches stopped forming. After a few days, Fang Yuan had great gains. Not only did he get a mountain of immortal materials, he even obtained 3 wild rank 6 immortal goo. Fang Yuan's luck was much worse than in his previous life, but it was not hard to obtain these resources. Because he had information on them. The formation of earth trenches was a sign of providence. No goo immortal could fully estimate it. Each earth trench formed was tens of thousands of li long, some were even hundreds of thousands of li long. They were also extremely deep. It was not easy to explore them. Even super forces would find it hard to explore earth trenches in a short period of time and search for the most valuable resources. Fang Yuan, however, had a clear goal. He knew where the gains were. He went there directly. This was all thanks to the information he had gathered in his previous life. There was no pattern to the formation of earth trenches. To most goo immortals, this information was worthless. But to Fang Yuan, who had spring-autumn cicada, it was different. In my previous life, I did not set foot in earth trenches, because it was too difficult to compete with super forces with my own strength. Most importantly, the heavenly courts has given me immense pressure, forcing me to have no choice but to face it. I have to rack my brains to plot the true legacy of the Red Lotus. I did not have the time or energy to care about earth trenches. But looking at it now, the earth trenches are truly abundant and tempting. And this resource surge will cause the Goo Immortal's strength to soar, and with strength, the Goo Immortal's ambition will be stimulated as well. In my previous life, the 4 regions Goo Immortals attacked the Celestial Court. The earth trench resources were very important. In the previous life, when Goo Immortals of the 4 regions attacked Central Continent's Heavenly Court, these earth trench resources played an important role behind the scenes. In my previous life, the 5 regions' chaotic war broke out and the 5 regions became unstable. The resources from the earth trench and the dream realm were the main reasons for this. During his time, Fong Yuan of Wood, and he would to analyze his situation and Ling Ling Court. He Ling Yu Dragon would be. Of it of a Fong of King. In his free time, Fong Yuan would analyze the situation and his own situation. He would refine his rebirth plan. The most important thing was that his current strength and influence were extremely important, far surpassing any of his previous rebirths. The main point was that his current strength and influence were extremely important, far surpassing any of his previous rebirths. Fong Yuan was executing his plan strictly, but at the same time, he was also on guard against any possible problems that might arise. As Fong Yuan expected, a problem really appeared, and it was aimed at Fong Yuan's weakness. A few days later, Fong Yuan observed jewel yellow skies but did not see Zhang Ji. According to the previous life, Zhang Ji had already started selling floating life fire. Fong Yuan quickly investigated. Fortunately, it was not hard to obtain information about Zhang Ji. Black Heaven Temple's Goo Immortal Zhang Ji lost to Crane Gate's Kanyang Laojun in a competition. Thus, when they were exploring, the floating life fire that they encountered ended up in Kanyang Laojun's hands. Crane Gate and Black Heaven Temple were Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. In terms of sect strength, Crane Gate was weaker than Black Heaven Temple, but in terms of individual Goo Immortal battle strength, Kanyang Laojun was stronger than Zhang Ji. Black Heaven Temple's Zhang Ji had rank 7 cultivation level, but he was ordinary. Meanwhile, Kanyang Laojun's reputation had spread far and wide. His signature killer move, life-chasing fire, was a headache for countless Goo Immortals. A few years ago, he had even entered Northern Plains with Feng Jioge to investigate the truth behind the collapse of 88-point Shenyang Tower. Zhang Ji's defeat to Kanyang Laojun quickly spread. Fong Yuan did not need to guess, he could tell with his toes. This was clearly caused by Crane Gate. Crane Gate was weaker than Black Heaven Temple. They had to cherish every opportunity. They were using this victory to raise their sect's reputation. Fong Yuan was not surprised at Kanyang Laojun's victory. What interested him was, why did Kanyang Laojun appear here? In the previous life, there was no sign of Kanyang Laojun. Zhang Ji obtained the floating life fires safely and smoothly. This is not good. Different from Zhang Ji, Kanyang Laojun is a fire path Goo Immortal. The floating life fire is useful to him. Even if it is useless, Kanyang Laojun can hand it over to Crane Gate. He is different from Zhang Ji, he is stronger than Zhang Ji and his status in the sect cannot be compared to Zhang Ji. Thus, if he hands over the floating life fire, the sect will definitely give him some feedback. Kanyang Laojun's personal gains will not be low either. Fong Yuan felt a headache. He had to start devising other plans to see if there were any other ways to obtain the floating fire. But right at this time, the floating life fire was suddenly put up for sale by Kanyang Laojun in jewel yellow skies. Fong Yuan was slightly stunned before understanding Kanyang Laojun's intention. Or more accurately, this was Crane Gate's intention. Crane Gate seemed to place great importance on this opportunity. They wanted to use it to spread the news and raise their sect's reputation. Kanyang Laojun selling the floating life fire was the same as Fong Yuan selling Thunder Ghost True Monarch's 3 rib bones. After understanding this, Fong Yuan joined the crowd of buyers chasing after the floating life fire. The floating life fire was a rare immortal material. It was sold at a high price, but not ridiculously. In the previous life, Zhang Ji did not know what it was and allowed Fong Yuan to take advantage of it. But this time, it was Kanyang Laojun who cultivated Fire Path. He knew the floating life fire's value. The price was naturally different. It seems that I have to pay a price to get the floating life fire. Fang Yuan was mentally prepared, but the following bidding was out of his expectations again. The buyers of the floating life fires seemed to be very enthusiastic. They competed with each other and raised the floating life fire's price to the sky on the spot. The floating life fire's price was too high, but the Gu Immortals bidding were not tired of it. They argued until their faces turned red. The small verbal conflict quickly escalated to a matter of face and dignity. Fang Yuan realized this was likely Crane Gate's shill. They purposely raised the price to buy the floating life fire at a high price. They paid a small fee to Jewel Yellow Skies to get a better publicity opportunity. Think about it, this floating life fire's price was so high, it would naturally cause a commotion and a lot of discussions. Could the Gu Immortals who talked about the floating life fire not talk about old ancestor Qin Yang? Thus, when it came to Crane Gate, many Gu Immortals would sigh. Crane Gate was one of the 10 great ancient sects after all. They had deep foundations. Even though they did not seem to be doing well recently, they might just be keeping a low profile. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan could not help but smile bitterly. The floating life fire was very important to him. Even if the price was so high, he could only grit his teeth and buy it. After all, his other plans were not very reliable. Secondly, time was crucial now. If he delayed it, it would affect Fang Yuan's entire rebirth plan. After getting the floating life fire, Fang Yuan gave the 8 main materials to Land Spirit of Langya. After Land Spirit of Langya inspected them and confirmed that there were no flaws in the immortal materials, he used refinement path killer moves with Fang Yuan and the other hairy man Gu Immortals to familiarize themselves with these immortal materials. After preparing for a few days, Land Spirit of Langya saw that the time was ripe. He brought Fang Yuan and a group of hairy man Gu Immortals to the long hair refinement path formation. What a great refinement path formation! Fang Yuan praised. Land Spirit of Langya smiled. He could not conceal his smug expression. His eyes shined with confidence. The formation is good. The immortal Gu recipe is also good. Elder Fang Yuan, this myriad self-immortal Gu recipe that you provided is truly amazing. I studied it for a long time before I understood most of the profundities within it. According to my estimation, using this myriad self-immortal Gu recipe to refine myriad self-immortal Gu, the success rate is as high as 40%. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Precisely so, I want to refine this Gu to increase my battle strength and deal with the Celestial Court. Alright, let's not waste time, let's enter the formation to refine the Gu. Saying this, Land Spirit of Langya frowned. Elder Fang Yuan, you lack experience in refinement path. Are you really going to refine the Gu personally? Fang Yuan nodded. This Gu refinement is no small matter. It has great significance to me. I want to participate personally. Even if the Gu refinement fails, I will be calm. First Supreme Elder, don't worry, I am only assisting. I will not interfere. I still have that much self-awareness. Alright, since you insist on it. Land Spirit of Langya sighed as he entered the formation, taking the main seat. Next, 3rd hair, 4th hair, 6th hair, 7th hair, and the other Gu Immortals also entered, before it was Fang Yuan's turn. Fang Yuan was at the final formation core. The formation started to activate. Light shined, all sorts of refinement path methods were activated. The Gu refinement process was smooth. Floating life fire and edge Gu, these 2 main materials, were first refined, followed by battlefield blood sand and heart blood. During this period, Fang Yuan took action several times. Most of them were trivial matters, just like what he had promised Land Spirit of Langya earlier. A few days later, Land Spirit of Langya and the hairy man Gu Immortals showed expressions of joy. The immortal Gu was already in its embryonic form. There were only a few steps left before the Gu refinement was completed. Suddenly, the light exploded, dust billowed and a foul stench filled the air. A change occurred in the Gu refinement. How can this be? Land Spirit of Langya and the rest were pale with fright. They quickly tried to salvage the situation, but the more they tried, the more chaotic it became. Seeing that they were about to fail, Land Spirit of Langya and the rest were helpless. Fang Yuan suggested setting up a temporary Gu formation to assist the refinement path formation, to expel the Gu refinement residue. Without any other choice, Land Spirit of Langya could only make a desperate attempt. He accepted Fang Yuan's suggestion. Once the formation within the formation was completed, Fang Yuan said, "First Supreme Elder, please enter the formation." Land Spirit of Langya did not doubt him. He had to take action in this situation. But once he entered the formation within the formation, he was immediately suppressed. "Fang Yuan, what are you trying to do?" Land Spirit of Langya was shocked and furious. Chapter 1770. Fang Yuan, you actually dared. You are simply too ignorant and fearless. You actually dared to scheme against me in Langya Blessed Land. I will let you understand what kind of grave mistake you have made. The Land Spirit of Langya roared. His face was filled with anger, like a volcano that was about to erupt. The magma was about to surge and melt Fang Yuan like dregs. However, the next moment, the Land Spirit of Langya's movement stopped. The anger on his face suddenly froze, then turned into deep shock. How? I actually can't move, and my connection with Langya Blessed Land has also become faintly discernible. For a moment, the Land Spirit of Langya was dumbfounded. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. Everything was under his control. Ever since Fang Yuan saw the Land Spirit of Langya for the first time, the seed of attacking Langya Blessed Land was planted in his heart. After a few years, this seed had taken root and germinated, secretly growing strong and healthy, until now, it had bloomed into a beautiful flower. Fang Yuan looked down at the Land Spirit of Langya. His tone was indifferent and brimming with confidence. "It's useless. You don't even know the difference between us." The Land Spirit of Langya struggled with all his might, but he was like an ant, firmly suppressed, unable to move at all, not to mention controlling the entire Langya Blessed Land. After he tried for a while, he shockingly realized that not only did the situation not improve, but the restriction on his body became even more severe. "This is impossible." He looked at Fang Yuan, his face filled with disbelief. Fang Yuan smiled. "Looks like you are starting to gradually notice the difference between us." Fang Yuan's refinement path realm far surpassed the Land Spirit of Langya. The former had absorbed the long-hair true meaning. His refinement path realm was as high as Quasi-Supreme Master, while the latter was merely the obsession left behind by long-hair ancestor, forming a Land Spirit. Even though his refinement path attainment was extraordinary, it was still quite far from Quasi-Supreme Master. Fang Yuan's Array Dao realm had far surpassed the Land Spirit of Langya. Land Spirit of Langya's attainments in Array Dao were very ordinary, but Fang Yuan was a Grandmaster of Array Dao. More importantly, Fang Yuan was very experienced in setting up formations. Self-cleansing formation, omnidirectional travel ancient battle formation, dragon scale sea food path immortal formation, immemorial year beast fishing formation, flood discharge formation, self-will heaven sealing formation, wisdom refinement gu formation. Many of these gu formations were designed by Fang Yuan himself, modified and constructed by himself. From start to finish, he took care of them. Well done, Fang Yuan. You're really worthy of being the publicly acknowledged Devil Path Overlord. The Land Spirit of Langya clenched his fists tightly. His face was ferocious, and his eyes seemed to be spewing fire as he stared fixedly at Fang Yuan. He gritted his teeth and continued, "So this was all your scheme. Myriad Self-Immortal Gu's recipe had a problem to begin with, but I did not notice it. Accidents were inevitable during the Gu refinement process. You used this chance to set up the formation and deceived me into entering the formation. This formation within your formation should be an imitation of the killer move blood light spirit suppression, right? It seems that among the 8 main materials in Myriad Self-Immortal Gu's recipe, the last 4 blood materials were used to trap me. The true main materials used to refine Myriad Self-Immortal Gu are only the first 4. The Land Spirit of Langya became calmer as he spoke. His emotions gradually calmed down. Fang Yuan looked at him. He did not speak. He had a calm expression. The Land Spirit of Langya frowned instead. He saw a smiling intent deep in Fang Yuan's eyes, as if he had seen through his plan. The Land Spirit of Langya had a flash of panic in his heart, but he quickly suppressed it. He continued, "I need to stay calm. I cannot panic. The long hair refinement path formation is my main body's masterpiece. How can Fang Yuan decipher it in such a short time?" he set up a formation within a formation to trap me, but this blood path formation is inside my refinement path formation. Not long later, with just the refinement path formation, I will be able to break this blood path formation. At that time, I will have a chance to escape. As long as I can escape, the whole of Langya Blessed Land will belong to me. If I announce the fact that Feng Yuan is trying to harm me, the Variant Human Alliance will stand on my side. At that time, I will definitely teach Feng Yuan a lesson. Oh no. The land spirit of Langya suddenly slapped his head. His expression was ashen. He was extremely annoyed. He wanted to kill himself. Damn it. Why did I say everything in my heart? Feng Yuan smiled. Don't worry, land spirit. How can I not expect this flaw that you thought of? What, you already expected it? The land spirit of Langya was first shocked before he calmed down. He laughed out loud. So what if you've predicted it? Can you see through this refinement path superformation? Feng Yuan rubbed his nose. My understanding of this formation is at least much deeper than you think. Of course, I am still far from seeing through it. The land spirit of Langya laughed loudly again. That's it. Just you wait, Feng Yuan. When I get out, I will let you know the terrifying consequences of betraying my Langya sect. But the land spirit of Langya's wait was fruitless. A moment later, the blood path formation was still as stable as before. The land spirit of Langya waited bitterly, but there was no movement from the long hair refinement path formation. Moreover, his entire body was already soaked in blood light. This is impossible. What did you do? Suddenly, the land spirit of Langya roared angrily at Feng Yuan. He had completely fallen into panic. Feng Yuan smiled and did not say anything. The time he spent in contact with the long hair refinement path formation was much longer than the land spirit of Langya expected, because he had come into contact with it in his previous life. Feng Yuan's deep attainments in formation path, refinement path, and wisdom path allowed him to fully understand the essence and profundities of the long hair refinement path formation. The long hair refinement path formation was created by the long hair ancestor in his lifetime. According to Feng Yuan's current foundation, it was very difficult for him to construct a refinement path formation that could match up to the long hair ancestor. He needed a huge amount of time, energy, and resources. But with this long hair refinement path formation in front of him, Feng Yuan was not drawing on a blank piece of paper, but admiring a famous artist's painting. With a painting in front of him, it was very easy for him to describe the painting's technique and profundities. Of course, he was a bystander after all. He could not completely understand the profundities of this formation. But it did not matter, as a spy, Sixth Hair was currently controlling an important aspect of this formation. With Sixth Hair's support, Feng Yuan prevented the long hair refinement path formation from interfering with the blood path formation. The land spirit of Langya struggled for a while before finally realizing, under Feng Yuan's meticulous scheme, he no longer had the strength to turn the tables. Without a choice, this black-haired land spirit, who was already completely corroded by the blood light, gave way to the white-haired land spirit on the other side in an attempt to turn the tables. Regretfully, how could Feng Yuan, who knew the land spirit of Langya, miss this point? After the white-haired land spirit appeared, he was immediately suppressed by the blood path formation. At the same time, large amounts of blood light seeped into him. Despicable and shameless. The white-haired land spirit was completely suppressed. He could not move. He could only open his mouth to speak. He scolded Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan, oh Feng Yuan, you are a sinister and crafty scoundrel. My Langya Blessed Land helped you the most in being able to reach this stage. Before you became an immortal, I helped you. Eventually, you were able to successfully destroy 88 True Yang building. When you just became a Gu immortal, you had no assets, you were completely poor. I made a transaction with you, letting you deduce immortal Gu recipes. I paid immortal Yuan stone to help you get started. When you wanted to refine Gu worms, I helped you so many times. When did the hairy man Gu immortals in the Blessed Land not help you? The risk of your tribulation was too high. We also lent you immortal Yuan stone and immortal Gu to help you get through it. I gave you the immortal tribulation tempering aperture method, killer moves like sword wave triple layered and so on. You moved star-form blessed land because we borrowed goo worms and provided the method. When your who immortal blessed land was attacked, we risked our lives and helped you recover from countless losses. Your wisdom goo was even fed by me. How many lifespan goo of my blessed land were used up? Your Dang Hun mountain was taken away. I compensated you according to the agreement, even if I had to pay the price of refinement path true meaning. The more the white-haired land spirit spoke, the angrier he got, the more wronged he felt. By the time he got to this point, his eyes were already red. Different from the black-haired land spirit's violent and unyielding nature, the white-haired land spirit was patient and peaceful. He was only interested in matters related to goo refinement. The black-haired land spirit was an aggressive attacker, while the white-haired land spirit was a weak conservative. Oh Fang Yuan, did your conscience get eaten by a dog? Our Langya blessed land treated you so well, you actually repaid our kindness with enmity and attacked us. You could not survive outside. Almost all the goo immortals in the 5 regions wanted to make things difficult for you. It was Langya blessed land that protected you. You are a human, but be it me or the black-haired land spirit, we tried our best to accept you. We appointed you as an external supreme elder, we gave you an important position and treated you as one of us. But how are you treating us now? Touch your own heart. Look carefully. Do you feel even a trace of guilt in your heart? Do you feel that you have let us down? The white-haired land spirit screamed and complained in a hoarse voice. Fang Yuan was expressionless. I don't. Land spirit of Langya. After pausing for a while, he shouted again, you treated your benefactors, your friends, your family. Didn't your conscience suffer? Didn't your heart feel heavy? Fang Yuan dug his ears. On the contrary, I am very excited. Land spirit of Langya was furious. He wanted to tear Fang Yuan into pieces. Fang Yuan, you demon! You are shameless. You are a bastard, a bastard. You are a despicable scoundrel. You are shameless and treacherous. You are truly a human. Go ahead and laugh. You won't be able to laugh for long. People like you will definitely die a horrible death. I was truly blind to actually believe you. Heaven will not let you off. If heaven gives me another chance, the first time I see you, I will kill you and turn you into ashes. I will tear you into pieces. Fang Yuan had a light smile as he shook his head. It is a pity that you will not have such a chance. Land spirit of Langya was speechless. He wanted to tear apart Fang Yuan's smile. But he could not move. He could only curse and vent his anger. Chapter 1771. Langya blessed land, long hair refinement path formation. The blood light faded as the blood path formation opened. Fang Yuan and land spirit of Langya walked out one after the other. Fang Yuan's scheme succeeded. In the previous life, the land spirit of Langya had caught Fairy Myrtle off guard. The latter killed the black-haired land spirit, but it was the white-haired land spirit's turn. The black-haired land spirit was ambitious. Even though he knew about the agreement between Langya blessed land and longevity heaven, he did not want to use it. After the white-haired land spirit appeared, he directly asked longevity heaven for help. In the end, the white-haired land spirit's action caused Fang Yuan to escape, the celestial court to lose, and longevity heaven to take in Langya sect, gaining the greatest benefits. Now, I have successfully suppressed the land spirit. Longevity heaven has nothing to do with it anymore. Fang Yuan looked at the land spirit of Langya beside him. Right now, the land spirit of Langya had already been replaced by the black-haired land spirit under Fang Yuan's command. To prevent the other hairy man goo immortals from suspecting him, the black-haired land spirit pretended to have the same relationship with Fang Yuan as before. Fang Yuan purposely let out a breath of air. This time, it was all thanks to First Supreme Elder. We were able to salvage the situation. The black-haired land spirit smiled. The main reason is because of the refinement path formation. Let's quickly enter the formation and continue refining goo. The black-haired land spirit's smile was somewhat submissive, but other than sixth hair, the other hairy man goo immortals did not suspect him at all. Who could have thought that a shocking change had already happened right under their noses? Fang Yuan entered the long hair refinement path formation, continuing to refine myriad self-immortal goo. Several hours later, a dazzling profound light flashed in the refinement path formation. The profound light faded, revealing an immortal goo. This goo was tall and slender, several meters long. It was shaped like a centipede and looked like it was made of copper, its entire body emitting a metallic luster. The mouthparts on its head were ferocious, and a pair of long whiskers swayed in front of its forehead like smoke. The left side had 5,000 feet, and the right side also had 5,000 feet, making a total of 10,000 feet. Rank 7 Immortal Goo Myriad Self. Even though Fang Yuan's main purpose was to frame the land spirit of Langya, he did not give up on refining Myriad Self Immortal Goo. In the previous life, Myriad Self Immortal Goo's recipe had a success rate of 50%. In this life, in order to harm the land spirit of Langya, Fang Yuan tried his best to modify Myriad Self Immortal Goo's recipe, reducing the 50% success rate to 40%. He had never thought of giving up on refining Myriad Self this time. Myriad Self Immortal Goo could not be given up. It didn't seem to improve Fang Yuan much, but it was actually quite important. Myriad Self was a combination of enslavement and strength path. It was a fusion of both paths. But it was very complex. It needed a long time to activate and expended a lot of the Goo Immortal's thoughts. Now that it was a Goo worm, Fang Yuan only needed a few simple steps to rapidly activate the original Myriad Self Killer Move's power. Other than the Killer Move Myriad Self, Fang Yuan's Reverse Flow Protection Seal, Myriad Dragon, Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon, and other killer moves had also benefited from it to some extent. Especially Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon. This move was created by Fang Yuan in the previous life when he was close to the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. If not for Myriad Self Immortal Goo, he would need too many Goo worms. The time needed to activate the killer move would be too long. There was no value in using it in battle. Even though Myriad Self Immortal Goo could not increase the upper limit of Fang Yuan's strength, it could strengthen Fang Yuan's foundation and raise his potential in many aspects. After the Immortal Goo refinement came to an end, Fang Yuan inspected the whole of Langya Blessed Land, taking inventory of his gains. Langya Blessed Land had a huge origin. Its original owner was one of the 3 refinement path extremes in history, Long Hair Ancestor. Long Hair Ancestor was a legend. He had refined countless immortal Goo in history. Even thieving heaven demon Venerable and giant sun Immortal sought him out to refine Goo. Long Hair Ancestor had a special identity. He was not a human, but a hairy man. Even though hairy men had long lifespans, they would still die one day. Long Hair Ancestor left behind rank 8 Langya Grotto Heaven, but after countless years of development, under the guidance of the white-haired land spirit, Langya Grotto Heaven's rank was lowered, returning to a blessed land. The calamities and tribulations of blessed lands were much smaller than Grotto Heavens, and because of the white-haired land spirit's efforts, Langya Blessed Land was developing very well. It was huge, far larger than normal blessed lands, and in terms of space, it surpassed many Grotto Heavens. In terms of time path, its flow of time was 1 to 36 times that of the outside world. What was worth mentioning was that Langya Blessed Land's tributary of the River of Time had an immortal killer move that could adjust the immortal aperture's time flow. This was the work of a time path great expert that Long Hair Ancestor had personally invited when he was alive. In terms of Dao marks, Langya Blessed Land's most important Dao marks were refinement path Dao marks. There were more than 300,000 of them. The Dao marks of the other paths were mainly water path, followed by earth path. Langya Blessed Land had 4 continents. They were the black hair, yellow hair, and white hair continents in the sea, as well as the cloud cover continent in the sky. The Blessed Land was rich in resources and had a large population. There were also many Goo Immortals. It was a true super force. The vast population ensured that this was the source of lifespan Goo. Undeniably, this was the #1 blessed land in the world. The land spirit of Langya had already been suppressed by Fang Yuan. Everything here belonged to Fang Yuan. Other than the blessed land's resources and population, there were also a vast number of Goo recipes, killer moves, and Goo worms. Langya Blessed Land had many immortal Goo in stock. For example, Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, which had fallen to rank 7, was one of the cores that Fang Yuan had borrowed to use the killer move Light Fungus Illumination, would sprout immortal Goo. There were also Beast Enslavement Immortal Goo, Formation Plate Immortal Goo, and others. Many Immortal Goo were given to the Hairy Man Goo Immortals to use. Langya Blessed Land had 3 Goo formations. The first was the Long Hair Refinement Path Formation, the second was the 9 Submother Teleportation Goo Formation, and the third was the Ancient Battle Formation Heavenly Giant Solo. Among them, the 9 Submother Teleportation Goo Formation's main formation was on Cloud Cover Continent, while the 9 Submother formations were scattered in the outside world of Northern Plains, like Taichio, Dragon Elephant Plain, and Feng Bo Cliff. Other than that, Langya Blessed Land had an incomplete Immortal Goo House, Rank 8 Immortal Goo House Refinement Cauldron. There was also a man-made secluded domain of heaven and earth that had not been constructed successfully, Refinement C. In Fang Yuan's previous life, when Celestial Court's Goo Immortals attacked Langya Blessed Land, the land spirit of Langya used the Refinement Water in Refinement C to unleash the killer move Omnipresent C, temporarily dominating the battle. Langya Blessed Land had a huge inventory of immortal materials, but it did not have many immortal Yuan stones. Finally, Langya Blessed Land had 3 true inheritances. They were Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance, Giant Sun's Self-Luck True Inheritance, and Long Hair Refinement Path True Inheritance. Rank 8 Steel Life Immortal Goo was in Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance. Back then, Ma Hongyun obtained a clue to this Thieving Heaven True Inheritance outside Northern Plains. He came to Langya Blessed Land and asked the land spirit of Langya to refine Goo 3 times. This was also a portion of Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance. Fang Yuan had some understanding of these 3 true inheritances. Many years ago, he had come into contact with them when he transacted with the land spirit of Langya. Back then, to deal with strong enemies, he had no choice but to sell his secluded domain of heaven and earth. Right now, the whole of Langya Blessed Land was his. I still have half a month left. Fang Yuan estimated the time. In his previous life, he had tried to deduce Luo Pasil during this period of time, trying to make up for his weakness in offense. As for defense, he already had reverse flow protection seal. He did not need to worry. In the end, Luo Pasil was only deduced several years later. In this life, he already had Luo Pasil. The main killer move he deduced was to fuse time path profundities into Yama Battlefield to create a compound battlefield killer move. Even though he suppressed the land spirit of Langya, and his refinement path attainment level was definitely high enough, Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to annex Langya Blessed Land. He had already decided to use the tactic of the 5 regional mountain range to set up a trap in Langya Blessed Land, waiting for Celestial Court and the rest to take the bait. Firstly, Fang Yuan needed to lure Feng Joga and snatch fixed immortal travel from him. After all, when his cultivation level reaches rank 8, future self would not be useful anymore. Secondly, he needed to lure Celestial Court to expose Starcast. This method was too powerful. It could directly change the situation of the 5 regions war. It was a huge threat to any other superforce. If Starcast was exposed, it would definitely incite the other superforces to attack Celestial Court. Thirdly, he needed to get rid of some Celestial Court Goo Immortals in advance. Fang Yuan would not let go of any chance to weaken Celestial Court. Fourthly, Fang Yuan could also use Celestial Court to kill the Snowman, Rockman, and Inkman Goo Immortals of the 4 Races Alliance. Then he would imitate the previous life and annex these 3 remaining forces. Devouring both enemies and allies. Just thinking about it was wonderful, wasn't it? More than 10 days later. Central Continent, Celestial Court. Star Constellation Chessboard. This rank 8 Immortal Goo House was like a shooting firework. Countless starlight rays shot out, illuminating the whole of Celestial Court. Starlight shone on the faces of Celestial Court's Goo Immortals. They had close to 10 people. They were ready to move out. The leader was Fairy Myrtle. She looked up at the sky. The light in her eyes was even brighter than the starlight in the sky. To think that Wisdom Goo is actually in Langya Blessed Land. As long as I obtain it, Star Constellation Chessboard will become a rank 9 Immortal Goo House. At that time, I will be the #1 Wisdom Path Goo Immortal in the world. In the future, Celestial Court will be able to repair Fate Goo. It is almost certain. Fang Yuan, I can't wait anymore. I will personally kill you. Thunder Ghost True Monarch gritted her teeth. Feng Jioge was silent, he had a calm expression. Chen Yi was filled with anticipation. His performance in Green Ghost Desert was not good, he could not bring Divine Bean Palace back. This time, I can't be the same as before. I have just joined Celestial Court, I need to perform well. This battle is a good opportunity. No matter how strong Feng Yuan is, he is only rank 7. Langya Blessed Land has a huge reputation, but it is empty inside. Even Feng Jioge can come and go freely, this shows how weak it is. We have mobilized so many rank 8s this time, we can definitely win this battle. Sigh, Lady Ziwei is too vigilant. Chen Yi blamed Fairy Myrtle a little. Fairy Myrtle made such a big fuss. She acted like a lion would use its full strength to capture a rabbit. It made it hard for Chen Yi to gain merit. In his opinion, could 2 or 3 rank 8 Gu Immortals not take care of Langya Blessed Land? These were not ordinary rank 8s, they were members of Celestial Court. Under the expectant gazes of many rank 8 Gu Immortals, the starlight specks in the sky gathered into a huge blue starlight pillar. Immortal Killer Move, Star Cast. Go. Take down Langya Blessed Land and capture the demon Feng Yuan. Fairy Myrtle ordered. Thunder Ghost True Monarch was the first to lose patience. She charged into the starlight pillar. Chapter 1772. Thunder Ghost True Monarch felt the world turn upside down. Her surroundings became chaotic, her visions suddenly changed. At the next moment, she disappeared from the Celestial Court and appeared in a formation space. She focused her gaze and saw that Feng Yuan was standing in front of her. The killer move in his hand was ready to be unleashed. Feng Yuan, you came at the right time. Thunder Ghost True Monarch shouted. Her eyes were burning with hatred when she saw her enemy. Feng Yuan smiled. Thunder Ghost True Monarch, I've been waiting for you for a long time. As soon as he said that, he waved his hand and shot Luo Pasil at Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Thunder Ghost True Monarch instinctively wanted to dodge, but the super formation's power was already on her. Thunder Ghost True Monarch dodged very quickly, but it took a long time for her to do so. Her movements seemed to have become much slower. Thunder Ghost True Monarch had an expression of anger and shock on her face. She could not dodge in time and was hit by Feng Yuan's Luo Pasil. Thunder Ghost True Monarch was covered in a pitch-black armor. The style of the armor was sinister and flamboyant. The edges were pointed and sharp, there were flashes of lightning on it. On the chest of the armor, there was a dark blue ghost head with its mouth wide open. Her helmet also looked like a ghost. It formed a sharp contrast with Thunder Ghost True Monarch's young and cute appearance. Luo Pasil hit Thunder Ghost True Monarch's armor. In the next second, cracks appeared on the surface of Thunder Ghost True Monarch's armor. Then, with a soft sound, the armor broke into countless pieces, revealing Thunder Ghost True Monarch's body. With the help of Luo Pasil and the super formation, Feng Yuan destroyed Thunder Ghost True Monarch's strongest defense in one attack. Thunder Ghost True Monarch roared. She did not dodge and charged at Feng Yuan. This was a wise choice. Normally, when a person encountered such a predicament, they would choose to retreat and stabilize their position. But in front of Feng Yuan, they would lose the initiative. One wrong move after another, the rhythm of the battle would be completely controlled by Feng Yuan. Thunder Ghost True Monarch didn't flinch. Instead, she charged forward and fought Feng Yuan with her life on the line. At this moment, Thunder Ghost True Monarch's abundant battle experience and courage were on full display. She attacked Langya Blessed Land, but was ambushed instead and fell into a predicament. The contrast between before and after did not make her lose her composure. Instead, it aroused her boundless pride and fighting spirit. As expected of the person who had once troubled Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, such a person did not know the meaning of discouragement. Her morale was not affected at all. Her final move, Lightning Heart Sacrificial Explosion, was a true mutual destruction method. Even if she died, she would drag the enemy down with her. This showed her character. However, Feng Yuan had anticipated Thunder Ghost True Monarch's counterattack. Fairy Myrtle was a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, so was Feng Yuan. As a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, He could naturally make all sorts of plans. How could he not know about Thunder Ghost True Monarch's personality? Just as Fang Yuan had said, he had been waiting for a long time. Immortal killer move, steal life. After suppressing the land spirit of Langya Sek's thieving heaven true inheritance naturally fell into Fang Yuan's hands. Using theft path immortal goo, Fang Yuan used rank 8 immortal goo steal life as the core to create an immortal killer move. Even though Fang Yuan did not have rank 8 immortal essence, he could lend it to the land spirit of Langya. It had long hair immortal essence. Steal life was not used by Fang Yuan, but by the formation's land spirit of Langya. A beam of red light as thick as a finger flashed and hit Thunder Ghost True Monarch's forehead. Thunder Ghost True Monarch's movements stopped abruptly. She aged rapidly. In the blink of an eye, she turned from a cute young girl to an old woman with deep wrinkles. She stretched out her thin fingers, grabbing at Fang Yuan. She opened her mouth, many of her teeth fell off. How could this be? These were her final words. She was dead. It was filled with intense unwillingness and hatred. She died of old age, her lifespan was exhausted. Even in death, her eyes were still open, staring at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Inside the super formation, the 4 races Gu immortals went into an uproar. What's going on? She died just like that? We killed Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Isn't this too easy? The variant human Gu immortals were dumbfounded. After calming down, they started to analyze. It was Lord Fang Yuan's plan. That's right, Thunder Ghost True Monarch fell for our trap. She could not retaliate at all. Even though she is a rank 8 Gu immortal, against Lord Fang Yuan, she could not do anything at all. I finally understand why the human Gu immortals want to kill Lord Fang Yuan. The variant human Gu immortals sighed. Their gazes towards Fang Yuan were filled with wariness, fear, worship, and respect. Looking at Thunder Ghost True Monarch's corpse, Fang Yuan was not surprised. Even though she was a rank 8 expert, her death was not in vain. The strength of Wisdom Path Gu immortals was in planning before taking action. As long as they had the relevant information, they could restrain themselves. After rebirth, Fang Yuan knew about Thunder Ghost True Monarch's trump cards. Secondly, Fang Yuan had put in a lot of effort to modify Langya Blessed Land's defenses. He added a large number of immortal Gu. Among them was Steal Life Immortal Gu. It was all thanks to Fang Yuan's formation path attainment, as well as the light of wisdom. This was not something ordinary Gu immortals could do. Thunder Ghost True Monarch's 2 strongest methods were Lightning Heart Explosion and Soul Armor Battle. Thus, once Fang Yuan met her, he used Luo Pasil. This move countered Thunder Ghost True Monarch's soul armor. It had a huge effect. Without the soul armor, after Thunder Ghost True Monarch died of old age, she would be suppressed by the formation. She could not activate Lightning Heart Explosion. Finally, there was Steal Life. It was not like the previous time when he used Steal Life Immortal Gu without distinguishing between friend and foe. This time, Fang Yuan deduced the killer move Steal Life. It only targeted strong enemies. Steal Life Immortal Gu had Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's method. It could only be used 3 times. Even Fang Yuan could not remove it. Even though there were only 3 chances, Fang Yuan used them without hesitation, dealing a fatal blow to Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Thunder Ghost True Monarch had outstanding battle strength. If she continued fighting, she would pose a huge threat to Fang Yuan and the whole of Langya Blessed Land. If Lightning Heart Explosion was used, it would be a huge loss. Fang Yuan decided to use a series of moves to stun her. Kill. Celestial Court. Looking at the Starlight Pillar, Chen Yi could not help but say, I am going too. Fairy Myrtle glanced at him and nodded. As a Wisdom Path Gu immortal with Star Constellation chessboard, she could more or less understand Chen Yi's feelings and thoughts. After getting Fairy Myrtle's permission, Chen Yi flew towards the Starlight Pillar impatiently. I need to act now. With Senior Thunder Ghost True Monarch's battle strength, a little later means fewer gains. She might have already killed the variant human Gu immortals by now. Langya Blessed Land, here I come. Chen Yi was excited. His body entered the Starlight Pillar. At the next moment, he arrived at Langya Blessed Land. entering the formation space. This is Langya Blessed Land? Suddenly, Qin Yi's body froze, his pupils shrunk to pin size. He saw Thunder Ghost True Monarch's corpse. On Fang Yuan's side, he was using a super formation that had the power of time path to slow the flow of time. But over at Celestial Court, time flowed normally. After Thunder Ghost True Monarch entered, Chen Yi entered the Starlight Pillar and teleported over. Fang Yuan had just killed Thunder Ghost True Monarch and stored her remnant soul when Chen Yi appeared. You came quite quickly. Fang Yuan smiled. Chen Yi stared at Thunder Ghost True Monarch's corpse, shouting, "Senior?" Thunder Ghost True Monarch did not reply. She was dead. How can this be? This is impossible. Chen Yi's battle intent and blood surged like a bucket of ice water had been poured on him. He thought that Thunder Ghost True Monarch was going on a killing spree, Langya Blessed Land was in chaos, Fang Yuan was defending desperately. But the reality was that Thunder Ghost True Monarch was dead, Fang Yuan was unharmed, he was standing in front of him with a smile on his face. Who could have expected such a scene? Chen Yi blinked his eyes repeatedly and suddenly roared, "What a good demon! You made the illusion so realistic that this old man was almost fooled by you." Saying so, Chen Yi's body shined with green light as he activated a defensive killer move. He was not in a hurry to attack, he stayed here to guard the dark whirlpool behind him. Thus, at the next moment, Chen Yi sensed something amiss. The power of time path is affecting me. The defensive killer move took a long time to form. Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle was calm, she said to Feng Jioge, "You go too." Feng Jioge nodded and dived into the Pillar of Starlight. With Feng Jioge's strength, he should be able to protect himself. However, we are mainly relying on his Dao Protector's karmic luck. Celestial Court has many luck path methods, we can only use this method to restrain Fang Yuan. Fairy Myrtle sighed to herself. Feng Jioge also teleported over, she was next. But when Fairy Myrtle was about to move, boom! The Pillar of Starlight self-destructed, once again shattering into countless specks of starlight. Fairy Myrtle was stunned, the other Celestial Court immortals were stunned. Chapter 1773. Even though Starcast was extremely powerful, it was a killer move that affected the balance of the 5 regions. But as long as it was a move, it would have flaws and weaknesses. Fang Yuan did not know much about the killer move Starcast, but he knew the crucial point. Starcast needed a catalyst. This catalyst was a portion of the disadvantageous Dao marks left behind by Feng Jioge after he invaded Langya Blessed Land. In the previous life, this portion of disadvantageous Dao marks formed a dark spiral that sent Chen Yi, Thunder Ghost True Monarch, Feng Jioge, and Fairy Myrtle inside. Thankfully, Fang Yuan and the land spirit of Langya reacted in time and destroyed the dark spiral, preventing more Celestial Court Gu immortals from invading. In this life, Fang Yuan was reborn, he knew the exact location of the dark spiral. Thus, after modifying Langya Blessed Land's defensive formation, he used the formation path space to enclose it. Thunder Ghost True Monarch was the vanguard, but the moment she entered, she was killed by Fang Yuan and the rest who had been plotting for a long time. Chen Yi was the second to charge out of the dark spiral. Fang Yuan did not have much time to activate Luo Pasil, they were in a stalemate. Next was Feng Jioge. He was Fang Yuan's main target, because rank 7 fixed immortal travel was in his hands. As for the fourth, it was likely to be Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle was a wisdom path Gu immortal, she controlled star constellation chessboard. If Duke Long was the spiritual leader of Celestial Court, he was the guarantor of morale, then Fairy Myrtle was the brain of Celestial Court, she was the decision-maker. She was very important, but even if Fang Yuan killed her, there would not be much of an effect. Because there were too many Wisdom Path Gu immortals sleeping in Celestial Court's immortal graveyard, if Fairy Myrtle died, another one would wake up to replace her. Why did Fairy Myrtle wake up? Wasn't it because the Wisdom Path Gu immortal of Celestial Court, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, had died that Fairy Myrtle had awakened and taken over Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's position? If Fairy Myrtle had the constellation chessboard, then Fang Yuan would have been interested in killing her. But unfortunately, star constellation chessboard needed to maintain star caste. He had to leave it at the celestial court. He could not bring it over. Feng Yuan had the battle experience of his previous life, so he had already deduced this secret. Putting himself in Feng Yuan's shoes, he would rather have spared Fairy Myrtle's life. Because knowing yourself and your enemy was the key to victory, Feng Yuan was familiar with Fairy Ziwei. This was beneficial to him. If Feng Yuan killed her in exchange for an unfamiliar wisdom path Gu Immortal of Celestial Court, it would weaken Feng Yuan's rebirth advantage. Of course, there was also the most important reason: Fairy Myrtle had strong battle strength. Even though in the previous life, Feng Yuan's battle strength surpassed her in the refinement path convention. But now, Feng Yuan had yet to reach rank 8 cultivation level. His battle strength was far from his previous life's final stage. If Fairy Myrtle entered, Celestial Court would have 3 rank 8 battle strengths. Feng Yuan's side had Heavenly Giant Solar, the Super Formation, the Immemorial Rock Dragon, and himself. The battle would be intense. The situation could go out of control. Don't forget, Chen Yi had Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's trump card. Immortal Killer Move Karma Relocation had played a crucial role in the previous life. Feng Yuan had a deep impression of it. He would not neglect it. Furthermore, Feng Yuan had already suppressed the land spirit of Langya. The whole of Langya Blessed Land was his private property. He would try to minimize his losses. Thus, he destroyed the Dark Spiral earlier than in the previous life. The Gu Immortals of Celestial Court were stunned, while inside Langya Blessed Land, Feng Jioge and Chen Yi looked at each other. They were completely dumbfounded. This is different from the plan. Star Caste failed, only the few of us are left. Langya Blessed Land was prepared for this. Their reaction was too timely. Right now, we can only defend and stall for time until Star Caste is activated again. Chen Yi and Feng Jioge conversed rapidly. They floated in the formation space with their backs against each other, relying on each other. Feng Jioge asked again. That's right, where is Senior Thunder Ghost True Monarch? Chen Yi's Adam's apple bobbed. He hesitated for a moment and decided not to tell Feng Jioge what he had seen. I'm not sure. I didn't see Thunder Ghost True Monarch when I came. Feng Jioge nodded. I am afraid that Senior Thunder Ghost was too eager to gain merit. She charged too quickly and was separated. If we meet up with her, that would be for the best. Chen Yi had a bad premonition, but he could not say it now to affect morale. He could only say, I think it is unlikely. Feng Yuan is such a crafty person. How can he let us meet up so easily? Maybe Thunder Ghost True Monarch is already being held back by other forces. Feng Jioge, on the other hand, was more optimistic than Chen Yi. He smiled and said, Sir Chen Yi, in truth, our combat power is already outstanding enough. I can resist rank 8 Gu Immortals. I barely have rank 8 battle strength. Together with you and Senior Thunder Ghost True Monarch, we have 3 rank 8 battle strength. It will be hard for Langya Blessed Land to resist our attacks, right? We might even be able to take down Langya Blessed Land with our strength. Chen Yi laughed heartily. He forced himself to focus. Brother Feng is right. But if the situation is urgent and out of our expectations, you should find a chance to use fixed immortal travel to retreat. Feng Jioge looked at Chen Yi deeply. He thought to himself, Chen Yi's emotions seemed to have changed. Feng Jioge had seen it with his own eyes. Chen Yi had rushed in excitedly, as if he couldn't wait to prove himself. Why was it that his spirit and chi were so dispirited after he had just suffered some setbacks? Even though Chen Yi was once the first supreme elder of Heavenly Lotus Sect, it seems that he is no longer as bold and courageous as he used to be. No wonder he failed his mission in Western Desert, causing Celestial Court to lose Divine Bean Palace. Feng Jioge looked down on Chen Yi internally. But he did not know that in the previous life, Feng Yuan had a good relationship with Chen Yi, especially when he used half of Destiny Song to save Chen Yi's life. The two communicated rapidly. Everything happened in an instant. Feng Yuan had already made his move. But this time, he was not in a hurry to act. He concealed himself. Replacing him was the immemorial rock dragon, the land spirit of Langya, and the hairy man Gu Immortal's ancient battle formation Heavenly Giant Solar. Feng Jioge and Chen Yi fought together. After a few rounds, Neither side could do anything to the other. But Chen Yi and Feng Jioge were frowning deeply. The immemorial rock dragon has the toughest defense, but it is the least dangerous. The Gu immortals inside Heavenly Giant Solar do not have strong battle awareness. That's right, the most important thing is Feng Yuan. He has not appeared. Is he fighting Thunder Ghost True Monarch, or is he hiding to deal with us? Other than that, there is this formation. We need to break this formation first, otherwise, we will be trapped in this formation space. That is not good. Chen Yi and Feng Jioge discussed and changed their formation. Feng Jioge started to prepare a killer move while Chen Yi guarded in front. Chen Yi blocked the attacks of the immemorial rock dragon and Heavenly Giant Solar alone. Feng Jioge succeeded in preparing his killer move and activated Separation Song. But in the previous life, Separation Song was useless. It was even worse now. How could Feng Yuan miss the killer move Separation Song? Chen Yi and Feng Jioge's attacks failed. Feng Yuan took the chance and attacked, separating Chen Yi and Feng Jioge. Next, the super formation activated and created two spaces, separating Chen Yi and Feng Jioge. Celestial Court. The starlight in the sky was gathering again. Fairy Myrtle was sweating profusely now. She was using all her strength to prepare Starcast. However, Starcast could not be used so easily. This move was very powerful. It could teleport rank 8 Gu Immortals. It was a tactical method. Precisely so, the price to use it was huge. Not only did it expend a vast amount of rank 8 Immortal Essence, it also took a lot of time to prepare. There were many complicated steps. Without deep wisdom path attainment, it could not be used at all. If we succeed in this mission and take back Wisdom Gu. With Wisdom Gu, using Starcast will be easy. It will not be as troublesome as now. Fairy Myrtle sighed. The Gu Immortal beside her smiled. Lady Ziwei, even if we do not go, just the three of them have the strength to take down Langya Blessed Land. The Celestial Court Gu Immortals had relaxed expressions. The atmosphere was relaxed. Fairy Myrtle, however, was a little worried. She frowned, feeling something amiss. That's right, Feng Jioge has outstanding talent. Even though he is rank 7, he can fight rank 8s. He has experience in invading Langya Blessed Land. He will be even more familiar with it this time. Even if Langya Blessed Land attacks him, he has Fate Armor Immortal Gu. He will be able to protect himself. The Celestial Court Gu Immortal beside Fairy Myrtle analyzed. Langya Blessed Land. Juch. Feng Jioge's body shook. He coughed out blood. He escaped in a sorry state in the formation space. Feng Yuan chased after him with a sinister smile. Feng Jioge still had a look of shock on his face. My Gu worm really did mysteriously disappear. How can this be? This method should be a theft path method. But I wonder if it was Feng Yuan who did it, or the power of this super formation. He had already used Great Thief Ghost Hand several times, but it was different from the previous life. Feng Yuan only stole a large number of Mortal Gu and a Sound Path Immortal Gu. Compared to the previous life, my luck is very bad. Feng Yuan felt helpless. The higher his cultivation level, the stronger Spring-Autumn Cicada's rebirth would have to be, the more severe the repercussions would be. Before this battle, Feng Yuan had already used methods like Burning Soul Bursting Luck, but he had not reached his previous life's luck path standard. Even though I obtained Giant Sun Immortal's Self-Luck True Inheritance, this true inheritance contains killer moves and Immortal Gu recipes, but there are very few Luck Path Immortal Gu. Thus, I did not manage to steal fixed Immortal Travel. Feng Yuan was feeling regret, while Feng Jioge had a grim expression. The other party actually has the ability to steal Immortal Gu. The situation is very serious. Even if I have Fate Armor Immortal Gu, it might be stolen. Do I have to use fixed Immortal Travel to return? Leave behind Janet? Feng Jioge was hesitant. At the other side, the Celestial Court Gu Immortal said, compared to Feng Jioge, Lord Chen Yi is a true rank 8 Gu Immortal. He is the former First Supreme Elder of Heavenly Lotus Sect. He has a lot of battle experience. Furthermore, he is the current generation Genesis Lotus Inheritor. He has powerful wood path methods. Lord Chen Yi is becoming more resolute with age. He is the most reliable person. He will definitely be able to control the situation. Langya blessed land, super formation. Chen Yi was covered in sweat. He could not conceal the anxiety on his face. Damn it! He cursed in his heart. After the super formation separated him from Feng Jioge, the enemies he fought with vanished. The formation activated, layers of mazes and illusion realms trapped Chen Yi. Chen Yi continued to investigate and break through, but the mazes and illusion realms seemed to be endless. Quick, faster. I need to get out of here quickly and meet up with Feng Jioge. How did it become like this? How did it become like this? Chen Yi cultivated wood path. He did not have deep formation path attainment. Chen Yi's fighting style was not about attacking, but about endurance. Be it Giant Tree Prison Cage or Karma Divine Tree, they were both like this. In the previous life, Chen Yi guarded the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. He made things difficult for Wu Yong, Fang Yuan, and the rest, but now, he was being tortured by Fang Yuan using the super immortal formation. This was the tactic that Fang Yuan used to deal with Chen Yi after getting familiar with him. Celestial Court. I know you are right, but for some reason, the uneasiness in my heart is getting stronger. Fairy Myrtle sighed. The Celestial Court Gu Immortal beside her pondered. That can't be. Even if Feng Jioge and Chen Yi are at a disadvantage, Senior Thunder Ghost True Monarch is a true expert. She was a legend who had caused trouble for Spectral Soul Demon Venerable before. Last time, she let Fang Yuan escape because of the regional wall. This time, in Langya Blessed Land, she will be able to display her true strength. The number of Gu Immortals who have died at her hands can be counted with one hand. Even if Fang Yuan makes a move, what can he do? He will only be chased around by Thunder Ghost True Monarch. The Celestial Court Gu Immortal said this with great confidence and certainty. Langya Blessed Land, Formation Space. Fang Yuan chased after Feng Jioge while soul-searching Thunder Ghost True Monarch's remnant soul. He was actually doing two things at once. There was no helping it, his advantage was too huge. He used Great Thief Ghost Hand many times, even though he could not steal fixed immortal travel. 3 of Feng Jioge's Sound Path Immortal Gu were already taken by Fang Yuan. Feng Jioge's strength fell greatly, but he did not have many injuries. Fang Yuan mainly used Great Thief Ghost Hand. His other attacks were just small skirmishes to maintain his advantage. He did not use Luo Pasil or anything else, because he was afraid of injuring Feng Jioge and activating Fate Armor Immortal Gu. Once Fate Armor Immortal Gu was activated, it had the ability to locate Fairy Myrtle's location. In the previous life, Fang Yuan suffered from this. After Fate Armor Immortal Gu was activated, Fairy Myrtle quickly unraveled Yama battlefield. In this life, how could Fang Yuan make the same mistake again? Oh, as expected, many Gu Immortals are planning to invade Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan obtained a lot of information from soul searching. Even though Thunder Ghost True Monarch's cultivation information was valuable, Fang Yuan placed it aside. Celestial Court's situation was more important to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had many wisdom path methods, he quickly deduced. This means that Star Cast can still be used. I need to hurry and finish this battle. There is no other way. If this drags on, fixed immortal travel, Fate Armor, and the other immortal Gu will be stolen by Fang Yuan. Feng Jioge had a grim expression. He finally made his decision and activated fixed immortal travel. Wishful thinking. Fang Yuan snickered, activating Immortal Gu Suppress Space. Suppress Space Immortal Gu. This Immortal Gu was the one he had obtained from the drill head turtle in Southern Border's Earth Trench. There were many methods to counter fixed immortal travel, but after rebirth, Fang Yuan could only obtain 2. The first was Fixed Space Immortal Gu. The second was Suppress Space Immortal Gu. Fixed Space Immortal Gu was held by Celestial Court's Gu Immortal Lu Hao. In the previous life, Fang Yuan ambushed Southern Border's Gu Immortals and captured Lu Hao. Unfortunately, Lu Hao's Fixed Space Immortal Gu self-destructed. Fang Yuan could not get it. As for Suppress Space Immortal Gu, it belonged to Luo Clan's Gu Immortal, Luo Ran. In the previous life, When Wu Yong led the Southern Alliance's Gu Immortals to attack the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, Luo Ran had used Suppressed Space Immortal Gu to help. It was very difficult for Fang Yuan to obtain Fixed Space Immortal Gu. Because it was too early, he was still in Northern Plains Langya Blessed Land, he had not roamed southern border and attracted the Gu Immortals, such as Xia Cha and the other Gu Immortals. Without Wu Yong asking for help from Fairy Myrtle, Lu Hao would not be involved. But Suppressed Space Immortal Gu was something that Fang Yuan could obtain based on his previous life's information. Fixed Space Immortal Gu marked a location. Even if Fixed Immortal Travel was activated, the Gu Immortal would only be transported to the location marked by Fixed Space Immortal Gu. Suppressed Space Immortal Gu could suppress the surrounding space within a certain range, making it hard for space path methods to work. Suppressed Space Immortal Gu was also rank 7. It countered rank 7 Immortal Gu Fixed Immortal Travel. Feng Jioge was shocked. He did not expect Fang Yuan to have made such thorough preparations. At the next moment, Feng Jioge's expression turned pale. Immortal Killer Move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. Chapter 1774. Fixed Immortal Travel was finally in his hands. This way, when Fang Yuan advances to rank 8, Future Self would be useless, he would not have to worry about losing methods like Fixed Immortal Travel. Fixed Immortal Travel was a movement Immortal Gu. It had a strong effect. It would be very convenient for Fang Yuan. In the previous life, Fang Yuan deduced a killer move that used Fixed Immortal Travel as the core. Even with rank 8 cultivation level, he could barely move around the world. With this Immortal Gu, he would have an extremely powerful mobility. But in the previous life, Fang Yuan stole Fixed Immortal Travel on his first try, but this time, he had to put in a lot of effort. He used Great Thief Ghost Hand more than 10 times, he expended a lot of Immortal Essence. Great Thief Ghost Hand's weakness was clearly exposed. Even though it could steal Immortal Gu, most of the time, it would steal Mortal Gu. Fang Yuan had stolen tens of thousands of Mortal Gu from Feng Jioge, but only 3 or 4 Immortal Gu. Next is Fate Armor Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan's cold gaze locked onto Feng Jioge's figure. As long as he stole Fate Armor Immortal Gu, Feng Jioge would be finished. Feng Jioge continued to flee. He had never thought that he would be in such a pathetic state. Fang Yuan understands me very well. He keeps stealing my Immortal Gu, he rarely attacks me, he has no intention of heavily injuring me, it seems that he understands the power of Fate Armor Immortal Gu. Feng Jioge's heart sank to rock bottom, a bone-chilling cold spread all over his body. As he had fewer Immortal Gu, his battle strength fell. Fang Yuan. Feng Jioge muttered this name in his mind. Even though he had expected Fang Yuan's growth, he did not think that he would be fleeing in such a pathetic state, unable to retaliate at all. Earlier, when Feng Jioge chased Fang Yuan and chased Fang Yuan all the way from southern border to western desert, it felt like it happened yesterday. Feng Jioge remembered it clearly. Who would have thought that at this moment, their situations would be completely reversed? How fast? Feng Jioge sighed in his heart. It wasn't that Feng Jioge wasn't strong, but that Fang Yuan was well prepared. He did not reveal the secret of his rebirth, so he maintained his advantage. Langya Blessed Land's super array had been improved by Fang Yuan, and was now several times stronger than it was in his previous life. One of the reasons was that Fang Yuan had annexed Langya Blessed Land and could use all the resources to build the Immortal Array. At the same time, he had dealings with the 3 foreign races. The second reason was that Fang Yuan himself was much stronger than in the previous life, be it formation path, time path or other aspects, he was much more outstanding. That was why this super formation was constructed to trap Feng Jioge and Chen Yi. The other side. Light flashed before Chen Yi's eyes as he shuttled back and forth in the illusory maze. Damn it! I still haven't gotten out. Chen Yi was trapped in the illusory maze, he moved around rapidly, trying to break through everywhere, he was on the verge of vomiting. This formation refreshed Chen Yi's evaluation of it time and time again. Fang Yuan arranged for all the variant human Gu immortals to control the formation and target Chen Yi. Chen Yi's battle strength was very high. His immortal killer moves were Ancient Tree Prison, Giant Tree Divine Statue, Karma Divine Tree, and others. They were all outstanding methods. Fang Yuan found it hard to deal with them. In the previous life, Chen Yi fought against two enemies in the Battle of Langya Sect. He fought against the immemorial Rock Dragon and Heavenly Giant Solar. His performance was dazzling and eye-catching. But in this life, Fang Yuan annexed Langya Sect and obtained the authority to command it. He arranged for the immemorial Rock Dragon and Heavenly Giant Solar to deal with Chen Yi, but they were only supporting him. The true way to deal with Chen Yi was through the super formation. Chen Yi struggled in the illusory maze and maze. Whenever he had a chance to break through, the immemorial Rock Dragon or Heavenly Giant Solar would appear to stop him and stall for time. Next, the variant human goo immortals would use the chance to make up for it, trapping Chen Yi in the formation. Chen Yi had a lot of methods, but he had nowhere to use them. Fang Yuan's arrangements immediately countered him. Chen Yi was very anxious. The longer this dragged on, the more uneasy he felt. Was Thunder Ghost True Monarch's corpse really just an illusion? Chen Yi was not sure. He wanted to believe that it was just an illusion. The reason was simple: with Thunder Ghost True Monarch's battle strength, how could Fang Yuan kill her in one go? But was there such a possibility? If Thunder Ghost True Monarch was still alive, why hadn't they heard anything from her after so much time had passed? He had been separated from Feng Jioge for a long time now. What was the situation over at Feng Jioge's side? Is it a dream realm? A thought flashed in Chen Yi's mind. He did not know that Fang Yuan had rank 8 Immortal Goo Steel Life, but he knew that Fang Yuan was skilled in the self-detonation of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, using the power of dream realms to deal with strong enemies. During the Battle of Tian Mountain's dream realm, Spectral Soul was captured by the Celestial Court. After that, when Fang Yuan was chased by Wu Yong and Feng Jioge, he used pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to self-detonate multiple times. Without the help of the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, Fang Yuan was likely to be killed. Fairy Myrtle was a wisdom path great expert. She had already made deductions before she acted. She had already considered the dream realms and reverse flow river that Fang Yuan had. The dark spiral was the primer of Star Cast. It had a method to sense it. If there were dream realms or reverse flow river nearby, Fairy Myrtle would be able to sense it. In fact, Fang Yuan lacked precise control over dream realms and reverse flow river. Once the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies self-detonate, the dream realms would move on their own. Reverse flow river could only be used slightly. Be it dream realms or reverse flow river, as long as they were touched by the dark spiral, they would be destroyed. Star Cast would become unstable and fail. As long as Fairy Myrtle made the dark spiral bigger, she would be able to test if there were dream realms or reverse flow river around it. Using dream realms or reverse flow river as a trap is foolish. But what if Fang Yuan creates a new dream path killer move? He has Spring-Autumn Cicada. He has revived from his previous life. Chen Yi thought. But the truth was, Fang Yuan did not have any dream realms now. He had already used up all the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Refer to chapter 567 of this volume for details. Most of the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were used when Fang Yuan was escaping. That was why after the previous life's battle in Langya Blessed Land, Fang Yuan returned to southern border to fight for dream realms. Later on, Fang Yuan and Qi Chu Yu secretly transacted and obtained many dream realms. He started to accumulate pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. After that, when Fang Yuan ambushed Xia Cha and the rest, these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies contributed greatly. It could be said that Qi Chu Yu contributed greatly. It was because he secretly transacted with Fang Yuan that Fang Yuan had so many dream realms to use. If he relied on force, he would not have such efficiency. Chen Yi's guess was wrong. His mood became heavier. No, I need to break this immortal formation as soon as possible. The grim situation made Chen Yi make up his mind. He activated his trump card killer move, Karma Divine Tree. The Divine Tree was lush and green. Its canopy was like a pavilion. Green smoke rose and swayed with the wind. Karma Divine Tree was above him. All sorts of illusions and mazes were forced back by a large distance. Chen Yi's vision turned clear. The variant human goo immortals gasped in shock. This is the Karma Divine Tree Killer move that Elder Feng Yuan spoke of. The entire Super Gu formation's power is being repelled by this move. The mazes and illusions cannot stop Qin Yi. As expected of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's killer move. At the crucial moment, the immemorial Rock Dragon and Heavenly Giant Solar attacked Qin Yi from the left and right. The other variant Human Gu Immortals controlled the formation, trying to find a way to confuse Qin Yi again. Qin Yi snorted coldly. He did not fight the Rock Dragon or the Giant. He flew around and assessed the formation, trying to attack it. The immemorial Rock Dragon and Heavenly Giant Solar attacked Qin Yi, while Qin Yi defended passively. Karma Divine Tree displayed extremely strong defense. It blocked all of the attacks perfectly. The originally sparse Divine Tree was soon filled with fruits. These fruits flew out and hit the immemorial Rock Dragon and Heavenly Giant Solar, causing them to suffer the damage. Quickly stop Qin Yi, don't let him run around. Feng Yuan sensed the situation and quickly ordered. But the variant Human Gu Immortals were extremely busy. They could not use the formation's power to confuse Qin Yi. As for asking them to fight and risk their lives, that was impossible. Even though the variant Human Gu Immortals were allies, they cherished their lives. They hid inside the formation and did not come out if they could. In the previous life, when the formation broke, they had no choice but to enter the battlefield. Boom! With a loud sound, Qin Yi hit the crucial point. The formation space that was split in half was reconnected. Even though Qin Yi cultivated Woodpath, he was a rank 8 great expert after all. He could learn by analogy, and because he had been in contact with this super formation for a long time, he could see some of its profundities. Qin Yi saw Feng Jioge and shouted in shock, "Hold on, I'm here." It turned out that Feng Jioge was forced into a corner by Feng Yuan. The situation was extremely dangerous. Be careful. The enemy has a method to steal Gu worms. Feng Jioge also gave Qin Yi crucial information. Qin Yi's body shook. He thought of the battle in Divine Bean Palace. Western Desert Gu Immortal Swan Bujin directly stole the immortal Gu of legendary immemorial beast Qing Chou. They also have theft path methods. Qin Yi's heart jumped. He frowned deeply. But it was different from the previous life. Feng Yuan did not use the killer move Yama Emperor. Qin Yi connected the two. It was a natural reaction. There was no evidence to prove that Feng Yuan was Swan Bujin. There were many theft path methods in the 5 regions. Western Desert Swan Bujin had theft path methods. It was more likely that Langya Blessed Land had theft path killer moves. After all, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had once worked with Long Hair Ancestor to refine Gu. Qin Yi charged over. Feng Yuan smiled coldly as he faced him. He activated the reverse flow protection seal and started to prepare the Luo Pa seal. Feng Yuan's aura surged. 2 rank 8 killer moves? Qin Yi was shocked. His pupils shrunk. 1 for offense and 1 for defense. They complement each other perfectly. Damn it. Feng Yuan and Qin Yi fought, while the immemorial Rock Dragon and Heavenly Giant Solar went after Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge only had rank 7 cultivation level now. His immortal Gu had been stolen by Feng Yuan. His battle strength had fallen sharply. Facing the attacks of 2 rank 8 battle strengths, he was soon covered in injuries. Fate Armor Immortal Gu was forced to activate. Over at Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle's expression changed. Oh no! Fate Armor Immortal Gu is activated. Feng Jioge is in danger. What do we do? In the previous life, Fairy Myrtle and Feng Jioge were only separated by Yama Battlefield. Fairy Myrtle quickly unraveled the battlefield killer move and saved Feng Jioge. But in this life, Fairy Myrtle and Feng Jioge were very far apart. Meanwhile, Star Cast was only half done with preparation. Feng Jioge could not die. He was a Dao Guardian. Qin Yi knew Feng Jioge's importance, but he could not help. Feng Yuan was pestering him. Karma Divine Tree was very strong. It had both offense and defense. But Feng Yuan had 2 rank 8 killer moves. He was also very powerful. Time passed quickly. Fate Armor Immortal Gu's faint light dimmed gradually. Once the halo dissipated, Feng Jioge would lose his life. What do I do? Qin Yi was very anxious. At this moment, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's voice resounded in his ears. Watch closely. This is a combo move based on Karma Divine Tree, Karma Relocation. The killer move was activated, like a gust of wind, green smoke swayed with the wind, Karma Divine Tree seemed to be dancing in the wind. Feng Yuan quickly stopped the killer move. At the same time, he let out a sigh of relief. He was finally able to force this move out. With Karma Relocation, Chen Yi rampaged through the battlefield. Feng Yuan could only retreat. Chen Yi quickly gathered with Feng Jioge. Let's go back. This is my immortal goo. Remember to tell Lady Fairy Myrtle about the situation here. She will take revenge for me in the future. Chen Yi gave all the immortal goo that he could not use to Feng Jioge. At the next moment, Karma Relocation activated, sending Feng Jioge away. Even with the formation and Langya Blessed Land's aperture walls, they could not stop Feng Jioge from escaping. Karma Relocation was a rank 9 killer move after all. Feng Jioge, I let you escape this time, but that might not be the case next time. Feng Yuan's expression was normal. He knew Karma Relocation, he could not block this move. Earlier, when he separated Chen Yi and Feng Jioge, it was to guard against this killer move, but it did not work. Chen Yi and Feng Jioge were very shrewd, they had rich battle experience. Let's go, Feng Jioge, hand over your life, you can accompany Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Feng Yuan smiled sinisterly. Chen Yi smiled lightly. Senior Thunder Ghost True Monarch was killed by you guys after all. Come, even if I die, I will not let you off easily. Chen Yi knew that he was going to die, but he let go. Even though he was infatuated with power, he was also a member of the Celestial Court. As long as one was a member of the Celestial Court, they were not afraid of sacrifice. They faced death with equanimity. The process of killing Chen Yi was not easy, it was very difficult. The battle was in a stalemate for a long time. But eventually, Chen Yi died, his life was taken by Feng Yuan. He did not leave behind any immortal goo, but his remnant soul could not escape from Feng Yuan's demonic claws. The variant human goo immortals cheered for their victory, before crying out loud. They suffered heavy losses. Chen Yi killed many of their companions. Feng Yuan looked at Chen Yi's corpse as he sighed deeply, as expected of Chen Yi, as expected of a goo immortal of the Celestial Court. Next, he consoled the variant human goo immortals with deep sorrow. Your sacrifice was worth it, it was a glorious victory. Even a rank 8 goo immortal died at your hands, this battle achievement will shake heaven and earth. There were only 2 or 3 variant human goo immortals left, they were all heavily injured. Oh heavens, our losses this time are too severe. Langya Blessed Land suffered the least damage. They are all in formation, they are safe inside Heavenly Giant Sola. Strange, why did so many layers of the formation suddenly break apart? If not for this, we would not have lost so many people. Feng Yuan nodded. This should be Chen Yi's method. He is truly amazing, even I did not notice anything wrong. The variant human goo immortals heard this and their eyes turned red, they gritted their teeth. That's right, it was this old scoundrel. Killing him was too easy on him. His death is not to be regretted. Chapter 1775. Feng Yuan, come over and take a look, those Dao marks have changed again. The battle had just ended when Land Spirit of Langya transmitted. What? Feng Yuan was surprised. He quickly left the damaged super formation and went to the place where the change was. Feng Jioge left behind unfavorable Dao marks in many places, but they were the densest at the place where the dark whirlpool had just formed. Right now, even though there were not many unfavorable Dao marks in other places, there were changes. These Dao marks emitted a trace of blue light from time to time, they were like stars in the sky, shining brightly. Feng Yuan looked for a while before his expression turned grim. There is actually such a change. He had Wisdom Path Foundation and Star Path Attainment, he could see the effect of this change. It seems that Feng Jioge was sent back to Central Continent by Karma Relocation, or even to Fairy Myrtle's side. Thus, Fairy Myrtle obtained the information. Such a fast reaction. Feng Yuan felt some regret. In the earlier battle, he should not have dragged it out and created a situation where both sides were heavily injured. He should have attacked directly, not caring about the immortal essence expenditure to finish off Qin Yi quickly. Actually, even if he did that, it would not be fast. Karma Divine Tree had both offense and defense. It was truly outstanding. Without the variant human goo immortals using their lives to expend it, it would be very difficult for Qin Yi to die. Fang Yuan had a solemn expression. These Tao marks are changing. It should be cooperating with the Wisdom Path Great Expert of Celestial Court to locate Langya Blessed Land. We need to deal with it quickly, otherwise, it will be very dangerous. Land Spirit of Langya was very anxious. The Dark Whirlpool is easy to destroy, but these shining Tao marks are hard to get rid of. I tried it already. What is going on? At this time, the remaining variant human goo immortals flew over with different expressions. Fang Yuan ignored them. Thoughts were rumbling in his mind. His thoughts were like lightning, flickering continuously. Fairy Myrtle wants to confirm the location of Langya's blessed land. She's going to risk it one last time. This time, the Celestial Court's attack was a huge loss. It has completely angered her. The Langya Blessed Land has already been moved to the Pine Tail Ridge by the Land Spirit, but the prince's impatience is probably patrolling nearby, searching in the dark. I can't let Fairy Myrtle find out the true location of Langya Blessed Land. Otherwise, it would be terrible. Once their location was exposed, not only would Prince's impatience attack, Celestial Court's goo immortals would also reinforce them endlessly. Even if the Celestial Court failed, Fang Yuan would not be able to get away with it. Even if he won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. In the end, the Celestial Court was able to give up and expose the location of Langya Paradise to everyone. This hairy man's sacred ground would definitely attract countless greedy gazes. Longevity Heaven was the first to bear the brunt. What do we do? Fang Yuan racked his brains. Steam was rising from his head. The variant human goo immortals around him were also feeling anxious. They got the explanation from the Land Spirit of Langya and understood the severity of this matter. The Celestial Court is too terrifying. We used all our strength to kill 2 rank 8 goo immortals. We are still in danger. If we do not get rid of these Tao marks, Langya Blessed Land's location will be exposed. We will not be able to defend this place. That's right. Now, we can only rely on Lord Fang Yuan to think of a way. Even if the Land Spirit of Langya had a method to move the Blessed Land, with so many enemies around, they could not make such a huge move. The immortals could only hope for Fang Yuan. I got it. Fang Yuan's eyes shined as he spoke. You have a way? Land Spirit of Langya immediately called out. Quickly activate the refinement path formation. Use my method to refine these Tao marks. Fang Yuan quickly replied. In the previous life, after Fang Yuan obtained the refinement path true meaning, he thought of a way to deal with these Tao marks. That was to make a move when the immortal aperture was being moved. It could be easily resolved. But now that he thought about it, this was a trap. Prince's impatience was already hiding in the surroundings. Once Langya Blessed Land moved, the commotion would be huge. It would definitely be exposed. Prince's impatience and the other Celestial Court goo immortals would attack. Fang Yuan's method was to use the refinement path formation, a large number of rank 8 immortal materials, and refinement water to forcefully refine these harmful Tao marks. He did not think of this method in the previous life because when he deduced, he did not know about the existence of the refinement path formation and refinement water. By the time he knew, the battle was already over. He had stolen fixed immortal travel, and Longevity Heaven had arrived. Fang Yuan had no choice but to escape. Land Spirit of Langya was suppressed by Fang Yuan to begin with. After obtaining Fang Yuan's method, he did not hesitate, immediately activating the refinement path formation to deal with these harmful Tao marks. Rank 8 immortal materials were thrown into the formation. The variant human goo immortals had strange expressions, while the hairy man goo immortals' faces twitched. So many rank 8 immortal materials. This is immense wealth. Langya Blessed Land's foundation is actually so deep. This is simply the cheapest cabbage in the market. It is unimaginable. Land Spirit of Langya also felt a heartache. Elder Fang Yuan, Langya Blessed Land had accumulated these with great difficulty. Your refinement method is too crude. There is room for improvement. Maybe we can delay it for a while and refine this method. We can save a lot of immortal materials. No, trust me, we are in a dangerous situation. Even though the enemies are gone, we are not safe yet. We need to use every second we have. Feng Yuan did not say anything about the prince's impatience, because this was his guess. There was no proof. But Lan's spirit of Langya was already suppressed by Feng Yuan. He only followed Feng Yuan's lead. Feng Yuan's words sounded like suggestions and advice, but they were orders to him. He had to carry them out. All right, I will listen to you. Lan's spirit of Langya's reply was very direct. Feng Yuan's expression was grim. You guys can refine these harmful Dao marks. No matter how much refinement water you use, you don't need to feel sorry for it. I will enter the secret room and use wisdom path methods to block the celestial court. No one can disturb me. Whoever dares to disturb me is a spy in the celestial court. They will be killed without mercy. Feng Yuan's gaze was filled with killing intent as he looked around. The other Gu immortals felt a chill in their hearts. After giving a stern warning, he quickly flew into his cloud city and entered the secret room. Celestial Court, Central Great Hall. Fairy Myrtle sat cross-legged with her eyes closed. Her body was emitting intense purple light. This purple light filled the entire hall. It was vast like smoke, but also like surging tides. It had a grand aura. Feng Yuan's attack was soon detected by Fairy Myrtle. She frowned slightly before smiling coldly. You want to stop me? Star Constellation Chessboard. She immediately summoned Star Constellation Chessboard. Not long ago, Feng Jioga suddenly returned to the Celestial Court with heavy injuries, as well as the most precious information. After Fairy Myrtle learned about it, she knew that the dark spiral method was exposed. There was little hope of using it again. She settled for the next best thing, using the harmful Dao marks inside to deduce Langya Blessed Land's location in Loosetail Ridge. I have not lost this battle yet. Fairy Myrtle held back her anger. Chen Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch were most likely dead. Feng Jioga was on the verge of death. He was unconscious. Fairy Myrtle was in charge of this battle. She had a huge responsibility. She wanted to make up for her mistake. In the previous life, Longevity Heaven took action. It had great strength and came from Giant Sun Immortal. Celestial Court lost. Fairy Myrtle did not have such a huge reaction. But now, she lost to Feng Yuan and the variant human Gu Immortals. Be it Feng Yuan or the variant human Gu Immortals, the proud Celestial Court Gu Immortals could not accept such a humiliating defeat. Like Feng Yuan had guessed, Fairy Myrtle was completely enraged. She tried to deduce with all her strength. Ignoring the huge repercussions, she wanted to turn the situation around. Star Constellation Chessboard was a rank 8 Wisdom Path Immortal Gu House. It was a huge help. Fairy Myrtle quickly suppressed Feng Yuan. Her deduction speed continued to rise. In the previous life, even though Fairy Myrtle had such a method, Longevity Heaven had taken over Langya Blessed Land. Even if she used it, it was useless. But in this life, Feng Yuan won. Longevity Heaven did not appear. Fairy Myrtle still had a lot of hope. And Feng Jioga had used Fate Armor Immortal Gu. Even though it was only for a short period of time, it was an important clue. Fairy Myrtle was very confident in deducing Langya Blessed Land's location and defeating Feng Yuan from afar. Oh no! Feng Yuan felt like there was a huge mountain pressing on his heart. Fate Armor Immortal Gu's activation gave Fairy Myrtle the fatal weakness of Langya Blessed Land. Fairy Myrtle used this to prevent Feng Yuan from seeing any hope of stopping it. Even though I have many wisdom path methods, I do not have many high-level ones. Even though he had rank 9 wisdom Gu, Feng Yuan could only rely on the light of wisdom. He had rank 8 wisdom sword immortal Gu, but Feng Yuan did not have rank 8 immortal essence. He had attitude Gu, but in this short period of time, how could Feng Yuan create a wisdom path method that used attitude Gu as the core to resist Fairy Myrtle? Chapter 1776. Celestial Court. Central Great Hall. Purple light spread, surging and surging. Suddenly, the light turned sluggish. It was like a flowing river being blocked by a dam. Fairy Myrtle gasped in surprise, opening her eyes. Her deductions were progressing, success was in sight, but suddenly, there was a huge resistance. This was not normal, it was like she was pushing a wooden door earlier. The wooden door was already shaking, there was hope of pushing it open. Once it was pushed open, Fairy Myrtle would know the precise location of Langya Blessed Land. But now, this wooden door had suddenly turned into a heavy iron door. What is going on? Earlier, Feng Yuan clearly tried to stop me, but his wisdom path methods were not high enough, I could not resist him. But it suddenly worked, this method. Wait, I understand, he annexed Langya Blessed Land. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined with bright light, she thought of the answer. Fairy Myrtle had difficulty deducing Feng Yuan's location earlier. When Feng Yuan obtained the killer move Yama Emperor, there was even less hope of success. As long as Feng Yuan annexed Langya Blessed Land, it would become a part of the sovereign immortal aperture. Fairy Myrtle deduced Langya Blessed Land's location. Wasn't that the same as deducing Feng Yuan's location? Thus, Fairy Myrtle's deductions were all blocked by Feng Yuan's Yama Emperor. Feng Yuan's Yama Emperor killer move borrowed the power of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance, rank 9 killer move Ghostly Concealment. Thus, Fairy Myrtle felt a huge obstruction. Fairy Myrtle's thoughts flashed, her hands continued to move as she used several wisdom path methods. After some probing, Fairy Myrtle confirmed, this reaction is the same as when I deduced Feng Yuan. It seems he really annexed Langya Blessed Land. To annex a rank 7 Blessed Land, he needs Grandmaster attainment level. Feng Yuan's refinement path has also reached the Grandmaster realm? Fairy Myrtle realized that she had once again underestimated Feng Yuan. Her expression was gloomy. A small immortal aperture can only swallow a big one. What is Feng Yuan's immortal aperture? How could it swallow such a huge Langya Blessed Land? Fairy Myrtle still did not know the secret of the sovereign immortal aperture. She was inwardly shocked. Feng Yuan's foundation was already unfathomable. Damn it, Feng Yuan obtained the Langya Blessed Land and his foundation has skyrocketed. What were these variant human goo immortals doing? He actually let Feng Yuan swallow up his family's assets? These idiots! Fairy Myrtle gritted her teeth in anger. The variant human goo immortals like the hairy men were too disappointing. Wait, I'm afraid this is also Feng Yuan's plan. He is using these variant human goo immortals to deal with my celestial court. At the same time, he is using celestial court to weaken these variant human goo immortals. After the battle, these variant human goo immortals must have suffered heavy casualties. Thus, Feng Yuan forcefully annexed them. Who knows, he might even be using the crisis of my forceful deduction to deceive these variant human goo immortals into agreeing. Fairy Myrtle thought of many things at this moment. Feng Yuan had left a deep impression on her as a despicable and sinister person. It was not an exaggeration to think of Feng Yuan as a bad person. Fairy Myrtle felt very depressed. She felt that this attack on Langya Blessed Land was very likely to help Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan, I will not let you succeed. Prince's impatience. Fairy Myrtle's eyes were filled with anger. She immediately contacted Prince's Impatience, who was far away in northern plains. Prince's Impatience had already received orders to hide in Loosetail Ridge. His original plan was to cooperate with Celestial Court's goo immortals to attack Langya Blessed Land if there was a chance. Or when Northern Plains goo immortals sensed it, he would appear and stall for time. Prince's Impatience, Feng Yuan might appear. Quickly investigate and stall the target if you find him. Fairy Myrtle ordered. Understood. Prince's Impatience suddenly changed the topic. Wait, I found him. You need to be very careful alone. Fairy Myrtle quickly reminded him. Feng Yuan is crafty and sinister. The theft path immortal goo method might be from Langya sect, it might also be his. I have already sent goo immortals to infiltrate Northern Plains and reinforce you. But for the time being, you will not have any helpers. Prince's Impatience had a solemn expression. Understood. He was a rank 8 goo immortal. He had to be careful against a rank 7 goo immortal? But he did not feel that it was inappropriate or absurd, he felt that it was natural. Not just Prince's Impatience, Fairy Myrtle and the Celestial Court's goo immortals were the same. His earlier underestimation only showed his foolishness. Thunder Ghost True Monarch and Qin Yi died in battle. It proved that this demon Fang Yuan was not ordinary, he could not be judged with common sense. Others could be underestimated, but underestimating Fang Yuan was like going against oneself. He came after all. Fang Yuan flew in the air. He turned around and saw that Prince's impatience was already closing the distance between them. Annexing Langya Blessed Land caused quite a commotion. Fang Yuan's main body was exposed. Prince's impatience had been hiding nearby. He immediately sensed it and chased after him. Fang Yuan flew forward. He did not want to fight with Prince's impatience. After the battle earlier, his condition was not at his peak. He had expended a lot of immortal essence. At the same time, he had to be wary of Fairy Myrtle's deductions. Yama Emperor's killer move was stuck to his soul, concealing his traces and expending his soul foundation. Fang Yuan, where are you going? If you are a man, come back and fight me for 300 rounds. You coward, do you only know how to run? Behind him, Prince's impatience had an arrogant attitude. He scolded endlessly. But the truth was, Prince's impatience was very vigilant. He looked arrogant, but he had a good attitude. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. No matter how Prince's impatience provoked him, he was indifferent. Even if Fang Yuan was not at his peak, even if he only had rank 7 cultivation level, with reverse flow protection seal, Luo Seal, as well as Heavenly Giant Solar and the immemorial Rock Dragon, he could fight against Prince's impatience without being at a disadvantage. But what was the benefit? Fighting against Prince's impatience, if he was not careful, an accident could happen. After all, this was one of the 10 great fierce lands of Northern Plains, Loose Tail Ridge. Fang Yuan would expose all sorts of methods and precious information. His immortal essence expenditure would be even greater. Celestial Quartz reinforcements might appear during the battle. By then, the situation would have to be re-evaluated. The king would not mobilize because of anger. Be it righteous path or demonic path, if they could not control their emotions, no matter how great their temporary achievements were, they would still be clowns. I'm here, this is the place. Fang Yuan flew rapidly. When he saw a huge frost pool in the valley ahead, he was overjoyed. Prince's impatience had already attacked. He was behind Fang Yuan, attacking him indiscriminately. The two chased and fled. They quickly approached the frost pool. An astonishing wave was set off in the cold pond, and an immemorial frost serpent appeared. It had a single horn on its head. Its body was over 100 feet long. It was covered in layers of white scales. Once it appeared, the temperature in the surrounding 100 li plummeted. Tai Gu Han Jiao roared, warning Fang Yuan and Prince's impatience not to approach its territory. Fang Yuan was looking for this Tai Gu Han Jiao. Back when the land spirit of Langya moved its blessed land from Crescent Lake to Loose Tail Ridge, it did not tell Fang Yuan the exact location. It was a precaution against him. Now that the land spirit of Langya was suppressed by Fang Yuan, Langya Blessed Land's exact location and the surrounding forces were all under Fang Yuan's control. Tai Gu Han Jiao's warning was ineffective. Fang Yuan and Prince's impatience were still coming for it. It was furious. Its throat moved as it opened its mouth and breathed out endless frost breath. The frost breath was like a tide made of ice. It was pure white and flawless. Everywhere it went, it flickered with icy light. Fang Yuan activated reverse flow protection seal, his body submerging into the frost aura that filled the sky. Prince's impatience realized the situation was bad. It quickly chased after it. The frost breath covered the sky. It greatly interfered with Prince's impatience's investigative killer move. Fang Yuan had reverse flow protection seal. It could ensure his safety. As the frost breath passed, countless horse carriage-sized ice chunks fell from the sky. Prince's impatience was covered in flames. There was a layer of frost on its face as it floated in the sky. After blocking the frost breath, Prince's impatience did not feel smug. It was angry and anxious instead, because it had lost track of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan has familiar face. He has likely turned into an ice chunk and fell. Prince's impatience knew some important information. It was also very experienced. It immediately thought of the greatest possibility of Fang Yuan's disappearance. But it would not be easy for it to investigate Fang Yuan's true body now. especially when Tai Gu Hanjiao charged at him just as he was about to move. Stupid beast! Prince's impatience cursed in anger. Tai Gu Hanjiao had limited intelligence. When Fang Yuan disappeared, it subconsciously thought that Fang Yuan had been killed by it. The only thing left was the burning prince's impatience. Compared to Fang Yuan's rank 7 aura, Prince's impatience's rank 8 aura was overflowing. It was on the same level as Tai Gu Hanjiao. In Tai Gu Hanjiao's eyes, Fang Yuan was insignificant. The true threat was Prince's impatience. Boom boom boom. Prince's impatience had no choice but to fight Tai Gu Hanjiao. At the same time, he used this chance to investigate the ice chunks on the ground. He soon made a discovery. A piece of white ice fell into the cold pool, but it did not float up. Instead, it turned into an ancient Hanjiao and drilled towards the bottom of the cold pool. Fang Yuan, you can't escape. Prince's impatience immediately abandoned Tai Gu Hanjiao and charged towards the cold pool. Fang Yuan entered the cold pool and drilled downwards. Soon, he saw large numbers of Hanjiao. There were ancient Hanjiao and desolate beast Hanjiao. These were Hanjiao's big clans. These Hanjiao only looked at Fang Yuan curiously. They felt that he was one of them and did not have any desire to attack him. When Prince's impatience charged into the cold pool, his treatment was completely different. Many ancient Hanjiao charged towards him, but were burned into jerky by Prince's impatience. Ancient Hanjiao was in chaos. A small number of them became ferocious and attacked Prince's impatience, while most escaped in all directions. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He directly mixed in. Fang Yuan, come out if you have the guts. Prince's impatience lost track of Fang Yuan again. It roared in anger in the cold pool. The terrifying sound waves created turbulence in the cold pool. Tai Gu Hanjiao also roared in sorrow. Its descendants were slaughtered by human Gu immortals in front of it. Their blood dyed the cold pool red. This made it extremely furious. Chapter 1777. Prince's impatience was not willing to tangle with Tai Gu Hanjiao, so he focused on chasing and harassing Fang Yuan. Prince's impatience swam towards the depths of the cold pool. But soon, a second Tai Gu Hanjiao rose from the depths of the cold pool, blocking Prince's impatience. There are actually 2 Tai Gu Hanjiao hiding in this cold pool? Prince's impatience and Fang Yuan were extremely shocked. Prince's impatience was furious but helpless. He was temporarily trapped. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. Thus he entered the bottom of the cold pool and escaped from Prince's impatience's pursuit. He soon discovered to his surprise that there was a secret passage at the bottom of the cold pool that could connect to other places. Fang Yuan entered the secret passage and after swimming for a while, he arrived at an underground cold pool. This cold pool was calm and vast. There were a large number of Hanjiao living in it. So there is a tribe of such a scale. No wonder there are 2 Tai Gu Hanjiao. Oh no, there are 3 of them. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened. He discovered there was another Tai Gu Hanjiao here. This Tai Gu Hanjiao was entrenched at the shore of the cold pool, and when it heard the sounds of battle from above, it became more and more restless. It shook its head and growled. Finally unable to endure it, it dove into the cold pool and quickly went to reinforce its Tai Gu Hanjiao. 3 Tai Gu Hanjiao, TSK. Fang Yuan sympathized with Prince's impatience. Prince's impatience was in trouble. Of course, Tai Gu Hanjiao's intelligence could not compare to humans. It could not kill Prince's impatience. It might even die. Prince's impatience had great battle strength, because he had grown up in northern plains, becoming a rank 8 Gu immortal step by step. His battle achievements were outstanding. However, by the time the Prince's impatience got rid of the 3 Tai Gu Hanjiao, I would have already escaped. Fang Yuan went ashore and was about to leave when he suddenly stopped. He found a lot of Hanjiao eggs on the shore. Each of the Hanjiao eggs was the size of a millstone, and they were densely packed together, numbering in the hundreds and thousands. So Tai Gu Hanjiao was protecting the egg, so he didn't leave easily. Wait, what's this? Fang Yuan discovered a short stone pillar at the center of the egg. It was grayish-white in color and emitted a cold aura. This is a rank 8 immortal material, moon frost stone? It's such a big piece, it's definitely worth a fortune. Even with Fang Yuan's high standards, he felt a faint sense of joy in his heart. At this point, he finally understood why there were 3 Taigu Hanjiao in this Hanjiao tribe. He immediately took action, taking away the Moon Frost Stone and the thousands of Hanjiao eggs. My luck suppressed Prince's impatience and this Hanjiao tribe, thus I was chased by them. It was a blessing in disguise. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. Prince's impatience was not Feng Jioge. Without Feng Jioge's luck restraining him, Fang Yuan's luck immediately gained a miraculous effect. Prince's impatience failed to pester Fang Yuan, but instead helped Fang Yuan. Without him pestering the 3 Taigu Hanjiao, Fang Yuan would not have the chance to steal such a huge fortune. This was the power of luck path. I really need to thank Prince's impatience for his cooperation. Fang Yuan was secretly happy. He drilled into the ground and used fixed immortal travel to escape. Prince's impatience was still fighting with the 3 Taigu Hanjiao. Suddenly, the 3 primeval frost WMs received a message from the other frost WMs, and they knew that their eggs had been stolen. Instantly, they went berserk, and their eyes turned crimson red as they madly breathed frosty air from their mouths. Even the powerful Prince's impatience was almost stunned. They kept resisting and were in a sorry state. What's wrong with these stupid snakes? Why did they suddenly become so ferocious? Prince's impatience felt that it was strange. Sigh. I was delayed by these 3 beasts for so long. Fang Yuan must have escaped. My mission failed. Prince's impatience sighed inwardly. There was no helping it. Fang Yuan simply did not want to fight him. He was too slippery. Moreover, Fang Yuan had transformation path attainment. In a place like Loose Tail Ridge, Prince's impatience was at a huge disadvantage. Fang Yuan made use of this huge geographical advantage. When Gu immortals fought, they would only look at each other's killer moves, Immortal Gu and so on. They were all fools. Elites among Gu immortals were skilled at adapting to the environment. They could deduce each other's thoughts and emotions. Then come back. Fang Yuan is crafty. Your appearance is too coincidental. He might have already deduced your true identity. Fairy Myrtle transmitted. Prince's impatience was silent. He was very unwilling. But Fairy Myrtle was right. He could not underestimate Fang Yuan. When Prince's impatience attacked Fang Yuan, it meant that his identity was exposed. Retreat. Prince's impatience gritted his teeth, flying out of the icy pool. But the 3 Taigu Hanjiao chased after him relentlessly. What's going on? Are these 3 stupid snakes crazy? They are chasing me relentlessly. Prince's impatience felt very unlucky. He met with these 3 beasts. They were unreasonable and kept chasing him. You really think I can't deal with you? Prince's impatience was infuriated. Just as he was about to make a move, the surrounding mountain ridges emitted violent beast roars. Primordial desolate beasts revealed themselves and looked maliciously at Prince Feng Xian. They acknowledged the 3 Taigu Hanjiao. They had been neighbors for many years. But where did this human Gu immortal come from? He actually dared to invade Loose Tail Ridge. Prince's impatience's expression turned pale. Loose Tail Ridge was one of the 10 great fierce areas of northern plains. Even rank 8 Gu immortals had to be very careful when exploring it. I might cause a beast tide. I should retreat first. Prince's impatience's heart sank. He quickly retreated. He was caught off guard. Taigu Hanjiao's frost breath hit him. His body was covered in frost as he shivered. With a muffled sound, he was hit on the back by an ice ball created by Taigu Hanjiao. He staggered forward. He was in a sorry state. The 3 Taigu Hanjiao chased after Prince's impatience, but Prince's impatience had a dark expression. He did not dare to retaliate. He took all the attacks head-on as he spat out blood and escaped Loose Tail Ridge. 3 days later, the refinement path formation rumbled. The final trace of harmful Dao marks was eliminated. I finally succeeded. Land Spirit of Langya sighed. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air. He was finally safe. These 3 days, Fairy Myrtle had been making deductions. Fang Yuan felt a lot of pressure. Yama Emperor's killer move was very loyal, but it expended Fang Yuan's soul foundation. Compared to the previous life, my soul foundation has fallen greatly. To refine these harmful Dao marks, I lost a lot of rank 8 immortal materials. But compared to my gains, these losses are nothing. Feng Yuan evaluated this battle. Only when the harmful Dao marks were completely gone and Fairy Myrtle had nothing else to rely on, did this siege of Langya Blessed Land come to an end. Undeniably, Feng Yuan obtained a huge victory in this battle. His gains were huge. He was very satisfied. Basically, the entire battle was under his control. He did not deviate from his plans. This was the advantage of rebirth. Spring-autumn cicada's power was undeniable. Of course, without the support of Feng Yuan's own strength, no matter how many times a mortal was reborn, they could not change the overall situation. In essence, Spring-autumn cicada was a support-type goo. How much it could change after rebirth depended on the goo immortal's scheming and practical ability. But during this process, there were some accidents. For example, Feng Jioga used the killer move Karma Relocation to easily leave the battlefields. There was also another ability of harmful Dao marks. Fairy Myrtle gave up on the Dark Spiral and directly deduced Langya Blessed Land's location. I was caught off guard. This was information that Feng Yuan did not reveal in his previous life. Rebirth once could not let Feng Yuan see all of the enemy's trump cards. Especially when facing the Celestial Court, their foundation was too deep. Rebirth had an advantage, but it was not absolute. The enemy was not a fool. If you changed and became different from your previous life, the enemy would also quickly adjust and react differently. Fairy Myrtle forcefully deduced Langya Blessed Land, as well as the prince's impatience. Cooperation in the pursuit were clear proof. These were things that Feng Yuan had not experienced in his previous life. Before the battle, Feng Yuan had also considered this point. Thus, he chose to resist the Celestial Court and did not plot against Longevity Heaven. In his previous life, the land spirit of Langya could not win against them. It asked for help from Longevity Heaven, causing the Celestial Court to fail and Feng Yuan to escape. After Feng Yuan suppressed the land spirit of Langya, there was a very tempting choice in front of him. That was to make use of the previous agreement and purposely make the land spirit of Langya send help to Longevity Heaven. Then, using Langya Blessed Land as the battlefield, he would let the goo immortals of Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court fight to the death, and finally, Feng Yuan would strike at the right time and reap the benefits. But Feng Yuan thought about it and rejected this plan. It was too risky. Even though if the scheme succeeded, the benefits would be shocking. But the risk was too huge. Feng Yuan could not bear it. Don't forget, Spring-autumn cicada was still recovering. It could not be used now. Never underestimate your opponents. Be it Longevity Heaven or Celestial Court, these rank 8 experts were all shrewd and had deep foundations. If they were not careful, they would make a different choice from the previous life. They had too many methods. Changes would cause changes, and the bigger the change, the more unrecognizable it would be. Feng Yuan's strength was not enough. He could not control the situation in this battle. Thus, Feng Yuan chose to rely on himself to resist Celestial Court. This way, there would be fewer variables and he could control the situation. Even though some accidents happened, they were harmless. Feng Yuan obtained complete victory in the end. Everything in Langya sect belonged to Feng Yuan. Right now, the 3 hairy man continents were placed in Mini Eastern Sea by Feng Yuan. The refinement water used up a lot of energy. It was collected by Feng Yuan to form a small refinement sea that was moved to the westernmost part of Mini Eastern Sea, near Mini Central Continent. Langya Blessed Land's cloud cover continent was moved to Mini White Heaven by Feng Yuan. Langya sect's damaged immortal goo house refinement cauldron was taken away by Feng Yuan. He wanted to modify Great Thief Ghost Hand. The refinement path formation was left on Cloud Cover Continent. Luck Path Self Luck True Inheritance, Thieving Heaven and Steel Life True Inheritance, Long Hair Refinement Path True Inheritance. Feng Yuan would continue researching them in the future. 3 days have passed. I wonder what those variant human goo immortals are thinking. Land Spirit of Langya controlled the Long Hair Refinement Path formation to calm down as he said. Chapter 1778. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini White Heaven, cloud cover continent. What? You haven't decided yet? Fang Yuan's rank 6-time path clone represented his main body. He came to meet the variant human goo immortals who had survived the battle. Among these variant human goo immortals, there were Snowman goo immortal Bing Yuan, Rockman goo immortals Shi Zong and Shi Cheng, as well as Inkman goo immortal Mo Qi. Because of Fang Yuan's scheme, only these 4 variant human goo immortals were left. 3 days ago, after Fang Yuan got rid of Prince's impatience's pestering, he asked these 4 goo immortals to consider it carefully. He suggested that they join Langya sect and gave them 3 days to think about it. Now, 3 days had passed. Fang Yuan's time path clone and land spirit of Langya came together. Bing Yuan and the rest looked at each other. They did not speak, they had difficult expressions. Fang Yuan's time path clone snorted coldly in his heart, but he showed a warm smile on his face. He said warmly, "Everyone, if you have any thoughts, you can say them directly. We are all allies, we are family. Even though I am a rank 8 goo immortal now, my attitude towards you will not change." Fang Yuan used both the carrot and the stick. He pointed out the fact that he was a rank 8. He smiled sincerely, but his words were deep and profound. The 4 variant human goo immortals heard this and their expressions turned even uglier. Fang Yuan had put up the 3 rib bones of Thunder Ghost True Monarch for sale earlier. His reputation had already risen. The variant humans valued him highly. Right now, he was in charge of the situation. He had just repelled the invasion of Celestial Court. He even killed 2 rank 8 goo immortals of Celestial Court in front of the variant human goo immortals. Fang Yuan's reputation had risen by hundreds of times. In the hearts of the variant human goo immortals, he was like a towering mountain. His words before and after the battle were 2 completely different concepts. Every word was like a heavy mountain pressing down on the 4 variant human goo immortals' hearts. Seeing that the 4 immortals were silent, Fang Yuan smiled. "I am thinking for your sake. Now that you're participating in the defense, Feng Jioga has already escaped and the intelligence has been leaked. According to the Celestial Court's wisdom path attainment, they can definitely deduce your location. Staying here with me is the best choice for you." The 4 variant human goo immortals looked at each other with bitter expressions. Fang Yuan was right. However, once they joined the Langya sect, they would lose their freedom. This was completely different from the alliance of equals from before. Who would want to lose their freedom? Fang Yuan kept saying that he wanted to join the Langya sect. The 4 variant human goo immortals understood. Right now, the whole of Langya sect was annexed by Fang Yuan. Joining Langya sect was just a cover-up. The essence was to join Fang Yuan and become his subordinate. It was fine if Fang Yuan was a hairy man. Most importantly, he was a human goo immortal. The 4 variant human goo immortals were naturally not willing to submit to a human goo immortal. However, the current situation was very delicate, and the situation was pressing. If they did not agree to Fang Yuan, the consequences would be dire. The smile on Fang Yuan's clone's face faded. He said plainly, "Everyone, you are thinking too much. If I really want to harm you, I can just kill you directly. What strength do you have left to resist?" Fang Yuan's words were very direct. The 4 variant human goo immortals' expressions changed. They could not refute Fang Yuan's words. Fang Yuan's battle strength was definitely at rank 8 level, together with Heavenly Giant Solar, even if the Rockman tribe had 1 immemorial rock dragon left. So what? Fang Yuan's gaze swept around as he continued. "Even though I am a human demonic path goo immortal, I had no other choice. The Celestial Court wants to kill me. What else can I do other than resist? You are all my friends and family. I will not do anything to harm you. After joining the Langya sect, we will be able to unite even more closely. If we split up, the Celestial Court or Longevity Heaven will find trouble with you and weaken us." Fang Yuan's sincere words calmed the 4 variant human goo immortals down. Land Spirit of Langya, however, felt the chill in his heart. Master Fang Yuan makes it sound like he is telling the truth. He tried to harm them earlier. If not for Master, how could so many goo immortals from these 3 races die? If I tell them the truth, I wonder what expression these 4 variant human goo immortals will have? Actually, the 4 variant human goo immortals were not stupid. They were shrewd, they were able to lead their tribes to survive for so many years in the cracks of the human race. It showed their wisdom. They had suspicions and guesses towards Fang Yuan as well, but they kept these suspicions to themselves. They would not show it outside. The current Fang Yuan was simply too powerful. He had shocking battle strength and rank 8 cultivation level. He could roam the 5 regions unhindered. Even the celestial court was defeated. It would be even more difficult for anyone to punish him. Duke Long was an exception. There was no need to mention him. Facing such a Fang Yuan, the variant human Gu immortals felt fear but also a trace of reliance. If we join Fang Yuan, it should be more stable than before, right? The 4 variant human Gu immortals had such thoughts. It was just that the extent of their thoughts differed. As the saying went, a large tree was the best shade. Joining other human Gu immortals was too dangerous. But joining a person like Fang Yuan was also possible. If they knew that Fang Yuan was going to attack Central Continent and the Celestial Court in the future, who knew how they would feel? Since Lord Fang Yuan is inviting us so warmly, my snowman tribe believes in your sincerity, we will move our entire tribe and join Langya sect. After a moment of silence, the first to agree was the snowman Gu immortal Bing Yuan. This rank 7 Gu immortal was the great-grandmother of Fang Yuan's fiancé, Shui Er. With this relationship, she was closer to Fang Yuan in terms of status. She was the first to agree. With Bing Yuan breaking the deadlock, the other 3 Gu immortals quickly lowered their heads and agreed to join Fang Yuan as members of Langya sect. This was similar to the previous life. These variant human Gu immortals joined Langya sect. But in the previous life, longevity heaven forced them. They agreed without hesitation. But in this life, it was Fang Yuan who forced them. They thought about it for 3 days before agreeing. The leaders of the 3 variant humans agreed. Next, Fang Yuan's main body would go to the northern icy plain and Inkman City. He would exterminate the remaining variant humans there. Oh no, he would rescue them into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, the next day. At the northern end of Kokitahar, a male and female Gu immortal were floating in the sky, looking down at the ground. The male immortal had an ordinary appearance, but his eyes were dark and eerie. He had an extraordinary aura and majesty. It was Fang Yuan's split soul that had entered his previous body, forming a rank 6 time path clone. The female immortal was young and beautiful. She was tall and slender. She had blue eyes and hair. Her skin was smooth and jade-like. She had an exotic aura. She was a Gu immortal of the Snowman tribe, Fang Yuan's fiancé in name, Shui Er. Shui Er, my main body is not here yet. I can only use my clone to accompany you. You won't blame me, right? Fang Yuan's time path clone said apologetically and warmly. Shui Er blinked her large eyes, quickly saying, Fang Yuan, don't worry. Shui Er is not a girl who does not know the severity of the situation. With your clone accompanying me, Shui Er is already content. Shui Er lowered her attitude. Even though Fang Yuan's time path clone had the same cultivation level as her, rank 6, Fang Yuan's main body was a rank 8 Gu immortal. And now, the entire Snowman tribe was living in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Even her great-grandmother, Bing Yuan, had joined Fang Yuan. The time path clone saw Shui Er's attitude and nodded in satisfaction. Shui Er asked, but I wonder, why did you bring Shui Er here? Ah, I brought a gift for you. Shui Er, take a look below. Fang Yuan's time path clone said as he waved his hand. The icy mist spreading below immediately surged, revealing the mountain and the formation. Shui Er's lips opened slightly, showing a shocked expression. Ah, this is the snow crystal formation. It uses an ice path crystal essence and a large number of ice and snow path Gu worms to construct it. From now on, your snowman tribe will live here. Fang Yuan explained the benefits of this formation. The snow crystal formation had a huge range, covering an area of tens of thousands of square kilometers. It used the frost energy that the ice path crystal essence breathed out to cover every inch of the surrounding area, changing the environment and creating an environment suitable for the snowmen to live in. At the same time, it would produce snow monsters that coexisted with the snowmen, training each other. Shui Er, You and I are engaged. The snowman tribe is closer to me than the other 3 tribes. These last days, I have been thinking about how to make arrangements for our people. I thought about it and used all my strength to make deductions. I finally thought of this snow crystal formation. With this formation, our snowman tribe will have an excellent environment to live in. Saying so, the Time Path clone looked at Shui Er with a gentle gaze. Shui Er was overjoyed, her eyes were shining. Fang Yuan, you really put in a lot of effort. This is out of Shui Er's expectations. To speak the truth, yesterday, great-grandmother was still worried about how to make arrangements for our snowman tribe. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, taking the chance to hug Shui Er's shoulder. Shui Er's body froze. This was the first time she had done such an intimate action. Fang Yuan spoke again. Shui Er, from now on, you will be the owner of this formation. You will take care of our tribe. My sovereign immortal aperture does not have many things, but it has a lot of space. Let's develop. The more snowman tribe there is, the better. We will strive to be on par with the hairy man tribe. Shui Er heard this and her eyes turned red. She said with a choked voice, Fang Yuan, thank you so much. I had never thought that the snowman would one day be able to develop so openly on the surface of the earth. I won't let you down. Great-grandmother and Lord Bingzhuo will definitely be very excited and happy when they hear your arrangements. Fang Yuan took the chance to hug Shui Er. This time, Shui Er's body did not stiffen. She obediently leaned on Fang Yuan's chest. Her face was red. Fang Yuan said with deep emotions, actually, people have many misunderstandings about me. They say that I am despicable, shameless, cold and emotionless, but the truth is that they covet my immortal goo and my rebirth memories. They first put the blame on me before extorting and robbing me on the pretext of righteousness. My experience is very similar to the snowman tribe, so I deeply sympathize with them. I also understand you. Sigh, actually, I have not done well enough. The snow crystal formation lacks some ice and snow path immortal goo. It is not strong. At the same time, there is only one ice path crystal essence inside. If I can get more in the future, I will definitely replenish them here. Fang Yuan's words made Shui Er feel a sweet happiness. She said without hesitation, Fang Yuan, don't worry. Our snowman tribe has 2 ice path crystal essences in our storage. If great-grandmother hears about this, she will definitely use immortal goo to build our homeland. That would be great. Fang Yuan pretended to be pleasantly surprised as he laughed. Chapter 1779. The blue sky was clear and the white clouds were like snow. On the grassland of autumn, the wind was howling. Under the sunlight, the grassland undulated, creating waves of golden waves. Under the protection of these waves, there was a huge pitch-black city. If one looked from a bird's-eye view, this city had a grand layout and strict structure. The outer city walls seemed to be made of huge rocks. They were pitch-black like ink. The surface of the rocks was weathered by the wind and rain. They were engraved with the vicissitudes of time. The entire city wall was in the shape of a hexagon. It stood majestically on the grassland. The perimeter of the city wall was over 100 li. It was over 100 feet tall and several feet thick. It was grand and tall. When ordinary people stood on the grassland, they could see a huge pitch-black beast crawling in the lush grassland from far away. When standing close, they would have to look up at the tall city wall and the huge city gate. At every corner of the city wall, there were towers. There were countless holes for shooting arrows. Every few li, there was a wide path for horses to climb the city. In the city wall, there were also hidden weapon storage caves. To mortals, just the city wall was impregnable. During the imperial court contest in Northern Plains, this majestic city wall had blocked the Gu master armies over 10 times. It had never collapsed. After crossing the city wall, it was the bustling world inside the city. In this city, there were over 800,000 people, all kinds of Gu masters. The streets in the city were crisscrossed. There were many shops, palaces and houses. There was an endless flow of people and carriages. The city was bustling with noise and bustling. A special situation was, the ink men were the majority of the city's population. Walking on the streets and alleys, there were very few humans. Inkmen could be seen everywhere. This was a city that belonged to the Inkmen. In Northern Plains and even the 5 regions, it was unique. This was Inkman City. Rumble, a loud sound could be heard, followed by an intense earthquake. The peace and order of the city was broken. What is going on? Is the earth cracking? In recent years, there have been rumors that the earth will crack open and form a huge trench that can reach the earth's core. Save me, Mother. For a time, the city was in chaos. Countless mortals ran about in panic, and they were like chickens flying and dogs jumping about. Smoke and dust rose. Most of the buildings and city walls of Inkman City emitted a halo of light. Then, the Inkman City slowly rose into the sky and actually ascended into the sky. Oh my God! The Inkman City is flying. Could it be that the rumors are true? This Inkman City is actually a mortal goo house? Oh my God! Such a large mortal goo house is simply unheard of. The mortals were extremely shocked and aghast. Right at this time, an immortal killer move flew out, scattering into green light that covered the whole of Inkman City. Sleep for a while. Fong Yuan smiled faintly as he floated in the clouds. Beside him stood a male Inkman immortal. He was the Inkman City Lord, the king of Northern Plains Inkmen, rank 6 Gu immortal Mo Tan Sang. He was also one of the only 2 Gu immortals in Inkman City. Under Fong Yuan's wisdom path immortal move, the mortals of Inkman City fell into a deep slumber. The entire city became quiet. Inkman City shrunk, and after a while, it entered Fong Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. This Inkman City has over 800,000 people. It was created by the legendary Inkman Gu immortal Yi Yen back then and has been developing to this day. Central Continent has the number 1 human city, Emperor City. My Inkman City is equivalent to half of Emperor City. Fong Yuan recruited the Inkman Gu immortals. He naturally would not let go of the greatest foundation of the Inkmen. From today onwards, you are still the Inkman City Lord. Do your best to develop and nurture more Inkman Gu immortals. My sovereign immortal aperture has enough space for you to display your talents. Fong Yuan smiled as he said to Mo Tan Sang. Mo Tan Sang had an excited expression as he knelt down towards Fong Yuan. Mo Tan Sang is willing to assist Lord Fong Yuan with all my strength. I will do my best to govern Inkman City. You can go in too. Fong Yuan smiled lightly. Mo Tan Sang obediently entered Fong Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. He followed Inkman City and directly landed in mini Western Desert. Fong Yuan had already chosen the location. After Inkman City landed, the dust gradually dissipated as the sleeping crowd started to wake up. Mo Tan Sang methodically issued orders. He took charge of the situation and maintained the stability of Inkman City. Mo Tan Sang's emotions were actually very complex. But when facing Fong Yuan, he did not dare to show the slightest bit of arrogance. Mo Tan Sang had been in contact with Fong Yuan for a long time. At that time, Fong Yuan only had rank 6 cultivation level. Mo Tan Sang even tried to curry favor with Tai by Yunxing. He gave the latter the 9-cloud ring mortal killer move to befriend him. Right now, Tai by Yunxing was no longer in this world, while Fong Yuan had rank 8 cultivation level. With terrifying battle strength and impressive battle achievements, he could not even muster the slightest bit of resistance. When Fong Yuan came to take over Inkman City, Mo Tan Sang was informed in advance. He actively cooperated throughout the process. Fong Yuan smiled internally. Mo Tan Sang is a talent. I remember that in the 500 years of my previous life, this person led Inkman City. He nurtured many Inkman Gu immortals and cooperated with Ma Hongyun on equal terms. Using the 5 regions' chaotic war, not only did he raise his cultivation level, he even expanded the Inkman cities to hundreds of locations in Northern Plains. With him in charge of Inkman City, and with no hostile forces in mini Western Desert, his future development is bright. Mo Tan Sang was a very talented leader. Not only did he have unique foresight, he was decisive and daring. He could also adapt to circumstances. He could not be underestimated. As long as he was given a slight chance, he could make a comeback and even create a miracle. In other words, he was a smaller version of Wu Yong. But because of his variant human identity, he did not have a good cultivation environment. He had always been in a difficult situation. As long as he was given a platform, his development would not be like this. Fang Yuan was not worried about his growth, he was happy to see it happen. This was the magnanimity of an expert. It was also Fang Yuan's confidence. No matter how much Mo Tansang grew, Fang Yuan was confident that he could control him and make him work for him. Actually, there were many risks involved in relocating Inkman City. Celestial Court might set up an ambush. Or rather, Fairy Myrtle deduced that the participating Inkman Gu immortals came from Inkman City. She would definitely think that Fang Yuan would make a move against Inkman City. This way, even if Celestial Court did not make a move, as long as Fairy Myrtle informed Longevity Heaven of this news, Longevity Heaven would make a move against Fang Yuan. He would be in big trouble. But fortunately, Fang Yuan obtained Inkman City. Everything went smoothly without any problems. Fang Yuan's main body quickly retreated, while his time path clone remained beside Land Spirit of Langya. The long hair refinement path formation was operating. Land Spirit of Langya personally controlled the formation, reporting to Fang Yuan's clone. In another month, the seal on Langya's origin core will be completely removed. Fang Yuan's clone nodded slightly, inspecting the formation. Every immortal aperture, be it Blessed Land or Winter, would have an immortal aperture origin core. The immortal aperture origin core was the foundation of an immortal aperture. Developing the immortal aperture and annexing other immortal apertures would strengthen the immortal aperture origin core. If the immortal aperture origin core was damaged or extracted, the immortal aperture that was developed with great difficulty would regress, the space would shrink, the primeval energy would thin, and all living beings would wither. The immortal aperture origin core was like a spirit spring. Gu Immortal's immortal essence was condensed from the immortal aperture origin core. Lang Ya's immortal aperture was originally a rank 8 grotto heaven. The immortal aperture origin core was a milky white lump. After Long Hair Ancestor died, Lang Ya heavenly spirit could not resist the rank 8 calamities and tribulations. It spent many years to think of a solution. The heavenly spirit used a refinement path killer move to seal Lang Ya's origin core, causing it to fall by a level, becoming a vermilion rank 7 origin core. Lang Ya heavenly spirit thus fell to Land Spirit of Langya. But precisely because of this, the calamities and tribulations that Lang Ya's immortal aperture faced were all rank 7. Fang Yuan's current rank 8 was only a pseudo rank 8. The number of Dao marks had increased, but the immortal aperture origin core was still a vermilion origin core. Only when Lang Ya's origin core was completely unsealed and turned back into a milky white origin core would Fang Yuan absorb it and become a true rank 8 Gu immortal. The immortal aperture would become a grotto heaven and produce rank 8 white lychee immortal essence. This method of sealing the origin core and lowering the immortal aperture's level was very powerful. It had great significance. During peaceful times, most Gu immortals died from calamities and tribulations. For example, Hu Immortal died under the Blue Charm Shadow's tribulation, leaving behind Hu Immortal Blessed Land. If this method was used to lower one level, the Gu Immortal would be able to face calamities and tribulations calmly. They could even accumulate Dao marks and not be afraid of not being able to keep up with the pace of calamities and tribulations. Fang Yuan was very happy after obtaining this method. He praised Land Spirit of Langya. But Land Spirit of Langya told him, "I am only imitating. My main body obtained this method from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, while Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable obtained it from Limitless Demon Venerable's inheritance." The original version of this killer move was a rule path killer move. It was called One Step Back. Later, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable modified it greatly and turned it into a space path killer move called Sea and Sky. I only twisted it into refinement path. It is not an improvement or optimization, it is only a crude imitation. Thus, I did not have the face to change its name. I simply combined the names of the two and called it One Step Back. Sea and Sky are wide open. Fang Yuan heard this and sighed. To think that this method had such a huge origin and had such a long history. Immortal killer move. One step back, sea and sky are wide open. Evidently, this move was only a supplementary move, it was used to manage the immortal aperture and did not have any offensive power. But it was extremely useful, its value was so high that it could break through the heavens. If it was leaked, it would benefit the entire Gu Immortal world, the number of Gu Immortals would increase by several times, or even dozens of times. From this aspect, Feng Yuan could see the talent and strength of Limitless Demon Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. With this method, Limitless Demon Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable could easily pass their tribulations and accumulate Dao marks. This method had already broken the normal state of Gu Immortal cultivation. It swept away the pressure of calamities and tribulations and the situation of Gu Immortals running for their lives. They could do it with ease and ease. Then Limitless Demon Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable can accumulate rank 9 Dao marks before becoming venerable. Feng Yuan said this back then. Chapter 1780. Land Spirit of Languicide, continuing. Every venerable is an invincible person, they have shocking talent and talent, we cannot use common sense to judge them. This kind of underestimation is foolish to us, it is an insult to them. Feng Yuan nodded, he could not help but recall the battle in his previous life. Every venerable could easily change the situation, they could overturn all of the Gu Immortals' hard work. Think about how strong Duke Long was, but against a venerable's method he could not resist at all. In terms of Dao marks, the difference between rank 8 and rank 9 is not that huge. But the truth is, the gap between rank 8 and rank 9 Gu Immortals is so huge that it makes one feel despair. This is because people are different. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth, man is the spirit of all living beings. There are no invincible Gu worms or killer moves, only invincible people. Think about Limitless Demon Venerable, he had rank 8 Dao marks when he was rank 6, then when he became rank 9, how many Dao marks would he have? Feng Yuan felt that he could not estimate it. All cultivation conventions and common sense were not applicable to venerables. Red Lotus Demon Venerable could revive infinitely, Limitless Demon Venerable had a shocking number of Dao marks, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could influence history with her schemes. These venerables were unfathomable. At least for now, that was the situation for Feng Yuan. In fact, in the battle to defend Langya, Feng Yuan killed Thunder Ghost True Monarch and Chen Yi, he snatched Feng Jioga's fixed immortal travel. But what was the greatest result of the battle? It was a method that used up Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, Karma Relocation Killer move. In the previous life, Chen Yi relied on this move to defend infallible blessed land to gain some time. Feng Yuan, Wu Yong, and Bing Sichuan were forced to stop, they lost the final chance to turn the situation around. Now that I used up karma relocation, who knows how many methods these venerables have left. Maybe because of my rebirth, more venerable methods will be activated. Just by relying on the advantage of being reborn and accumulating, I will become even stronger than I was in my previous life. Even so, it's still not safe. Who knows if a venerable one's trick will suddenly appear at the crucial moment. If I want to destroy Fate Gu, I cannot rely on myself, I need to gather some venerable methods to be safe. Feng Yuan continued to devise a plan. A few days later, southern border, Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. This used to be the Shadow Sect's camp, which was occupied by Feng Yuan. Afterwards, southern border's Gu Immortals joined forces and surrounded this place. Feng Yuan self-detonated a large number of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to form a dream realm. He successfully stalled for time and escaped. Thus, a large number of dream realms were left behind here. Southern border's Gu Immortals set up a formation here to monitor and research the dream realms. Feng Yuan quietly arrived nearby. He activated a refinement path killer move, causing a drizzle to fall on the southern border Gu Immortals formation. The formation was activated to resist the drizzle. Who attacked me? With this formation, we are impregnable. That's right, anyone who wants to attack this place is delusional. The southern border Gu Immortals guarding this place were mainly Yang Sanmu, Chi Chiu, and Xia Fan. They immediately became vigilant against the mysterious attack. Soon, they easily discovered Feng Yuan. Fang Yuan did not have any intention to conceal himself. In fact, after using such an immortal killer move, his aura was constantly surging out. He could not conceal himself. Fang Yuan had only seen Wu Yong, who could perfectly conceal the killer move's aura. However, Fang Yuan still used familiar face to change his appearance. If he showed his true appearance, wouldn't the Gu Immortals guarding this place be terrified? A rank 7 Gu Immortal. But I don't know who he is. His aura belongs to Southern Border. He should be a secluded Gu Immortal. Inside the formation, Xia Fan could not discern Fang Yuan's true appearance. He guessed. Right now, Lang Ya's origin core had been completely unsealed and annexed by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had become a true rank 8 Gu Immortal. But he purposely disguised himself as a rank 7 Gu Immortal. His familiar face killer move had been greatly modified towards the end of his previous life. Right now, the Southern Border Gu Immortals could not find out the truth. To prevent the ink effect from getting stronger and to preserve his rebirth advantage, Fang Yuan chose to attack the defensive immortal formation like in his previous life. At the same time, he concealed his rank 8 cultivation level. One was to guard against the Celestial Court, the other was to lure the Southern Border Gu Immortals. According to his previous life's memories, if this continued, the Southern Border Gu Immortals would form groups to pursue Fang Yuan. If Fang Yuan exposed his rank 8 cultivation level, Xiacha would not be the only rank 8 Gu Immortal chasing after him. Fang Yuan had to show weakness to the enemy. The drizzle soon turned into a medium rain that seeped into the formation. Inside the formation, Chichio's expression changed. What refinement path killer move is this? It seems to be able to refine our formation. This cannot go on. Fang Yuan annexed Langya Blessed Land. He obtained the long hair refinement path true inheritance and a large number of immortal Gu. Among them were 3 rank 8 immortal Gu, water refinement, advanced refinement, and strong refinement. These 3 immortal Gu were refinement path Gu worms. They had no offensive power when used alone, they were only supplementary. Among them, strong refinement immortal Gu could directly refine other people's immortal Gu. It was the core of the immortal Gu house refinement cauldron, but it was taken away when Shadow Sect invaded. In this battle, the rank 8 heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus was also damaged. It fell to rank 7. Rank 8 advanced refinement immortal Gu had always been the core of the long hair refinement path formation. And rank 8 water refinement immortal Gu was hidden inside refinement water. All along, the land spirit of Langya had used this Gu and other supplementary Gu worms to form an immortal killer move, turning the refinement path and water path Dao marks of Langya Blessed Land into refinement water. The land spirit of Langya's plan was to accumulate the refinement water to a certain extent and form Refinement Sea. Refinement Sea was a man-made secluded domain of heaven and earth. Once one became an immortal, they would be able to replenish themselves endlessly. This was a huge plan. It expended a huge amount of refinement path Dao marks, resources, time, and resources. After Fang Yuan annexed Langya Blessed Land, he wisely set aside this plan and took out the water refinement immortal Gu for his own use. The killer move that Fang Yuan was using used rank 8 water refinement immortal Gu as the core. Fang Yuan used many supplementary Gu worms to conceal his rank 8 aura, pretending to be rank 7. This was a tactic to show weakness to the enemy. It's fine, how can such a rank 7 killer move break our formation? Chi Chio said proudly. This formation was created by Chi Clan. As a Chi Clan Gu immortal, Chi Chio had his own pride. He was very confident in his clan's immortal formation. Look, the formation is working on its own. We don't even need to do anything. It can perfectly counter the enemy. This refinement path killer move will fail. Chi Chio smiled. But soon, Chi Chio's smile vanished. The formation had already changed several times, but no matter how it changed, it could not do anything to the refinement path killer move. The moderate rain had already turned into heavy rain. As the rain poured, the formation was being corroded severely. Gu immortals reported from time to time, they had anxious expressions and tone, because a large number of mortal Gu were being refined by the enemy in the rain. And this formation could only work on its own, unless it was absolutely necessary. the Gu Immortals could not control it. This was a lesson that Southern Border's Gu Immortals learned from the Battle of Tian Mountain. To prevent a spy like Fang Yuan from infiltrating and manipulating the Immortal formation, they made this arrangement. Qi Qiu was helpless. He gritted his teeth as he said with a look of disbelief, "How can this be? What refinement path killer move is this? My clan's formation is actually useless against it." Qi Qiu was simply stunned. Normally speaking, refinement path did not have such an advantage over formation path. But Fang Yuan's formation path attainment was extremely high. And most importantly, Fang Yuan was very familiar with this defensive formation. In the previous life, this formation had caused a lot of trouble for Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan coerced and enticed Qi Qiu to compromise. Qi Qiu became the greatest spy in Southern Border. He told Fang Yuan about the details of this formation. Qi Qiu, this pitiful child, would never have thought that his formation was already transparent. All its details were exposed. And the traitor was his clan's first supreme elder. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated, not to mention that Fang Yuan was using a rank 8 killer move. After a while, the Southern Border Gu Immortals in the formation were like ants in a hot pot. They were panicking. What do we do? What do we do? The enemy's refinement speed is getting faster. Who is he? With such a killer move, no wonder he has the confidence to attack. The enemy's Gu refinement speed is getting faster. We cannot keep up with him. At the final moment, even if we can control the formation on our own, it will be too late. Qi Qiu wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Formation path is truly useless. Xia Fan snorted coldly. Qi Qiu glared at him. Xia Fan did not care. He looked at Yang Sanmu and suggested, "The urgent matter now is to send Gu Immortals out of the formation to disrupt the enemy's killer move. We will exchange Gu Worms and buy time to restore the formation." He was a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. He had the responsibility of making plans. Yang Sanmu nodded. As the leader, he had to stand up at this moment. "Then I will go. You guys will coordinate with me." Even though Fang Yuan was mysterious, Yang Sanmu was very confident. He was a Soul Path Gu Immortal, a famous rank 7 expert in Southern Border. And Refinement Path's advantage was in refining Gu. It was weaker than other paths in other aspects. Xia Fan had a joyful expression. "Maybe with Brother Yang's help, we can directly kill the enemy and win the battle." Yang Sanmu glanced at him before flying out of the formation. He approached Fang Yuan. "Let's fight." Yang Sanmu was defeated. How can he be so strong? Yang Sanmu was captured. A moment later, the formation was broken by Fang Yuan. Even though the formation had a teleportation ability, Fang Yuan used a refinement path method to refine it. He destroyed the formation's teleportation ability. Chapter 1781. Plunder Shadow Earth Trench's defensive formation was destroyed. Southern Border's super forces soon realized this fact. The righteous path was shaken. Plunder Shadow Earth Trench's Dream Realm was the largest gathering place of dream realms in Southern Border other than Tian Mountain. Every path had their own cultivation resources. Dream realms were evidently a unique resource for dream path cultivation. They contained all sorts of profundities of dream path. Immortal Yan's prophecy of 3 Venerables prophecy was deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. Gu Immortals knew that the future era was the era of dream path. Thus, every super force placed great importance on dream realms and guarded them strictly. Isn't the sweeping Shadow Grand formation falling too quickly? Who exactly did this? According to the information of the Gu Immortals in the formation and our investigations, there was only one enemy, and he is only a rank 7 Gu Immortal. Just a rank 7 Gu Immortal could destroy such a formation? And so quickly? This is strange indeed. Do you think that Demon Fang Yuan is here again? That's impossible, right? If it was Fang Yuan, why would the dream realms in Plunder Shadow Earth Trench remain? He has a method to turn dream realms into human form. Different from the previous life, Fang Yuan did not take away the dream realms in Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. He purposely left them behind. This action caused Southern Border's righteous path to think wildly. It concealed Fang Yuan's identity well. At once, Southern Border's Gu Immortals were guessing who the Gu Immortal who destroyed the formation was. Who had the guts to challenge Southern Border's righteous path? Who had such methods to easily destroy a super-immortal formation? What was this person's motive? To attack Southern Border's righteous path? To have enmity with the righteous path? Or to have some research on Dream Path and had already used the dream realms inside? Among all of Southern Border's righteous path members, the most depressed one was Chi Clan's first supreme elder, Chi Chuyu. Plunder Shadow Earth Trench's immortal formation had a secret passage. Chi Chuyu had purposely left it behind. To prevent the dream realms from being fought over in the future, he had planned ahead and left it behind. On the day that Fang Yuan attacked the formation, he quickly sensed it and hesitated whether to use this secret passage or not. After all, this was his dark thoughts. If he needlessly exposed it, it would damage his reputation in the Southern Border righteous faction. However, when he sensed something amiss and wanted to use the dark path, Fang Yuan's refinement path killer move had already destroyed this ability. Chi Chuyu was gloomy. In his previous life, after Fang Yuan's identity was exposed, he attacked the formation for a long time to no avail. Chi Chuyu made up his mind and had the time to secretly teleport into the formation. But in this life, Fang Yuan had annexed Langya Blessed Land, his strength had increased tremendously. Chi Chuyu did not have enough time to react. In reality, Chi Chuyu had a chance, but he hesitated and didn't grasp it. Of course, even if he were to teleport in front of Fang Yuan through the secret passage, Fang Yuan would not be afraid at all. Soon, Chi Chuyu became even more gloomy. That was because some rumors had started to spread from somewhere. They said that this time, the formation was breached so quickly that the righteous path had no time to send reinforcements. It was because there was a mole in the Chi family. Precisely because this mole leaked the formation's secret, the mysterious Gu Immortal was able to successfully take down the formation. This is a rumor. This is slander. My Chi clan will investigate this thoroughly. We will punish the person who spread this rumor. Chi Chuyu reacted quickly. He immediately spoke up and expressed his stance. But the rumors spread even more intensely. There were many versions of the story. Some were clearly nonsense, but some were reasonable. The righteous path Gu Immortals became even more suspicious. Chi Chuyu was furious. He had been feeling suffocated for the last few days. These rumors attacked him. His image that he had painstakingly built up was damaged. His reputation fell greatly. How can my Chi clan leak information? The mastermind behind this is truly sinister. Chi Chuyu appeared again and again, making statements. He felt regret in his heart. If he knew this, he would have taken the risk and directly teleported over. Even if that secret passage is exposed and I suffer criticism, I can still capture that mysterious enemy. But I can also capture that mysterious enemy and take him down. Chi Chuyu was very confident in himself, because in his opinion, the other party was a rank 7 Gu Immortal. Regarding this guess of his, other than the evidence of the information, Chi Chuyu also had his own way of discerning it. If the enemy was a rank 8, he could have just shown himself. Why would he hide like this and pretend to be mysterious? Some righteous path Gu Immortals consoled him, expressing their trust in Chi clan. But there were also some righteous path Gu Immortals, like Yang clan, who had never been on good terms with Chi clan, who spoke in an unfriendly tone. It's only human nature to steal what's in charge. Our Yang clan suffered the greatest losses. Yang Sanmu is an expert among rank 7s. He lost too quickly. This is not normal. It's obvious that someone leaked the detailed information. Some Yang clan Gu Immortals even asked Chi Chuyu, since Lord Chi Chuyu claims to be innocent, then the contents of the formation that were exposed in the rumors are all true. How do you explain this? Chi Chuyu was speechless. He was also very puzzled about this. He spoke righteously and firmly. There is no need to explain. Because the details of the formation are not only known by my Chi clan. In terms of suspects, any of the participating super clans might be involved. Saying that there was a traitor in Chi clan, this was too big of a scapegoat. Chi Chuyu swore to himself, even if he was beaten to death, he would not take this responsibility. If there is really a traitor, I will pull out his tendons and skin him alive. I will crush every single bone in his body. Chi Chuyu cursed. He hated the mysterious enemy, he hated the possibility of a traitor in Chi clan even more. The laughable thing was that there really was a traitor in Chi clan, and this traitor was himself. Of course, this was something that happened in Fang Yuan's previous life. Even Chi Chuyu himself did not know about it. In other words, he was in such a predicament because of himself. But no matter how Chi Chuyu tried to defend himself, no matter how he insisted on his stance, the rumors about Chi clan continued to spread and intensify. This situation, it seems that it is not just the enemy who broke the formation, there are likely other southern border forces adding fuel to the fire. Yang clan is definitely involved. Chi Chuyu was very angry, even with his rank 8 cultivation and formation path Great Grandmaster cultivation level, he was helpless in this situation. In the rules of the righteous path, cultivation level did not mean everything. There is only one way now, we need to capture the culprit. That's right. As long as I capture him and dig out the truth, I will make all of Southern Border's righteous path shut up. Chi Chuyu almost shouted, sigh. Return my innocence, return my reputation. Chapter 1782. Chi Chuyu was so old, he had to manage Chi clan's affairs, he was very worried. For the arrival of the Great Era, he even had to nurture a useless inheritor. Honestly speaking, Chi Chuyu did not have it easy, these rumors even caused trouble for him. Chi Chuyu held in his anger and sorrow, he gritted his teeth as he waited for Fang Yuan to jump out again. As the main culprit, Fang Yuan had been living peacefully these last few days, he was very content and peaceful. He was managing his immortal aperture. The immortal aperture was the foundation of a Gu immortal. If the immortal aperture was not managed well, no matter how strong the Gu immortal was, they would be rootless. Langya Blessed Land had already been fused into the sovereign immortal aperture. After the origin core was unsealed, Fang Yuan quickly annexed it. Fang Yuan asked the land spirit of Langya to take the lead, he also changed the alliance agreement with all the variant human Gu immortals. The new alliance agreement was very strict and binding, it confirmed Fang Yuan's supreme authority, the other variant human Gu immortals were his subordinates or subordinates. It also stated that all of the variant human immortal apertures would be fused into the sovereign immortal aperture after they were sacrificed. Thus, Fang Yuan's sovereign grotto heaven gained many blessed lands. These blessed lands came from the unlucky children who died at Qin Yi's hands during the Battle of Langya. The hairy man Gu immortals were shocked, but the land spirit of Langya had high prestige. With Sixth Hair's cooperation, they were appeased. The other variant human Gu immortals were even more unwilling, but Fang Yuan's strength was too high, they could not resist, they could only endure it. Of course, Fang Yuan was a scheming person, when he played political tricks, he was not inferior to Wu Yong. He also stipulated in the alliance agreement that he would nurture the variant humans with all his strength, he would not be biased. When the alliance agreement took effect, he gave these variant human Gu immortals a lot of benefits. Furthermore, he secretly brought a portion of the variant human Gu immortals to the Stone Lotus Island, to let them experience future self and broaden their horizons. The variant human Gu immortals were extremely shocked. They knew now that behind Fang Yuan was the most mysterious Red Lotus demon venerable in history. This time, they didn't even have the slightest intention of rebelling. Of course, Fang Yuan did not allow Shuang, Bingzhua, and the others to enjoy their future lives. According to the ink effect, Fang Yuan had already killed them in his previous life. They did not exist in the lower reaches of the River of Time, so they had no future. It was easy to deceive them, Fang Yuan told them directly. The Stone Lotus Island had a limit, future self needed to continue accumulating and preparing. In any case, according to the covenant, they had to be sincere to Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan could keep his secrets. This was, of course, unfair. But under Fang Yuan's carrot and stick tactics, these variant human Gu immortals could only submit. In fact, Fang Yuan really wanted to develop these mutants. There were three main reasons. Firstly, the more variant humans there were, the more lifespan Gu would be produced. On this point, it was not too early for Fang Yuan to plan ahead. Secondly, Fang Yuan began to attempt to comprehend the human path. Raising more humans and mutants would be of great help to his understanding of human Tao. Thirdly, it had to do with the racial inheritances of the variant humans. Back then, human immortal venerables and demon venerables appeared one after another. They suppressed and slaughtered the 10 great variant human races. The variant humans had a bleak future. They were filled with despair. The variant humans realized that the situation was bad. They worked together to set up their racial inheritances. They buried the essence of their race's treasures. They left it to their descendants. They also left a trace of hope. According to the understanding of the variant humans, Fate Gu belonged to the heavenly Tao. It took away surpluses and replenished deficits. They accepted human path will prevail, but it could not always be human path will prevail. The variant humans' understanding was not wrong, but they did not expect star constellation Immortal Venerable to be so shameless. She directly merged with the Tao. As a result, the human race always prevailed, while the variant humans were dumbfounded and suppressed. However, this was very beneficial to Fang Yuan. According to the information that Land Spirit of Langya revealed, when the number of variant human races and Gu immortals reaches a certain number, these racial inheritances will appear and be given to the variant humans, helping them to rise up and grow stronger. In history, the variant humans had never risen up, so most of these racial inheritances were preserved. According to the Land Spirit of Langya's guess, one of the hairy men's racial inheritances was Infallible Blessed Land. Infallible Blessed Land was on Hairy Foot Mountain, but even though the Celestial Court found it, it was extremely difficult to take it down. Even the Celestial Court, which had deep foundations and countless talents, could not do anything to Infallible Blessed Land. Eventually, they relied on human path methods and found another way to take some of Infallible Blessed Land's wealth. But none of the Celestial Court Gu immortals could truly step into this sealed Blessed Land. No one knew what it was like inside Infallible Paradise. In the previous life, even though Fang Yuan destroyed Hairy Foot Mountain, Infallible Blessed Land was still intact. All of this showed how mystical and profound Infallible Blessed Land was. It could also be seen how mysterious and extraordinary the racial inheritances of the variant humans were. This was also the reason why, even though Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel and modified the killer moves, he had not gone to Hairy Foot Mountain yet. According to his previous life's memories, at this time, the Celestial Court had not set up the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation on Hairy Foot Mountain. But even so, Fang Yuan could not do anything to Infallible Blessed Land even if he used fixed immortal travel to attack. The Celestial Court seems to have found a way to destroy Infallible Blessed Land, but I do not have it yet. Even if I do, would Fairy Myrtle not guard against this place? The risk of attacking it is too high. After careful consideration, Fang Yuan gave up on the idea of attacking Hairy Foot Mountain. This idea was too risky. He underestimated the enemy's intelligence. It also went against Fang Yuan's cautious nature. After annexing Langya Blessed Land, Fang Yuan's gains were huge. Not mentioning anything else, he had gained a lot of information. The variant human racial inheritances were an example. Langya Blessed Land had too long of a history. It had over 300,000 years of history. How long had it been since Fang Yuan became an immortal? Even if he added the 500 years of his previous life, it was not even 600 years. Langya Land Spirit knew a lot of historical secrets. Before he was annexed, he would not tell Fang Yuan everything, but now, he told him everything he knew. He did not hide anything. Several days later, southern border, above Contact Heart River bank. An emerald green glimmer quietly appeared, followed by green bubbles appearing one after another. The aura of a rank 7 killer move rippled and spread to the surroundings. This aura? The one guarding Contact Heart River bank was a rank 6 Gu immortal from Chi clan. He was controlling the formation and quickly sensed the killer move's aura. But before he could do anything, the emerald green bubbles collapsed on their own. Every bubble that burst would emit a dense green light that spread like flowing water. A large number of bubbles dissipated, replaced by a large lump of dense jade green light. The flowing light emitted a dazzling light that could not be looked at directly. The strong light disappeared as quickly as it came. When the green light disappeared without a trace, a figure appeared in midair. He wore a green robe, his face was like jade, his nose bridge was tall, he was almost beautiful. His skin was white as snow, his eyes were deep like an abyss, his hair was like a waterfall that reached his waist, it was black and shiny. The Chi clan rank 6 Gu immortal guarding this place opened his mouth wide like a toad as he felt a chill in his heart. His body was covered in cold sweat. Fong Yuan? Ever since Fong Yuan escaped from Thunder Ghost True Monarch's pursuit and lost 3 of her rib bones in jewel yellow skies, his reputation surpassed Fong Jioga. He became the publicly recognized number 1 rank 7, he had battle strength that could match rank 8. After the Battle of Langya Blessed Land, Celestial Court lost. Even though Fairy Myrtle concealed the news of Qin Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch's deaths, she took responsibility. She announced the failure of Celestial Court in invading Langya Blessed Land to the public. The video of Fong Jioga being chased by Fong Yuan and having half of his immortal Gu stolen was placed in jewel yellow skies by her. Thus, everyone knew, Fong Yuan not only had rank 7 fixed immortal travel Gu again, he even annexed Langya Blessed Land, he might even have a method to steal immortal Gu. After defeating Fong Jioga, Fong Yuan's reputation was consolidated, he even surpassed him, he became the topic of conversation among Gu immortals. Chi clan's rank 6 Gu immortals saw the great demon Fong Yuan, how could he dare to stay? Faster, 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 faster. He immediately activated the formation and teleported away, escaping without a trace. Fong Yuan was still savoring the immortal killer move from earlier, Jade Flow Pearl. This killer move used rank 7 fixed immortal travel as the core, it used almost all of Fong Yuan's Space Path Immortal Gu, many Refinement Path Immortal Gu, and a large number of supplementary Mortal Gu to create it. Fong Yuan annexed Langya Blessed Land and became rank 8, his Dao marks increased greatly, rank 7 fixed immortal travel Immortal Gu alone could not move him. Only by creating a killer move and increasing its power could he barely teleport out. In the previous life, he had also created a Space Path killer move, using fixed immortal travel as the core to move his rank 8 cultivation level. But Jade Flow Pearl was very different from the previous life's killer move. In the previous life, fixed immortal travel was a Space Path killer move, but in this life, it was a compound killer move of Space Path and Refinement Path. One reason was that in the previous life, fixed immortal travel was created by Fong Yuan after extorting Southern Border's Righteous Path and extorting many specific rank 7 Space Path Immortal Gu. But in this life, Fong Yuan had not even ambushed Xia Cha, not to mention extorting Southern Border's Righteous Path Gu Immortals. Fong Yuan's Space Path Immortal Gu were mostly from Langya Blessed Land's inventory, they were mostly rank 6 and were not systematic. Fong Yuan simply combined it with Refinement Path Immortal Gu and modified it greatly. With the power of Refinement Path, Fong Yuan's Refinement Path Dao marks were no longer a burden for teleportation. This was the benefit of compound killer moves. But compound killer moves were much harder to deduce. Fong Yuan could succeed quickly because he had quasi-supreme Refinement Path attainment level and the light of wisdom. Fong Yuan suppressed the thoughts in his mind as he looked down. In an area of several hundred li, there were tall mountains and valleys. Below him was a flat land. It was about 100 square kilometers in size and was shrouded in fog. Fong Yuan pointed with his finger, dragons flew out with a fierce and grand aura. It was a mortal killer move, Myriad Dragon. Fong Yuan had also refined Myriad Self-Immortal Gu. It was very convenient to use Myriad Dragon. The 10,000 dragons charged into the smoke and easily tore apart the protective array below. Like in the previous life, the Chi clan Gu immortals guarding the formation had already escaped. Fong Yuan smiled, this was within his expectations, it was also one of the reasons why he exposed his identity. His previous life's memories made him understand the cowardice of Chi clan's Gu immortals. This time, he was just imitating them, the effect was still good. Of course, Fong Yuan had to expose his identity. Chapter 1783. A shallow deep blue lake was surrounded by lush green mountains, It was as quiet as a gem. The lake was surrounded by pure white and round stones that formed the riverbank. This was Southern Borders Chi clan's mid-sized resource, Contact Heart River Bank. Fang Yuan took all the goo worms inside into his immortal aperture. There were over 3,000 Contact Heart goo, 50,000 rank 4 goo, and 1,000,000 Contact Heart goo below rank 3. He used Strength Path Immortal Goo pulling water. Like in the previous life, pulling water Immortal Goo was still rank 6. In just a moment, the river water was like silk, picked up by a formless giant hand. It was sent into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Contact Heart River Bank had a special environment. It was filled with Wisdom Path Dao marks. Of course, there were also Earth Path, Water Path, Wood Path, and other Dao marks as the foundation, but the quantity was far from the Wisdom Path Dao marks. The river water that Fang Yuan took had a dense amount of Wisdom Path Dao marks. But most of the Wisdom Path Dao marks were still in the surrounding soil. Fang Yuan could not do anything about it. He lacked methods to pluck the soil. The soil here was not ordinary soil. He needed at least a rank 7 peak Earth Path method. Because he needed to overcome the Wisdom Path Dao marks in the soil. And this method needed to be ingenious. It could not destroy the Wisdom Path Dao marks in the soil. If the Wisdom Path Dao marks were destroyed, the value of the soil would be very low. It would be like a painting that was messed up. It would be no different from scrawling. Methods were needed to plunder and move natural cultivation resources, but destroying them was relatively easy. This was like how Celestial Court attacked Infallible Blessed Land. Celestial Court had methods to destroy Infallible Blessed Land, but to extract the Success Dao marks, they would need to spend a lot of effort and use Human Path Immortal moves to report the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. It was a waste of time and effort. News of Fang Yuan's appearance and plundering Contact Heart River Bank soon spread to Chi Chuyu. Chi Chuyu had some hope at first. Is the information true? Very soon, the little bit of luck in his heart was smashed away. Because the Immortal Killer move that was suspected to be made from fixed immortal travel, as well as Fang Yuan's famous Myriad Dragon Killer move, were the best evidence. Why would Fang Yuan suddenly appear at Contact Heart River Bank? Chi Chuyu's eyes twitched. Does he need large amounts of Contact Heart goo? Although Fang Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation, he was not an ordinary rank 7. He could fight rank 8, he was a special case. Chi Chuyu thought of the scene in Jewel Yellow Skies. Right now, Fang Yuan has regained rank 7 fixed immortal travel immortal goo, and seems to have a method to steal immortal goo. If he wholeheartedly wants to make things difficult for our Chi clan, then it would be troublesome. Chi Chuyu sighed internally. He had to admit that Fang Yuan was a big problem. Fixed immortal travel could allow Fang Yuan to move freely, but special methods were needed to restrain it. Fang Yuan had rank 8 battle strength, thus, most of Chi clan's goo immortals could not fight casually. Chi Chuyu had to fight alone, or use a rank 7 immortal goo house. This way, even if Chi clan was a super force, they could only bring out a limited amount of strength. As for the theft path method, it should not be Fang Yuan's ability. Previously, Fang Yuan did not display this method, and back then, Long Hair Ancestor and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable worked together to refine goo. Langya Blessed Land has a Thieving Heaven true inheritance. Fang Yuan used Langya Blessed Land's foundation to resist the invasion of Celestial Court. Fang Yuan annexed Langya Blessed Land. He will need some time to grasp the Thieving Heaven true inheritance. Chi Chuyu estimated. He felt that his luck was not good recently. Fang Yuan suddenly appeared and went to find trouble with Chi clan. This was not bad luck, what was? Even though Fang Yuan was a huge headache for Chi Chuyu, he had to fight. Chi clan's benefits, his righteous path identity, and the dignity of a rank 8 goo immortal, he had to go and defeat Fang Yuan as soon as possible. Chi Chuyu went out personally, manipulating Great Space Temple as he moved to Contact Heart River Bank as quickly as possible. The formation was destroyed. It was in a mess and was in ruins. A vast number of goo worms were gone. Contact Heart River Bank no longer had the vitality it had before. The river water was gone. The river bank was dried up. It was a terrible sight. Even the rocks on the riverbank mountain were gone. They were all taken away by Fang Yuan and looted clean. Chi Chuyu's expression was dark. The other Qi clan Gu immortals were cursing loudly, cursing Fang Yuan and his 18 generations of kin. This demon is too daring. This is our clan's mid-sized resource point. After being plundered, it suffered huge losses. It will take years to recover. Sigh. Cursing Fang Yuan's 18 generations of ancestors is useless. He is an otherworldly demon. His kin in this world were all killed by him. Qi clan's Gu immortals' cursing gradually subsided. The grim situation made them frown deeply. Contact Heart River Bank was destroyed, but the foundation was still there, because Fang Yuan could not take this land away. But the problem was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was still alive. Would he appear again? Attack Qi clan again? Qi clan's Gu immortals could not understand why Fang Yuan suddenly attacked Contact Heart River Bank. Wait, was the mysterious Gu immortal who attacked Plunder Shadow Earth Trench and destroyed the formation Fang Yuan? Someone asked. It is possible. After all, they are both rank 7 Gu immortals with extraordinary strength. Fang Yuan has high formation path attainment. He has the ability to destroy 2 formations. Furthermore, he annexed Langya Blessed Land. He has refinement path immortal Gu. Didn't that mysterious Gu immortal use a refinement path killer move? But if that mysterious Gu immortal is Fang Yuan, why did he conceal his appearance when attacking Plunder Shadow Earth Trench? Why did you take the initiative to reveal your true face when you attacked our heart-immersing river beach? Many Qi clan Gu immortals scratched their heads. They could not understand. Firstly, there was no evidence to prove that the mysterious Gu immortal and Fang Yuan were the same person. Secondly, Fang Yuan's motive for attacking Contact Heart River Bank was unknown. Nobody knew what he was up to. First Supreme Elder, what do we do now? Qi clan's Gu immortals could not come up with anything. They could only ask Qi Chuyu. Qi Chuyu's expression eased a little. He was already cursing internally. He wanted to know what Fang Yuan was up to. They rushed here, but Fang Yuan was already gone. Qi Chuyu was in an awkward situation. He was in a passive position. But on the surface, he had to maintain his dignity as the leader of Qi clan. Don't panic, investigate the scene first and gather clues. Even if Fang Yuan escapes now, our Qi clan will remember this debt. We will make him pay 1,000 times over one day. Yes, Lord. Qi clan's Gu immortals received the order and left. The huge Great Space Temple floated in the air. It did not conceal its grand aura. It displayed Qi clan's prestige. After a while, the Gu immortals who left came back with expressions of regret. Fang Yuan's actions were too clean. He did not leave behind any valuable clues. Even if there were some clues, could they deduce anything from him? Qi Chuyu did not have much hope, because even the Celestial Court could not do anything to Fang Yuan. Qi clan was proficient in Formation Path. They were weak in Information Path and Wisdom Path. If Qi clan wants to get back at us, we will have to spend a lot of money to hire an Information Path grade expert to gather information and clues, and then hire a Wisdom Path grade expert to deduce. Next, we will have to set up an ambush to attack Fang Yuan and fight with Fang Yuan. Sigh. Qi Chuyu sighed internally. He felt dejected just thinking about this process. Because the price was too high, the risk was too high, and the gains were not obvious. The Information Path and Wisdom Path grade experts that could deal with Fang Yuan could only be rank 8 Gu immortals. Qi clan would have to pay a huge price to hire such a person for help. After finding Fang Yuan, Qi clan would have to fight with Fang Yuan. Whether or not they could take care of Fang Yuan was another matter entirely. Thunder Ghost True Monarch wanted to take care of Fang Yuan. Her 3 rib bones were hanging in jewel yellow skies. The Celestial Court wanted to invade Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan annexed Langya Blessed Land. Feng Jioga's immortal Gu were stolen by Fang Yuan. Fairy Myrtle took the initiative to admit her defeat and take responsibility. What did Qi clan have? Yes, Qi clan was a super force, but how could it compare to the Celestial Court? Even the Celestial Court could not do anything to Fang Yuan. Even if Fairy Myrtle hated Fang Yuan to the bone, what could she do? Even though Fang Yuan is alone, he cultivates many paths. He has no shortcomings. He was cunning and sinister, cruel and ruthless. Even the Wu family's Wu Yong was fooled by him. Earlier, when Southern Border's Righteous Path joined forces to hunt him down, he escaped. I want to bring Qi clan to find trouble with him? E. Chi Chu Yu was furious internally, but he was also helpless and sorrowful. Fang Yuan had grown too quickly. Chi Chu Yu felt deep wariness towards him. Even though Fang Yuan only has rank 7 cultivation level, he is more troublesome than ordinary rank 8 Gu immortals. Ordinary rank 8 Gu immortals only cultivate one path. They do not have deep wisdom path attainment or fixed immortal travel. If Fang Yuan stops now and does not touch my Qi clan's resources, we can forget about this matter. Chi Chu Yu sighed internally. He had already decided to stop. Contact Heart River Bank was lost, but the foundation was still there. It could still be managed. To put it bluntly, it was just a mid-sized resource area. Qi clan could afford it. Of course, on the surface, I need to be furious and emotional. I need to speak righteously and make a huge commotion. I cannot tarnish Qi clan's reputation. But secretly, I need to restrain my clan's Gu immortals and be on guard. I need to focus on management and cultivation. If during this period Fang Yuan goes after other forces' resources, that would be the best. A moment later, Chi Chu Yu made up his mind. He convinced himself. It was not easy to make a great rank 8 Gu immortal lead a super force to lower their heads to Fang Yuan. But Chi Chu Yu was a wise leader. He knew how to look at the big picture. There was no benefit in fighting a person like Fang Yuan. If Qi clan mobilized their entire clan and went all out, they could cause huge trouble to Fang Yuan. They could even threaten his life. But Qi clan would also pay a huge price. It could even be a terrible price. If this happened in Northern Plains, the entire clan might be enraged. They would just attack without thinking. But in Southern Border, if they remained calm, wouldn't they be able to live? Even if we lost a mid-sized resource point, our Qi clan still has other mid-sized resource points, and even more small, large, and giant resource points. We can still live well. They might lose some face, but they still had some substance. The most important thing would be to rot first. If Qi clan went all out against Fang Yuan and harmed themselves, both sides would suffer losses. The other super forces would reap the benefits. What would they do? Chi Chu Yu let out a breath of air. It was as if he wanted to exhale all the anger and frustration in his heart. His mood gradually calmed down. Report. Fang Yuan has appeared in our clan's Cloud Bamboo Mountain range again. He destroyed the formation. 2 of our Gu immortals were forced to retreat. Now, Fang Yuan is plundering all sorts of resources. Among them is a newly formed Wildwood Path Immortal Gu. Chi Chu Yu heard this and his expression froze. His heart that had just calmed down was instantly filled with surging anger. Chapter 1784. Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. Fang Yuan floated in the air, using his immortal level enslavement path killer moves everywhere. It had hit. The desolate beast cloud foxes struggled intensely in the light of the killer moves. They growled with pained expressions. But soon, their resistance weakened. They stopped moving and stayed on the spot, lowering their heads towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled as he opened his immortal aperture's entrance. The cloud foxes entered obediently. Not just the cloud foxes, a vast number of other living beings could not escape from Fang Yuan's demonic claws. Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range was a huge resource point. It was filled with dense cloud path Dao marks. Desolate beasts and desolate plants were very common. Even ancient desolate beasts could be found here. Fang Yuan quickly searched. With his previous life's memories, he knew the locations of these desolate beasts and desolate plants. Soon, he obtained 7 desolate beast cloud foxes and 11 desolate plants of 3 types: cloud chi root, white hair ginseng, and spear tip bamboo. There was also a rank 7 immortal material that emitted 7-colored cloud soil. It was huge. I have plenty of time. Fang Yuan calculated the time. In the previous life, he spent a lot of time just searching for these. But because this was his second time, he was very familiar with it. He did it quickly. He saved a lot of time. In the previous life, I only searched roughly. There are many places in this mountain range that I did not touch. Fang Yuan searched the unfamiliar territory. He found another desolate beast cloud fox. He was using an enslavement path killer move to suppress it when Land Spirit of Langya transmitted from his immortal aperture, reporting to Master. We have already investigated this newly obtained wood path immortal goo. It is a rank 6 wood path immortal goo. It is called mature bamboo. Goo were the essence of heaven and earth. Undeniably, mature bamboo immortal goo was the most valuable treasure in Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. In the previous life, Feng Yuan was obstructed by Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range's formation. He could not make it in time. The two Qi clan goo immortals guarding this place were very decisive. Before escaping, they destroyed the wild immortal goo that was about to form. But in this life, Feng Yuan paid attention to this point. The moment he attacked, he broke the formation and obtained the wild immortal goo that had yet to take form. The two Qi clan goo immortals were stunned. The formation was broken by Feng Yuan too quickly. In his previous life, this formation had been able to hold off Feng Yuan for a while. However, since Feng Yuan had broken through this formation in his previous life, he understood the principles behind this formation. In this life, he could easily break through it. Feng Yuan obtained it for a while. The wild immortal goo had just formed when he refined it on the spot. Mature bamboo immortal goo was only the size of a thumb. Its body was long and flat, and its chest and back were flat, covering its head. The head is narrow. The eyes were hemispherical. Feng Yuan had once played with it in his hands. Its body and elytra were very soft, and there were 6 abdominal plates on its abdomen. The tip of its tail shone with a dark green radiance. All in all, mature bamboo immortal goo was a firefly that emitted dark green light. Not bad, not bad. This immortal goo suits me. Feng Yuan showed slight joy on his face. After killing Chen Yi, Feng Yuan obtained his soul and had been soul-searching it. Chen Yi was the first supreme elder of Heavenly Lotus Sect. He had obtained a Genesis Lotus True Inheritance when he was young, Karma Divine Tree. In the battle in Langya Blessed Land, he obtained another Genesis Lotus True Inheritance, Karma Relocation. Thus, Feng Yuan had 2 Genesis Lotus True Inheritances. But the foundation of Karma Relocation was Karma Divine Tree. The core immortal goo of these 2 killer moves, other than Rule Path immortal goo cause and effect, were some would attribute goo. Chen Yi died, his phantom aperture dissipated, the goo worms inside were destroyed by him. Feng Yuan wanted to cultivate Genesis Lotus True Inheritances. He needed to prepare his own goo worms. Mortal goo could be dealt with, but immortal goo needed to be prepared. Mature bamboo immortal goo was evidently a wood attribute goo. It could be used to cultivate Genesis Lotus True Inheritances. When Chi Chu Yu controlled Great Space Temple and arrived at Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range, Feng Yuan was long gone. Qi Clan's goo immortals looked at Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range in a daze. Many people stared with wide-opened eyes, showing expressions of disbelief. It is completely bare. Is this still Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range? Where is our beautiful and prosperous Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range? An old goo immortal almost coughed out blood. He said with a trembling voice, I had once guarded this place for a period of time, managing the mountain range. I put in a lot of effort. To think that Feng Yuan would get his hands on it. Feng Yuan, you demon, I will never forgive you. Someone thought about it, saying with a heavy tone, the ordinary cloud bamboos we planted here are huge. We need to use an exquisite wood path killer move to quickly harvest them. Feng Yuan clearly came prepared. In the previous life, Feng Yuan lacked wood path methods. He left a vast number of ordinary cloud bamboos on the mountain and only took the desolate plants. But in this life, he had the advantage of rebirth. He naturally made ample preparations. To harvest the cloud bamboos, Feng Yuan designed a wood path immortal move. Even though his wood path attainment level was not high, using the light of wisdom, he could deduce a rank 6 killer move that targeted mortal materials. He annexed Langya Blessed Land and obtained several wood path immortal goo. He could use them here. Langya Blessed Land had a huge treasury. The white-haired land spirit had ruled the Blessed Land for hundreds of thousands of years. There were several immortal goo of every mainstream path. They did not form a system. They were all refined by the land spirit, or prepared for researching some refinement path problem. Feng Yuan had once used wood sprout immortal goo to create the killer move light fungus illumination. Chi Chu Yu's expression was dark. His hands hidden in his sleeves were clenched into fists. Feng Yuan? He gritted his teeth. His previous illusions were shattered. Fang Yuan was targeting Qi clan. But Qi Chu Yu could not understand why Fang Yuan was targeting him and Qi clan. Back then, the whole of Southern Border's righteous path was involved in hunting you down. The one who hated you the most was Wu Yong. Go fight Wu clan. If you think Wu clan is too strong, go bully the weak, for example, Xiao clan. Our Qi clan is not weak. We are in the upper echelons of Southern Border's righteous path. Who did I offend? Why are you targeting me? What do you dislike about me? I will change, alright? Can't you speak nicely? Communication is the most important thing between people. People like you are the most annoying. Sneak attacks, destruction, and looting at the slightest provocation. Most importantly, you are silent. Why are you doing this? You bastard. Not just Qi Chu Yu, all of Qi clan's Gu immortals felt wronged and wronged. Why is Fang Yuan targeting us? He has clearly made ample preparations. What is he after? We need to understand this first. This is the first thing we need to do to deal with Fang Yuan. Qi Chu Yu thought about it and said, he gave up on his earlier hope. He decided to deal with Fang Yuan with all his strength. If he did not deal with him, Qi Chu Yu would not be able to answer to the clan. Demonic Path Gu immortals often acted alone, but Righteous Path Gu immortals could not maintain an organization based on personal preferences and freedom. Take Qi Chu Yu for example. Even though he had rank 8 cultivation level, he still had bloodline descendants to take care of. Moreover, Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range was not just a large resource point to Qi clan. When Qi clan started, Qi clan's ancestors lived frugally. They gritted their teeth and built Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range with all their might. Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range provided a stable source of income for Qi clan's development. Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range was Qi clan's glorious history. It contained Qi clan's spirit of hard work. Fang Yuan looted Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. He was trampling on the pride of Qi clan's Gu immortals. He was trampling on their history. Right at this time, Qi Chu Yu and the rest received an urgent report from Qi clan's Gu immortals. Report. Fang Yuan appeared on Wind Flame Mountain. He is currently using the killer move Myriad Dragon to attack the mountain protection formation. Report. Fang Yuan appeared outside Ragged Cave. He was obstructed by the formation outside. He disappeared mysteriously. Different from before, Fang Yuan appeared in 2 different locations. Qi clan's Gu immortals were uncertain. Were there 2 Fang Yuan clones? One is a disguise, the other is the real one? Or Fang Yuan's clone, that is possible? No, according to the information, Fang Yuan first appeared in Ragged Cave. He then used fixed immortal travel to attack Wind Flame Mountain. Qi Chu Yu analyzed calmly. This means that Fang Yuan is still on Wind Flame Mountain? We need to reinforce him. But why did he teleport to Ragged Cave earlier? Isn't that unnecessary? Maybe he found that Ragged Cave's defensive formation is very strong, so he chose Wind Flame Mountain, which is easier to attack. No, these 2 are both large resource points. Their defensive formations are equally strong. There is no clear difference in strength. Qi Chu Yu pondered. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. He said calmly, let's split up and reinforce them. We can only do that. If Fang Yuan destroys the large resource points, our Qi clan will suffer a huge loss. But could this be Fang Yuan's scheme? He is trying to lure us into splitting up? Fang Yuan's strength is not the same as before. He is no longer the same as when he was chased by us. Even someone like Feng Joga lost so miserably. Qi clan's Gu immortals were hesitant. They were very wary of Fang Yuan. Should we ask for reinforcements? Suddenly, a Gu immortal asked. The whole of Great Space Temple fell into silence. This was what most of the Gu immortals wanted to say. They just did not say it out loud. Amidst the silence, the immortals looked towards Qi Chu Yu. Qi Chu Yu had a cold expression as he shouted, the other party is only a rank 7 Gu immortal. Our clan only lost 2 resource points. This is enough to make us panic and ask for reinforcements? Our Qi clan cannot afford to lose this face. Or did someone die in battle? Qi clan only has the old and weak left? You have not even fought with Fang Yuan. Yet you want to ask for reinforcements? Where is your courage? Where is your bravery? Where is your glory as a Qi clan member? The immortals lowered their heads and did not speak. They were scolded by Qi Chuyu. After scolding them, Qi Chuyu ordered, "Do as I say. I will go to Wind Flame Mountain. You guys control Great Space Temple and reinforce Ragged Cave. Reinforce them quickly, but don't lose your composure. The defensive formation of a large resource point is not so weak. Keep in contact." "Yes, Lord." Nobody objected to Qi Chuyu's order. Chapter 1785. Qi Chuyu rushed to Wind Flame Mountain. He saw that the defensive formation was already mostly destroyed by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was plucking the sunset parasol trees. He was plundering the fire phoenixes and many other birds in the parasol tree forest. He was very skilled. The Gu Immortal defending this place did not escape. He used the remnant formation to attack Fang Yuan fiercely. Fang Yuan was able to deal with them easily. He dealt with the remnant formation while plundering without restraint. "Stop!" Qi Chuyu shouted. He was shocked and furious. "First Supreme Elder, you are finally here." The rank 7 Gu Immortal defending this place was extremely excited. He had tears in his eyes. Initially, he was quite confident in the defensive formation, but after fighting for a while, Fang Yuan broke it. He was so scared that his heart was pounding. He did not dare to act rashly anymore. Before Qi Chuyu came, he focused on defense. Seeing that Qi Chuyu was here, he immediately launched some powerful attacks. Qi Chuyu charged over, but Fang Yuan stopped attacking. "Fang Yuan, look at what you did. Retribution is here." Qi Chuyu's eyes were spewing fire. Wind Flame Mountain was a special resource point. Other than raising phoenixes, at certain times of the year, many wild phoenixes would be attracted here to lay eggs. Once Wind Flame Mountain suffered a huge change, the wild phoenixes might choose to stay elsewhere. Qi clan would suffer huge losses. But Fang Yuan had a smile on his face. Compared to the previous life, Qi Chuyu was even more furious. Because Fang Yuan's plundering was very effective, Qi clan's losses in this life were even greater. Qi Chuyu's heart was bleeding. "Senior Qi Chuyu, I have been waiting for you. Watch this move," Fang Yuan said as he activated Yama Battlefield. Qi Chuyu hesitated for a moment. He did not dodge. He allowed Yama Battlefield to envelop him as he shouted, "I want to see your abilities." Yama Battlefield quickly formed into a huge yellowish-brown cloud that enveloped Fang Yuan and Qi Chuyu. Next, Yama Battlefield shrunk rapidly. It was like a huge yellowish-brown cloud earlier, but at the next moment, it shrunk into it, imitating the shrinking of an immortal aperture, vanishing without a trace. Such a soul path battlefield. Qi Chuyu praised. Qi Chuyu had his hands behind his back. His attitude had changed drastically. Even though he was trapped in Yama Battlefield, he was not in a hurry to attack. He was secretly wary. To think that Fang Yuan even had a battlefield killer move, he did not have any information about it before. Compared to the previous life, Fang Yuan's Yama Battlefield was not exposed. In Langya Blessed Land, Tian Battlefield was Yamachan Battlefield that was Yama Battlefield. Huang Domain Yun Battlefield Chuchen Kingdom was exposed. Chen was Tian Yun Yama Yang Hua Yang Yu Battlefield. After the defense battle of Langya Blessed Land, Fairy Myrtle revealed the profundities of Yama Battlefield and the method to break it in jewel yellow skies. This caused Fang Yuan's Yama Battlefield's value to be greatly reduced and the risk to be multiplied. In this life, even though Fang Yuan had used Yama Battlefield several times, Meng Tu, Sleeping Lady, and Diamond Head Turtle had either died or surrendered. When he dealt with Feng Jioga, he was inside the super formation space. It was not convenient to use Yama Battlefield. When he was dealing with Feng Jioga, he was in the space of a super formation, so it wasn't convenient for him to use the Yama Battlefield. Now that Fang Yuan used it, it was truly exposed. Fang Yuan could not kill Qi Chuyu. After this battle, information about Yama Battlefield would spread far and wide. Of course, not killing Qi Chuyu was not because Fang Yuan did not have the ability, but because the risk of killing Qi Chuyu was too high and the rewards were too small. Of course, not killing Qi Chuyu was not because Fang Yuan did not have the ability, but because the risk of killing Qi Chuyu was too high and the benefits were too small. Of course, it was not that Fang Yuan did not have the ability to kill Qi Chuyu, it was because the risk was too high and the rewards were too small. When two tigers fought, one was bound to be injured. Fang Yuan stood on the other side of the battlefield, assessing Qi Chuyu from afar as he smiled. Lord Qi Chuyu, you are in my immortal battlefield now, but you do not show any signs of attacking. You want to chat with me instead? What are you trying to do? Qi Chuyu snorted coldly. Don't play dumb. Fang Yuan, you are plundering everywhere, you are just trying to attract my attention. Think about it, since you can easily break the defensive formation, why did you not take the lives of Qi Clan's Gu immortals? This is not difficult for you. But you have never harmed a single Qi Clan Gu immortal. Secondly, be it Contact Heart River Bank, Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range, or Wind Flame Mountain, even though you plundered fiercely, you left their foundations intact and did not destroy them. Great Space Temple and I attacking was also within your expectations. Seeing that we were moving, you purposely attacked Wind Flame Mountain and Ragged Cave, luring us to split up. You just wanted to find a chance to talk to me, but you did not have any other secret methods. Speak, what do you want? Qi Chuyu spoke calmly. Before splitting up, he had already guessed Fang Yuan's thoughts. All of his anger and hatred were just an act. Qi Chuyu's analysis was not wrong. In the previous life, Plunder Shadow Earth Trench was still around. Qi Chuyu guarded it for a period of time. Only when Fang Yuan attacked Wind Flame Mountain did he come over alone. In this life, Fang Yuan had already destroyed Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. Qi Chuyu and Great Space Temple were together. This made things difficult for Fang Yuan. Great Space Temple was a space path immortal Gu house that countered immortal battlefields. In the previous life, Fang Yuan had fought against it. Even Great Thief Ghost Hand could not do anything to it. If Fang Yuan wanted to talk to Qi Chuyu, it was best to avoid this room and create a chance to lure Qi Chuyu out. This was not a problem for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had deep wisdom path attainment. With just a thought in his mind, he made some changes and achieved this goal. But Qi Chuyu was wrong about one thing. Fang Yuan left his foundation in every resource point. It was not because he purposely did so, but because he did not have the methods to collect them. Qi Chuyu was mistaken. Of course, Fang Yuan would not point this out. Clap, clap, clap. Fang Yuan clapped lightly. It is so relaxing to talk to smart people. Senior Qi Chuyu, take a look at this. Qi Chuyu's eyes flickered with bright light. He carefully received the information path mortal Gu that Fang Yuan threw out. He looked calm on the surface, but he was very alert internally. Even though Fang Yuan had rank 7 cultivation level, Qi Chuyu knew that this person was thick-skinned and ruthless. He was cunning and ruthless. He had to be wary of his schemes at all times. He could not relax for even a moment. But soon, Qi Chuyu's expression changed. He frowned. A cold light flickered in his eyes. His face was covered in a layer of green. The information path mortal Gu that Fang Yuan threw over recorded the defensive formations of Qi Clan's important areas, as well as Fang Yuan's conjectures and methods to break them. Among them was Wind Flame Mountain's formation. Fang Yuan was extremely clear about it. According to Fang Yuan's understanding of this formation, he could easily break it and take all of Wind Flame Mountain's resources, but he did not do so. From this, Qi Chuyu saw Fang Yuan's sincerity. It confirmed his earlier conjecture. At the same time, he was shocked at Fang Yuan's formation path attainment. But what truly made him feel a chill was the latter part of the information path mortal Gu. This part detailed all sorts of information about Qi Clan. Qi Chuyu felt a chill in his heart. This was not something that could be found out in a day or two. It had to be accumulated over a long period of time in order to accumulate such rich information. And in this information, Qi Clan's internal problems and Qi Chuyu's lack of an inheritor were the most important points. Qi Chuyu's expression changed at this. Because this information was very deep, it was clearly provided by Southern Borders people secretly helping Fang Yuan. Who was it? Demonic Path Gu immortals were less suspicious. They were lone wolves and did not have many enemies with Qi Clan. There was no need for them to monitor Qi Clan for a long time and neglect their own cultivation. Other than those righteous path forces with ulterior motives, who else could it be? Qi Chuyu was filled with shock and anger. Yang Clan soon became the #1 suspect in his mind. Qi Chuyu was filled with hatred. If a certain southern border righteous path superforce was secretly helping Fang Yuan, he would be in an even more passive situation. It is likely that there is no traitor in my Qi clan. It is these unscrupulous righteous path clans that want to use Fang Yuan to deal with my Qi clan. These fools, these idiots, these traitors, these are the biggest parasites of southern border's righteous path. Qi Chu Yu's anger erupted like a volcano. Lava continued to pour out. He had already endured it. If not for Fang Yuan being in front of him, he might have been trembling with anger already. Fang Yuan snickered to himself. He observed Qi Chu Yu's expression and mood. He could roughly understand what he was thinking. The information he gave out definitely required a large amount of manpower and resources. It could only be gathered after a long period of searching. This was not because any southern border righteous path clan helped him. It was because he had captured the southern border immortals in his previous life and obtained it from their souls. With this good card, Fang Yuan had to make use of it. Sure enough, as soon as he used this card, the effect was immediate. Qi Chu Yu's expression was ashen. His previous composure were completely gone. Right now, Qi Chu Yu's hatred towards those so-called southern border righteous path clans far surpasses mine. Of course. Since ancient times, almost all organizations hate traitors the most. But the truth is, this is what I obtained in my previous life. And the reason I was able to capture the southern border immortals in my previous life was because Qi Chu Yu secretly sent me large amounts of dream realms. So the main culprit is Qi Chu Yu himself. Qi Chu Yu's expression was very ugly. He exuded a thick aura of tragedy. He was tricked by himself, but he could not detect it. Fang Yuan spoke again. Lord Qi Chu Yu has been famous for so long. You have managed Qi clan for so many years. You must know the meaning of this information. The power that gave me this information not only underestimated me, but also underestimated you. Lord Qi Chu Yu heard this and suddenly had a thought. It seems that Fang Yuan is also not willing to be used by others. Unknowingly, he felt that Fang Yuan was much more pleasing to the eye than before. Fang Yuan continued, "Now you believe in my sincerity even more?" Qi Chu Yu immediately thought of Qi clan's losses and felt great hatred. He squinted at Fang Yuan and sneered, "Hee, so I should thank you for holding back?" Chapter 1786. In Yama battlefield, the two immortals faced each other. Fang Yuan sighed, "Our time is limited, I will say it directly. I want to transact with Qi clan. I wonder if you are interested in my dream path research results?" Qi Chu Yu was slightly taken aback, and then his cold gaze changed. "Dream path? Did I hear wrongly?" Qi Chu Yu's eyes shined with a bright light. It was no secret that Fang Yuan had dream path research results. Fang Yuan had disguised as Wu Yihai to interact with dream realms. Fang Yuan had the method to turn dream realms into humans. He had shown it in the dream realm battle. Many superforces were drooling in envy. Fang Yuan had spring-autumn cicada. He had been reborn. And the future belonged to Dream Path. It was not strange that he had some Dream Path profundities. It could be said that Fang Yuan's Dream Path research results led the entire world. He was at the peak of the 5 regions. Dream realms are mysterious and Dream Path is profound. I have only taken a small step forward. If I were to tell Senior Qi that my Formation Dao realm came from a dream, I wonder what Senior Qi would think? Fang Yuan smiled. His words were light, but it was like a huge rock had smashed into Qi Chu Yu's heart, creating huge waves. "Oh, is that true?" Qi Chu Yu was moved. He could no longer pretend to be calm. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He had planned this carefully earlier to suppress Qi Chu Yu's arrogance. He had already grasped the rhythm of the conversation. This was completely different from the previous life. Fang Yuan tossed out an information path goo worm. "Senior, please take a look at this." Qi Chu Yu took a look. His eyes shined with bright light. He subconsciously tightened his grip on the information path mortal goo, afraid that it would fly away. The information path mortal goo's contents involved all sorts of dream path profundities. This was an unparalleled temptation. Qi Chu Yu was deeply immersed in it. He quickly finished reading the contents. Qi Chu Yu licked his lips. In just a short moment, his mouth was dry. He was extremely moved. Chi Chu Yu forced himself to calm down. He pretended to ponder. How do you want to transact? What I want is a dream. If you give me the dream realm, I will give you my future dream path research results. Chi Chu Yu did not agree immediately. This is difficult. After all, almost all the dream realms in southern border are guarded by the righteous path. Fang Yuan smiled. Senior Chi, I need the dream realm of Tian Mountain. Although the great formation there has been completely changed, it was still laid down by you. I also know that there are many secret passageways there. It would be quite easy for your side to steal some dreams. When Chi Chu Yu heard this, his expression changed again. Fang Yuan actually understood his situation so well. It was truly terrifying. The secret path in the formation of Tian Mountain was his, Chi Chu Yu's, proud work. He set this up right under the noses of Southern Border's righteous path Gu immortals, taking advantage of their low formation path attainment level and directly setting up a dark path. I thought I had fooled everyone. I didn't expect Fang Yuan to see through me. Maybe it's not just Fang Yuan. Sigh, I underestimated the heroes of the world. Chi Chu Yu was thinking too much. Fang Yuan's information was also obtained in the previous life. The source was Chi Chu Yu himself. Fang Yuan used Chi Chu Yu to deal with Chi Chu Yu. The effect was truly amazing. Otherwise, why would they say, you are often your own greatest enemy? Fang Yuan suppressed Chi Chu Yu step by step. Chi Chu Yu could no longer resist. Every negotiation was a confrontation. Although it wasn't as straightforward as actual combat, it was still a contest of strength and a spar of strategy. Compared to the previous life, Fang Yuan had too many trump cards. He knew himself and his enemy. His strength increased greatly. He knew himself and his enemy. He used a bluff strategy. It was extremely effective. Even someone of Chi Chu Yu's level fell for his tricks. The details of the transaction were quickly discussed. The result was extremely beneficial to Fang Yuan. Chi Chu Yu agreed to this transaction. It was a humiliation to his status. But he could not do anything. He was completely dominated by Fang Yuan. Firstly, he could not do anything to Fang Yuan. If he really wanted to deal with Fang Yuan, the risk was too high, the benefits were not obvious. Secondly, if he cooperated with Fang Yuan would stop plundering Chi Clan and even trade Dream Path research results. The Dream Path research results were too tempting to Chi Chu Yu. Finally, Chi Chu Yu was still concerned about the so-called traitor in Southern Border's righteous path. He wanted to find them. Maybe he could start from Fang Yuan. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Southern Border. A barren mountain range, devoid of vegetation, stood towering on the ground. The ground around it was not flat, but even though it was uneven, it was limited. There were only some small hills. Against the backdrop of these small hills, the barren mountain range seemed even taller and larger. At this moment, at the peak of the barren mountain, a rank 6 Rockman Gu immortal was looking at the sky. After forming a grotto heaven, the immortal aperture's atmosphere is truly different from a blessed land. It is truly magnificent. The size of this sovereign immortal aperture is beyond common sense and imagination. It is indeed a miracle refined by spectral soul. Every time Shi Cheng observed this place, he would praise it in his heart. This was greatness. This was a miracle. This was the work of the gods. He was in complete admiration of spectral soul. He had no thoughts of resisting Fang Yuan. Behind him, there was a group of Rockman Gu masters discussing in private. After more than 10 days, we have finally built this hill. I am so tired. I have been working from dawn to dusk every day. I heard that the supreme expert personally gave us this task to create this mountain. To speed up the progress, we did not hesitate to use Gu worms for a long time. At least 30 Earth Path Gu worms died. Speaking of which, don't you feel that the success rate of Gu refinement here is very high? Sigh, as long as we complete the sex missions, there will be rewards. I hope that the Supreme Gu Immortal's rewards will be more generous. Shut up. How can you talk about that, Lord? The Rockman Gu Immortal could not take it anymore. He turned around and reprimanded them. These Rockman Gu masters quickly lowered their heads, keeping quiet out of fear. Right at this time, A green light flashed, a figure landed and floated in the air. The Rockman-gu masters saw that the newcomer was Fong Yuan's rank 6-time path clone. Everyone's hearts shook, they quickly knelt down and paid their respects. This subordinate greets Lord. Shi Shicheng also quickly paid his respects with a respectful attitude. Fong Yuan's clone had an indifferent expression. He nodded at him and asked, "Is the formation set up here ready?" Fong Yuan's task was not only to create a mountain, but also to set up an immortal formation inside the mountain. Shi Shicheng quickly reported, "Lord, according to the formation map you gave me, this subordinate has already set up this fire path formation, you only need to activate it now." Fong Yuan had already used his divine sense to enter the mountain and inspect it. He nodded, he was quite satisfied with the result. He was about to dismiss these rockmen when he saw that Shi Shicheng had something to say. Even though Shi Shicheng only had rank 6 cultivation level, he had once fought with Fong Yuan. His immortal battlefield killer move, Gray Cloud Stone Puppet, had left a deep impression on Fong Yuan. He was a talent. After settling down the rockmen, Fong Yuan sent the other Rockman-gu immortals to the Stone Lotus Island to familiarize themselves with future self. Meanwhile, Shi Shicheng stayed behind. Like Shui Er and Imo Tansang, he became the leader of the Rockman tribe. "What do you want to say to me?" Fong Yuan's clone paused for a moment before asking. He had some patience towards this talent. Shi Shicheng blinked. He had an uneasy expression. He seemed to have made up his mind as he said, "I heard that Lord has been attacking many times recently and obtained great victories. Southern Border's righteous path is in a state of panic. Qi Clan's first supreme elder, Qi Chuyu, is helpless against you. You can come and go as you please." Fong Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He was an astute person. He immediately understood Shi Shicheng's intention. He interrupted, "It seems that your tribe's Gu immortals want me to stop and recuperate. There is no need to take such a risk, right?" "Oh, this subordinate is afraid." Shi Shicheng bowed deeply. He said with a fearful expression, "This subordinate was just speaking boldly. First Supreme Elder and the rest are cultivating on the Stone Lotus Island. They do not know this." Fong Yuan's clone snickered in his mind. The Rockman tribe was not of the same mind as him. These variant humans wanted to live and work in peace. They wanted to develop steadily. They did not want to take risks. They wanted Fong Yuan to hide in some corner for 100 years or even 1,000 years. They did not want Fong Yuan to take risks, because if he died, the sovereign immortal aperture would be exposed, they would be implicated. But how could that be possible? Fong Yuan chased after eternal life. Only by destroying Fate Gu could he take a step forward. Moreover, if the Celestial Court repaired Fate Gu, they would not let him off. They would find him sooner or later and kill him. Hiding and delaying would only lead to despair. Only during the final Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, when Central Continent was attacked by the 4 regions, when the Celestial Court was at its weakest, would they have the highest chance of success. The variant humans' wishes could not be fulfilled. Not just that, they still had to fight for Fong Yuan in the future. They were already tied to Fong Yuan's chariot. They could not get out of it. Shi Shicheng's advice was clearly what many variant human Gu immortals wanted. They made this suggestion through Shi Shicheng and did not do it themselves. They were giving themselves a way out. This was a very mature political tactic. Fong Yuan did not reject or agree. He waved his hand. "Bring the elites of the tribe and leave this mountain first." Seeing that Shi Shicheng was far away, Fong Yuan's clone activated the mountain's formation. Instantly, the formation was like a furnace. Intense heat rose up from within. This heat quickly roasted the interior of the mountain, forming streams of magma. After a while, with a loud sound, the mountain peak exploded. Dust flew into the sky. Large amounts of lava flowed down the mountain. The temperature rose rapidly. The Rockman-gu masters far away gasped in shock. This method of changing heaven and earth, forcefully creating an active volcano, shocked them greatly. Shi Shicheng was also moved. His formation path attainment was very low. Only now did he understand the effect of his formation. But what shocked him even more was the following scene. In the sky above him, a huge hand suddenly flew down. The hand was like a mountain. It opened its fingers and rained down countless trees on the active volcano. These trees were wrapped in flowing light. They slowly floated down and planted into the lava. The terrifying lava was quickly absorbed by the tree roots. The tree absorbed sufficient nutrients. Soon, its branches swayed and its leaves shined brightly, emitting a beautiful radiance like the sunset. This was the sunset parasol tree. Next, another huge hand flew over. This time, it directly threw fire phoenixes into the volcano. The fire phoenixes landed in the volcano. They were immediately imprisoned and suppressed by the formation in the volcano. Fang Yuan's clone looked after them personally. There were no mistakes. Shi Cheng's mouth was wide open as he looked at this scene with a dazed expression. Although he knew that Fang Yuan had advanced to rank 8, it was not as shocking as seeing it with his own eyes. Among these fire phoenixes, there were many ancient desolate beasts. Only one was needed to torture Shi Cheng to death. There was no doubt about it. Fang Yuan's clone placed a large number of fire path birds. There were many types of them. From today onwards, this mountain is Fire Bird Mountain. It is also the resource point of your Rockman tribe. Fang Yuan's clone flew to Shi Cheng. This was a huge surprise. Shi Cheng quickly knelt down in gratitude. He was extremely excited. Fang Yuan's clone smiled. Get up, I said that I will support you greatly. This mid-sized resource point is my reward to you. It has been hard on you to build this mountain. This subordinate is ashamed. Shi Cheng was moved to tears. Compared to this Firebird Mountain, what was the little bit of effort they put in? This Firebird Mountain's formation was provided by Fang Yuan, the goo worms, the formation diagram, and all the resources were Fang Yuan's. It was almost like Fang Yuan was giving it to them for free. Fang Yuan's clone continued. I will continue giving you missions in the future. Firebird Mountain will not be the last one. Shi Cheng was stunned. He sensed the deep meaning behind Fang Yuan's words. Where did these fire phoenixes and sunset parasol trees come from? Fang Yuan plundered them. Fang Yuan said Firebird Mountain would not be the last one. That meant he would continue to plunder and take risks in the future. The variant human goo immortals suggested Fang Yuan in a tactful manner. Fang Yuan also rejected them in a tactful manner, but if one thought about it carefully, they would find Fang Yuan's domineering and deterrent intent. But Shi Cheng did not dare to retort. He accepted it with a trace of joy in his heart. With this Firebird Mountain, it is the foundation of my Rockman tribe's rise. Is Lord Fang Yuan someone who is easily persuaded and swayed? I don't care about this. Lord Fang Yuan arranged for me to lead the tribe. These resources are also my cultivation resources. As long as I do not go overboard, I can cultivate rapidly and raise my cultivation level. Shi Cheng's gaze was heated. Any goo immortal, under the pressure of calamities and tribulations, would cherish any opportunity to raise their strength. They would desire it very much. Under Fang Yuan's political maneuvering, Shi Cheng had already separated from the other Rockman goo immortals. Rockmen were quite suitable to manage Firebird Mountain. The area around the volcano was warm and dry. It was the best resting place for Rockmen. Of course, the most suitable ones to manage the volcano were the Eggmen. But for now, Fang Yuan did not intend to bring in the Eggmen. It was enough to develop these variant human tribes. Shi Cheng's words made Fang Yuan sigh with emotion. Different from the previous life, I have taken in many variant humans in this life. I need to nurture and strengthen them. I need to spend some effort to take care of them and some resources to nurture them. Fang Yuan could use enslavement path methods to make these variant humans docile, but this way, Fang Yuan would lose his original intention of nurturing them. I want to comprehend human path. Human path is different from enslavement path. Everyone has their own thoughts and desires. To maintain an organization, I need to consider the thoughts and emotions of the members. There are no people who are completely the same, no matter how similar people are, they all have their own differences. Fang Yuan had a thought. A flash of inspiration pierced through the night sky, illuminating his mind. This was the inspiration of human path. Suddenly, Fang Yuan understood something. He had a complex expression. Human path. So that's it. I already have a human path killer move. At this moment, his human path attainment level rose to master. Chapter 1787. Southern border. In a nameless valley, there was a waterfall. The sound of water was loud and the air was filled with mist. At the cliff of the waterfall, Fang Yuan's main body was sitting cross-legged on the branches of a pine tree. He was in deep thought. The human path inspiration came very suddenly. Fang Yuan placed great importance on it. His main body and clone put down whatever they were doing to comprehend it together. At this moment, inside the sovereign immortal aperture, an army had already formed. There were about 100,000 strength path phantoms standing on the grassland, not moving at all. They were like statues. Each of them had the same appearance. They resembled Fang Yuan's main body. They were spaced evenly apart. They were densely packed together. This was the Myriad Self army that Fang Yuan had unleashed using Myriad Self Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan did not let go of that inspiration. This time, he gave up on Myriad Self Immortal Goo and used the killer move Myriad Self. After a while, a large number of strength path phantoms formed and stood in a group. Fang Yuan thought about it and used Myriad Self for the third time. But this time, he did not use an immortal killer move, but the most basic mortal killer move. With rank 4 all-out effort Goo as the core, bitter strength Goo, borrow strength Goo, self-reliance Goo, refine essence spirit Goo, earth strength Goo, water strength Goo, wind strength Goo, lightning strength Goo, fire strength Goo, lurking soul coat Goo, breath concealment Goo, and others were supplementary. Finally, Myriad Self was formed, splitting the main body's soul and forming a large number of strength path phantoms in an instant. But because it was a mortal killer move, these strength path phantoms could not compare to the phantom army that was created earlier. But this was the source. Back then, during the Northern Plains Imperial Court contest, Fang Yuan combined 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King and Self-Strength. He used Soul Path, Wisdom Path, Chi Path, and Enslavement Path killer moves to create this move, solving the ancient problem of combining Enslavement and Strength Path. Next, using this move as the foundation, he developed Strength Path Giant Hand and Reverse Flow Protection Seal. The former could increase Fang Yuan's offensive advantage at the right time. It was Fang Yuan's strongest method. The latter was the crucial trump card for Fang Yuan to fight against rank 8s as a rank 7. Be it Myriad Self Killer Move, Strength Path Giant Hand, Reverse Flow Protection Seal, they were all outstanding killer moves. They were the best among the best. Now, Fang Yuan had a human path inspiration. He traced it back to the source and modified the original Myriad Self Mortal Path killer move. Fang Yuan's main body and clone were calculating at the same time. At the same time, the clone was bathed in the light of wisdom. The killer move was quickly modified. Fang Yuan activated Myriad Self for the 4th time. This time, a large number of strength path phantoms were also formed. However, unlike the previous 3 phantoms, although the phantoms of Fang Yuan were still standing quietly, there were all sorts of strange expressions on their faces. Some were crying, some were laughing, some were frowning, some were beaming with joy, some were murderous, some were indifferent, some were resting with their eyes closed, calm and peaceful, some were rolling their eyes, very curious about everything, and some were puffing their cheeks, looking extremely bored. Fang Yuan's divine sense scanned these phantoms. All sorts of thoughts flashed in his mind. After thinking for a long time, Fang Yuan and his clone gave up on these phantoms and used wisdom path methods to deduce again. This time, the calculation took a full 6 hours. After succeeding, Fang Yuan obtained an extremely complex mortal-level Myriad Self-Killer move that was 100 times larger than the previous one. He activated this killer move. Because this killer move involved too many Goo worms, the arrangements were too complex. Even though Fang Yuan was a rank 8 Goo immortal, it took him a while to activate it. This time, the Myriad Self Phantoms were far fewer than any of the previous ones, but they seemed to have intelligence. Of these Myriad Self Phantoms, some were running, some were jumping, some were sitting cross-legged on the ground in deep thought, some were playing with each other, and some were even carrying hatred and anger, attacking the surrounding Myriad Self Phantoms. It was a mess. The chaos among the Myriad Self Phantoms became greater and greater. Soon, this group of Myriad Self Phantoms started fighting each other. Even though some did not want to participate, they had no choice. These Myriad Self Phantoms were not of equal strength. Some were strong, some were weak. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with bright light. He found that in this chaotic battle, the victorious myriad self-phantoms would get stronger as they fought, while the defeated myriad self-phantoms would get weaker and weaker until they perished. The myriad self-phantoms became smaller and smaller. Soon, there were only single phantoms left fighting intensely. Eventually, only one phantom was left standing on the battlefield. The rest of the myriad self-phantoms were all destroyed. This phantom was dozens of times stronger than before, but it was still limited to mortal level. The phantom still looked like Fang Yuan, but his face was filled with hatred and anger. He roared at Fang Yuan's time path clone who was not far away, revealing intense killing intent and malice, but he did not dare to attack, instead pouncing towards the myriad self-phantoms from before. These myriad self-phantoms stood quietly, without Fang Yuan's orders. They did not move, letting the hatred phantom slaughter them. After this hatred phantom slaughtered for a while, its aura became stronger and stronger. It actually broke through the mortal shackles and advanced to rank 6 Gu immortal level. Seeing this, Fang Yuan's main body and clone revealed joyful expressions. Fang Yuan's clone waved his hand. The remaining myriad self-army immediately surged like a tide, surrounding the hatred phantom and attacking it to the death. The hatred phantom had outstanding strength. Even though it was surrounded by the myriad self-army, it became braver the more it fought. Every time it defeated or destroyed a phantom, its strength would increase by a little. It seemed to not know what fatigue was. It was like a war machine that could grow. It continued to roar and roar, standing tall in the battlefield without falling. Finally, when it broke through to rank 7 from rank 6 Gu immortal level, Fang Yuan's main body finally made a move, activating a killer move and personally killing the strength path phantom. The final myriad self-killer move that Fang Yuan used, the strength path phantoms formed had their own thoughts and personalities. Even his main body could not control them. But the amazing thing was, the final myriad self-phantoms all had terrifying growth potential. That phantom whose face was filled with hatred was only rank 4 at the start, but it eventually became a rank 7 Gu immortal. Of course, this was a breakthrough in aura and level. Its battle strength was not that strong. It was even weaker than ordinary ancient desolate beasts. Because its body was only a phantom, it was not as sturdy as ancient desolate beasts. Its intelligence was also limited. It could not mobilize Gu worms to fight. It could only rely on its instincts. Be it myriad self-immortal Gu or myriad self-killer move, they both expend my soul. This is the principle of killer moves. Thus it is an unavoidable flaw. Precisely because these strength path phantoms originate from the same body, their souls can fuse together. Thus there is a possibility of devouring each other to strengthen themselves. The final myriad self-killer move that I used is no longer a pure fusion of enslavement and strength path. It is a human path killer move that is a step further. Fang Yuan's time path clone was bathed in the light of wisdom. His eyes were flickering with uncertainty. At this point, myriad self-killer move was a complete human path killer move, and myriad self-immortal Gu was a human path immortal Gu to begin with. In the previous life, when attacking Central Continent, Fang Yuan was still regretful that he did not have human path methods. He did not have any achievements in human path. Actually, he had it long ago. It was just that he had too many considerations at that time. He was in a huge battle and did not notice it. As the saying goes, looking horizontally at a mountain range and looking sideways at a mountain peak, they are all different from each other. I do not know the true face of Mount Lu. It is only because I am in this mountain. His exploration of human path had already started in the 500 years of his previous life. It was just that he did not have any awareness in this aspect. A person's life is the exploration of human path to begin with. Other than myriad self-immortal Gu, I have another human path immortal Gu. That is perseverance Gu. Wait, not just perseverance Gu. The sovereign immortal fetus Gu that I snatched is also a human path Gu worm. Flipping through the legends of Rinzu, hope Gu, vanity Gu, guts Gu, stubbornness Gu, dignity Gu, self Gu, worry Gu, weren't these Gu worms human path Gu worms? No wonder the legends of Rinzu is publicly recognized as a human path true inheritance. It truly contains deep human path profundities. Fang Yuan sighed internally, only now did he have a deeper understanding of the legends of Rinzhu. In order to obtain this result, Fang Yuan had spent close to 600 years of his life. The human path inspiration that he obtained was not because he had nurtured variant humans recently, but because the accumulation of his entire life had reached a crucial point of qualitative change. It was like a small pile of gunpowder colliding with a tiny spark. With a loud explosion, Fang Yuan broke through his original shackles, reaching a higher level in human path. This was the result of accumulation. It was a natural progression. Central Continent, Celestial Court. Central Great Hall. The surging purple chi gradually calmed down and shrunk, eventually vanishing into Fairy Myrtle's mind. Fairy Myrtle frowned slightly. What scheme is this demon Fang Yuan plotting? In the Battle of Langya Blessed Land, Celestial Court lost. Fairy Myrtle took the responsibility and quickly leaked all the information regarding Fang Yuan for free. But Fang Yuan's side was very strange. He did not make any movements. Normally speaking, after Star Caste was exposed and Qin Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch died in battle, Fang Yuan should have spread the news to deal a blow to Celestial Court's reputation and make the other 4 regions feel even more enmity towards Celestial Court. But Fang Yuan did not do that. Fairy Myrtle felt a sense of unease in her heart. These last days, she had been paying close attention to Fang Yuan's movements. She had to understand and deduce even the slightest movement. Fairy Myrtle already knew about Fang Yuan's actions in southern border. But why was Fang Yuan only opposing Qi Clan? What was his motive? Was he really going to plunder Qi Clan's 3 resource points? Earlier, when Plunder Shadow Earth Trench's formation was destroyed, was that mysterious Gu immortal Fang Yuan. Maybe after annexing Langya Blessed Land, his foundation rose greatly. He wants to refine Gu now. Or maybe he has already used Spring Autumn Cicada and revived, using the advantage of rebirth to gain the initiative step by step. Fairy Myrtle's eyes flickered with uncertainty. After Fang Yuan's Spring Autumn Cicada was exposed, his enemies would consider Spring Autumn Cicada as a factor. Fairy Myrtle had been paying attention to this all along. Once Fang Yuan revives, Spring Autumn Cicada will need time to recover. This is the best time to eliminate Fang Yuan. At the same time, I'm afraid Fang Yuan has already learned of all the methods we prepared. We need to change our battle tactics. Whether Fang Yuan used Spring Autumn Cicada to revive or not, this was a crucial point. If he did, Fairy Myrtle would need to overturn most of her previous battle tactics. She would need to redesign them. However, Fairy Myrtle used all her strength to deduce many times. Even with Star Constellation chessboard, she could not confirm whether Fang Yuan had revived recently or not. At Plunder Shadow Earth Trench, even though Fang Yuan broke the formation, he did not take away the Dream Realm. When dealing with Meng Tu and the rest, he was even more secretive. Even Great Thief Ghost Hand, Fang Yuan did not use it directly. He used the super formation as a cover to prevent the Celestial Court from contacting Swan Bujin. The smoke screen he released was too ingenious. It temporarily fooled Fairy Myrtle. In this aspect, Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment was a huge help to him. This revival was different from the previous times. Against the Celestial Court, Fang Yuan had to consider the ink effect at all times. Fang Yuan is too crafty. The clues he left behind are too few. Fairy Myrtle thought about it angrily before leaving the Central Great Hall, arriving at the place where Spectral Soul was imprisoned. Soul Search. Spectral Soul resisted for a while before he was exhausted. His memories were extracted one by one. The secret of raising golden dragonfish? Fairy Myrtle was first overjoyed before feeling disappointed. If it was before, Fairy Myrtle could still attack Fang Yuan's main source of income, but now that the other party had annexed Langya Blessed Land, all of the businesses inside were taken over by Fang Yuan. The method of raising golden dragonfish that Fairy Myrtle obtained was useless. Even so, I cannot let go of any chance to suppress Fang Yuan. Fairy Myrtle thought about it before gritting her teeth and making a decision. Chapter 1788. On this night in southern border, The starry sky was dark, cold winds were blowing. It seemed like a storm was about to happen. Two Gu immortals flew quickly, concealing their traces. The thick dark clouds under the night sky provided them with a layer of protection. This is the place. While moving, one of the Gu immortals spoke. The other Gu immortal stopped immediately. Next, at the center of the dark clouds, an immortal battlefield opened up. After absorbing the two mysterious Gu immortals, it closed and vanished. The two Gu immortals entered the immortal battlefield and removed their disguises, returning to their original appearances. The Gu immortal with lower cultivation level had ordinary looks, but the other Gu immortal had rank 8 cultivation level. He had a high status and reputation. He was famous in Southern Border's righteous path. It was Qi clan's first supreme elder, Qi Chuyu. If other righteous path Gu immortals saw this, they would stare with wide eyes and gasp in shock. Because the great Qi Chuyu was acting so sneakily, who was he meeting in this dark night? Senior Qi Chuyu, we meet again. The Gu immortal guarding the immortal battlefield also had dream path aura. He had ordinary looks. He could not be found in a crowd. Qi Chuyu stared at him, saying in a dissatisfied tone, Fang Yuan, I thought you would come with your main body. Hee, aren't you being too careful? The one waiting for Qi Chuyu was Fang Yuan. This immortal battlefield was also Yama's battlefield. However, Fang Yuan was not here with his main body. He had created another pure dream reality seeker physique body. Fang Yuan's clone smiled. I am cowardly and afraid of death. Please forgive me, Senior Qi Chuyu. Cowardly and afraid of death? Qi Chuyu frowned. He thought of Thunder Ghost True Monarch's 3 rib bones that were still hanging in jewel yellow skies. He thought of Fang Yuan's disguise as Wu Yihai back then, and also the losses that his clan had suffered from Fang Yuan's plunder. He laughed mockingly. Fang Yuan, you are too humble. I have brought the things you want. To prevent any problems, you should hurry up and hand them over. This place was close to Etian Mountain and the location was sensitive. Qi Chuyu did not dare to be careless. Of course. Fang Yuan's doppelganger nodded. The two immediately completed the handover. Qi Chuyu obtained an information path Mortal Gu, while the Gu immortal beside him flew towards Fang Yuan's clone. The Gu immortal who came with Qi Chuyu was Fang Yuan's dream path clone. After Fang Yuan and Qi Chuyu came to an agreement, they attacked a few southern border locations and collected some of the scattered dream realms before using pure dream reality seeker transformation to transform into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Then, he used these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to communicate with Qi Chuyu. Qi Chuyu brought one of them with him and followed the secret path to the secret space in the grand formation of Etian Mountain. There, Fang Yuan's pure dream reality seeker physique clone used a method to turn the dream realm into even more pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, which he stuffed into his immortal aperture. The earliest pure dream reality seeker physique bodies originated from a member of Shadow Sect, Wisdom Path Great Expert Old Man Inkstone. Pure dream reality seeker transformation was his greatest achievement in researching dream path in his entire life. In his hands was the original version of pure dream reality seeker transformation. It could create the most extreme form of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies with 18 hours of lifespan. Every 2 hours, the pure dream reality seeker physique body's cultivation level would rise by 1 rank. At the final moment, they would have rank 9 cultivation level. But after the first battle of Etian Mountain, the sovereign immortal fetus Gu that Shadow Sect had spent countless years to refine was obtained by Fang Yuan. Spectral soul was trapped in the dream realm. During the second battle of Etian Mountain, Zishan Makoto brought the remaining forces of Shadow Sect to attack, trying to save Spectral Soul's main body. Zishan Makoto also used pure dream reality seeker transformation in battle, but this killer move was an incomplete version. The pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were also incomplete. They did not have the same height as the original version. Fang Yuan also inherited this version of the killer move. Of course, he had obtained the original killer move from Spectral Soul's true inheritance. In Fang Yuan's previous life, this pure dream reality seeker transformation killer move was also obtained by Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle's soul searched Spectral Soul's body. She finally obtained it. Not long after, Feng Kim Hong displayed the talent of a future immortal venerable. He actually perfected the original pure dream reality seeker transformation, which had many flaws. After that, Celestial Court obtained the perfect pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. It was the 11th extreme physique in the truest sense. And in the final battle of Central Continent, Feng Yuan attacked the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation and captured the perfect pure dream reality seeker physique bodies from Feng Kim Hong. He comprehended the principles within and also grasped the perfect pure dream reality seeker transformation. Right now, when Feng Yuan transacted with Qi Chuyu, he did not use the perfect pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Instead, he used the incomplete killer move that he inherited from Zishan Makoto. Because this incomplete pure dream reality seeker physique body had a limit to its lifespan, it would self-detonate when it reached its limit. Feng Yuan used this flaw ingeniously. Even if Qi Chuyu set a trap for him, he would not be able to obtain the pure dream reality seeker physique body. Before the transaction, Feng Yuan informed Qi Chuyu of this flaw. When Qi Chuyu learned that the pure dream reality seeker physique body beside him would self-detonate, his expression turned ugly. But for the sake of the extremely important dream path research results, he could only bear with it. Seeing that the pure dream reality seeker physique body returned to Feng Yuan's side, he let out a sigh of relief. After all, if this thing self-detonated beside him, Qi Chuyu's formation path methods would not work. Both sides were taking a huge risk in this transaction, but the benefits were too tempting. Both sides took the risk. This was the first transaction. Both sides were very satisfied with the result. This gave them confidence to continue. Before parting, they agreed on a time for the second transaction. They also had many secret and safe methods to communicate with each other. Different from the previous life, in this life, Feng Yuan's transaction with Qi clan had changed a lot. In the previous life, Feng Yuan used dream realms to exchange for Qi clan's immortal Yuan stones, immortal materials, and so on. Because at that time, he lacked immortal essence. But in this life, Feng Yuan annexed Langya Blessed Land and secretly advanced to rank 8. He had rank 8 immortal essence. He did not lack immortal essence at all. What he lacked were dream realms. In the previous life, he had basically explored all the dream realms that were scattered outside. Only a small portion was left. Because it was traded to Qi Chuyu, there was still value in exploring them. Feng Yuan lacked a large number of dream realms, the dream realms on Tian Mountain. Because he knew that Spectral Soul was a great grandmaster of all paths, his dream realms were on Tian Mountain. There were likely to be human path dream realms, information path dream realms, and Qi path dream realms. If he completely inherited Spectral Soul's attainment level, Feng Yuan could annex all the rank 8 grotto heavens of all paths. Spectral Soul's human path attainment level was naturally Great Grandmaster. If he did not have such a foundation, how could he create sovereign immortal fetus goo? My current human path attainment level is only Master, and this is after 600 years of accumulation. Feng Yuan knew that with just his human path attainment level, he could not deal with the human path methods of the Celestial Court's venerables. His life was too short, his accumulation was too little. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's lifespan was 3,000 years. This was the shortest among venerables. In fact, he had been reborn many times. His lifespan far exceeded 3,000 years. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was 25,000 years old. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was 19,000 years old, while Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was 12,000 years old. These three were the top 3 venerables in terms of lifespan. To deal with these people, Feng Yuan could only use dream realms to surpass them. Other than human path, information path, Qi path, and even ice and snow path were things that Feng Yuan desired. Feng Yuan's main body was near the transaction location. After Qi Chuyu left, after a while, he called his clones to move. Soon, he kept the 2 pure dream clones in the sovereign immortal aperture. The dream realm that Feng Yuan obtained this time was not a human path dream realm, it was mostly Qi path. Qi path dream realms were useful too. If Feng Yuan's Qi path attainment level reached Great Grandmaster, he would be able to annex Qi Grotto Heaven in the future. His cultivation level would rise again. Fang Yuan stored the dream realm and activated familiar face, before using fixed immortal travel to leave southern border. At the next moment he arrived in western desert, disguised as the wisdom path Gu immortal Swan Bujin. After flying for a while at the periphery of Green Ghost Desert, Fang Yuan saw Fang Clan's rank 7 Gu immortal, Fang Huaxing. He was Fang Clan's third supreme elder. He specialized in healing methods. He wore a white robe and had white hair. After seeing Fang Yuan from afar, his solemn expression turned into a warm smile. "Friend Swan Bujin, how have you been?" Fang Huaxing immediately greeted. Fang Yuan nodded. "Thank you for your concern. I invited you this time. My goal is to cooperate with Fang Clan and explore Green Ghost Desert together." Fang Yuan was in a hurry. He went straight to the point and stated his purpose. He did not want to waste time. This was different from the previous life. In the previous life, Fang Yuan's Swan Bujin identity was exposed. He lost contact with Fang Clan. As a result, Fang Yuan could only use his true identity to threaten Fang Clan. Even though Fang Clan accepted the threat and gave Fang Yuan some resources, it was not in line with Fang Yuan's original plan. Furthermore, Fang Clan had promised to pay for immortal Gu, but after Fang Yuan's identity was exposed, Fang Clan had no intention of fulfilling it. Later, when Fang Yuan repaired Dang Hun Mountain, he lacked soul beasts to sacrifice to the mountain. The production of Guts Gu was hindered and his soul path cultivation slowed down. More than once, Fang Yuan regretted his failure in this aspect. This severely hindered his growth and disturbed his cultivation rhythm. But in this life, Fang Yuan paid attention to this point. Even though Swan Bujin used Great Thief Ghost Hand in front of Qin Yi and Fang Yuan used it against Feng Jioge in the formation space, the two situations were completely different. There was no evidence to link Fang Yuan and Swan Bujin together. Even though they both had theft path methods, there were other theft path Gu immortals in the 5 regions. Currently, most Gu immortals thought that during the battle for Langya Blessed Land, the theft path methods that Fang Yuan displayed were the foundation of Langya Blessed Land. After all, Long Hair Ancestor had once worked closely with Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Fang Huaxing had a worried expression as he sighed deeply. Ever since the Battle of Divine Bean Palace, Swan Bujin's grace has been deeply engraved in our hearts. If you want to cooperate with us, we will be happy to do so. But now, Fang Huaxing said this and purposely paused. He looked at Fang Yuan and observed Fang Yuan's expression. But he was destined to be disappointed. Fang Yuan was expressionless. There was no change in his expression. Fang Huaxing continued. But now, our Fang clan is in an awkward situation. We are being pressured by Western Desert's righteous path. They are making things difficult for us. Especially recently, there has been news that Swan Bujin is actually the great demon Fang Yuan, because both of them have immortal Gu stealing methods and are opposing the celestial court. After all, that demon Fang Yuan has the killer move familiar face. He is full of changes and has a crafty nature. It is truly hard to guard against him. Even the celestial court cannot do anything to him. Chapter 1789. Fang Huaxing's difficulties and complaints were actually to make things difficult for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression did not change. His mind was calm and unaffected. Because he had heard of such rumors long ago. Since he wanted to go against the celestial court, he had to have a clear vision. He had been trying to stand above the 5 regions, using the entire Gu world as a chessboard to compete with the celestial court. The rumor that Swan Bujin and Fang Yuan were the same person did not originate from the celestial court. Fairy Myrtle had no evidence and made random guesses. It would only damage the reputation of the celestial court. At most, they would be suspicious and add fuel to the fire. The true force that spread this rumor was the other righteous path forces of Western Desert. Fang clan obtained a complete victory in the Battle of Divine Bean Palace. They defeated Qin Yi and Qing Chou, obtained Divine Bean Palace, and even recruited 2 rank 7 demonic path experts, Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine. Fang clan's gains were huge. If they could digest their gains, their strength would rise sharply and they would become the leader of Western Desert's righteous path. This would break the old balance. Under the turbulence of the situation, the benefits of many righteous path forces would be threatened. Thus, they swarmed together and tried to suppress Fong clan. In order to have a good reason to do so, they looked for reasons everywhere. All sorts of old matters were brought up to talk about. They shook off the dust of past conflicts and used them. If they could not find any reason, what could they do? They had to create a reason. Thus, all sorts of rumors started to spread. They were said to be true, but with just a bit of analysis, they were not tenable. The rumor that Xuan Bujin was Fong Yuan was one of them. There was no evidence at all, but did rumors need evidence? These were just the rules of the righteous path. They were a cover to suppress Fong clan. Who cares what evidence you have? It is enough as long as I have this cover. Fong Yuan even suspected that this rumor about him was created by a Gu immortal on a whim. As for the Gu immortal who created the rumor, he or she would never have thought that he or she would accidentally reveal the truth. But Fong Yuan reckoned that the Fangs would not believe such rumors. Although the identity of Xuan Bujin appeared rather abruptly, there was actually a trace to it. Fong Yuan had already made ample preparations for this. He had linked Xuan Bujin's identity with the Western Desert rogue immortal Zheng Jingshan. The Fong family still trusted the evidence Fong Yuan gave. Because Zheng Jingshan was someone from tens of thousands of years ago, and his relationship with the Fong family was a secret that other factions did not know much about. The Fong clan would never admit that Xuan Bujin was Fong Yuan, unless there was direct evidence that the Fong clan could not refute. It was like this in his previous life. Because Fong Yuan's identity was exposed, the Fong family had fallen into a passive position. The Western Desert righteous Dao forces were overjoyed to find this banner. Fong Yuan knew very well that Fong Huasheng's words were all for the sake of the Fong family. Fong Yuan sneered inwardly as he glanced at Fong Huasheng. In that case, forget it. I will look for other clans to cooperate with. Saying so, he turned around and left in a hurry. Fong Huasheng's heart jumped when he saw Fong Yuan's gaze. Now that he saw Fong Yuan turning around to leave, he realized how terrible it was. He quickly chased after him. Friend Xuan Bujin, wait. What is it? Is there anything else? Fong Yuan slowed down and floated in the air. He looked at Fong Huasheng with a mocking gaze as he said plainly, isn't Fong clan in a difficult situation and does not want to cooperate? Fong Huasheng had a bitter smile on his face. He understood that Fong Yuan had seen through him and the Fong clan. He was purposely doing this to make things difficult for him. But Fong Huasheng was helpless, because he was indeed being held captive. Fong Huasheng was mentally prepared for this. Because before coming here, Fong clan's wisdom path great-grandmaster Fong Dichong had told him. Xuan Bujin was a wisdom path Gu immortal after all. Fong Huasheng cupped his fists towards Fong Yuan. Friend Xuan Bujin, please don't blame us. Even though Fong clan's situation is worrying, our determination to cooperate with you has never wavered. The relationship between you and Fong clan dates back to tens of thousands of years ago. This relationship is truly wondrous. We should cherish it. During the Battle of Divine Bean Palace, our clan cooperated very well with you. If not for your help, we would have to go through a lot of trouble to take down Divine Bean Palace. My Fong clan still owes fellow Taoist the reward for this battle. Although we obtained fellow Taoist's forgiveness and delayed the payment, our Fong clan has never forgotten about it. Before I came, the Grand Elder asked me to properly apologize to fellow Taoist Xuan Bujin about this. Fong Huasheng said a lot of nice words without wasting any effort. Fong Yuan felt disdain, but he showed a smile on his face. On one hand, he was cooperating with Fong Huasheng, on the other hand, he was giving himself a way out. Fong Yuan said, I have some understanding of Fong clan's situation. You also know that I am a wisdom path Gu immortal. I am very eager to develop Green Ghost Desert. I have already drafted the details of this cooperation. Take a look. Fong Huasheng received the information path Mortal Gu and looked at it with his divine sense. His face turned pale. Fong Yuan's proposal was clearly biased towards him. His request was not excessive but not easy. It was right at Fong clan's bottom line. As expected of a wisdom path Gu immortal. Fong Huasheng looked at it and felt a chill in his heart. He sighed. Even though Fong clan obtained Divine Bean Palace, It was very difficult to refine it. They had little progress. After the Battle of Divine Bean Palace, Fang Clan's 3 immortal goo houses were heavily damaged. Fang Clan's strength fell drastically. They were at rock bottom. And at this time, Western Desert's Righteous Path forces attacked together to suppress Fang Clan. Fang Clan's situation was dire. They needed external help. Xuanbu Jin was an ideal aid. Because in the eyes of Fang Clan's immortals, Xuanbu Jin was not only a Wisdom Path goo immortal, he had methods to enslave a soul beast army, and in the Battle of Divine Bean Palace, he even exposed his ability to steal rank 8 immortal goo soul beast token. It was simply shocking. Fang Clan was very wary of Xuanbu Jin, but thankfully, Xuanbu Jin and Fang Clan had deep ties. They had worked together in the past. At this crucial moment, if Fang Clan had such a rank 7 expert, it would definitely raise their morale. It would be a great help to their current situation. And if they rejected Xuanbu Jin's request, they might push this person to the opposite side. If Xuanbu Jin cooperated with other Righteous Path forces, Fang Clan's situation would become even worse. Fang Clan was wary of Xuanbu Jin, but they also needed him. Even though Xuanbu Jin was only a rank 7 goo immortal, Fang Clan could not reject his request in their current situation. Fang Yuan knew this. He was fearless against Fang Huasheng. My negotiation with Qi Chu Yu earlier might have failed. But in this negotiation with Fang Clan, I am already in an invincible position. Fang Yuan was very confident in his heart. Of course, if Xuanbu Jin's identity is exposed, Fang Clan will never cooperate with me no matter what. Thus, in my previous life, I directly threatened them and gave up on the idea of cooperation. This was the rule of the Righteous Path. As for why Qi Chu Yu took the risk and transacted with Fang Yuan, it was purely because the benefits were too great. Moreover, Qi Chu Yu was confident. Even if this matter was exposed and he denied it, Qi Clan had the protection of the formation. It was impregnable. They would at most give up some resources and benefits. Qi Clan's situation and status were different from Fang Clan. The two clans had different situations, so they had different strategies. Fang Huasheng looked at the terms and conditions before returning Fang Yuan's information path mortal goo to him. But at the same time, he handed another information path mortal goo to Fang Yuan. This was personally given to me by Lord Second Supreme Elder on this trip. According to your plan, our Fang clan will definitely cooperate. But this information path mortal goo's content is another plan that Fang clan is sincere about. Please consider it. Fang Yuan laughed inwardly. He did not need to look to know what the contents were. After taking a look, Fang Yuan's lips curled up unnoticeably. As expected, Fang clan gave a heavy condition, inviting Fang Yuan to be their external supreme elder. Fang Yuan laughed internally but showed hesitation on his face. He said solemnly to Fang Huasheng, "This? I need to consider it for a few days." Fang Huasheng was overjoyed. He was worried that Fang Yuan would reject it on the spot. Now that Fang Yuan said he needed to consider it, it meant that Fang Yuan was moved. But it was not strange that he was moved. When Fang Huasheng first saw Fang clan's conditions to recruit Fang Yuan, he was also shocked. He did not expect the clan to pay such a huge price. Fang Huasheng quickly said, "Friend Xuanbu Jin, please consider it. You know about Fang clan's foundation and sincerity. Even though our current situation is difficult, our future is bright. To speak the truth, our clan has already made some progress in refining Divine Bean Palace." Fang Yuan responded with an "oh," the excitement on his face becoming even more obvious. However, he was secretly rolling his eyes. Fang clan's progress in refining Divine Bean Palace was definitely slow. Because in the final battle of Central Continent, Fang clan did not use Divine Bean Palace to fight. Fang Huasheng was simply lying through his teeth. But this was not what Fang Yuan was concerned about. He had already decided to agree to Fang clan's request and become their external supreme elder. As long as he had enough time, with his information path attainment, the alliance agreement would not be able to restrict him. With this identity, the development of Green Ghost Desert would be even smoother. At the same time, a large amount of cultivation resources would be given to Fang Yuan as a reward for joining Fang clan. Fang Yuan was quite moved by these resources. But Fang Yuan could not agree on the spot. If he agreed on the spot, it would seem too impatient. This was not in line with Xuan Bujin's identity. Fang clan's Fang Dichong was a wisdom path great grandmaster. He had extraordinary talent and methods. Fang Yuan had seen it with his own eyes. He could not be underestimated. After saying this, Fang Yuan bid farewell to Fang Huasheng. Take care. Fang Huasheng stayed far away, watching as Fang Yuan left. He had a sincere expression on his face as he sent him off. Fang Yuan found it funny. I will agree in a few days. But if my identity is exposed one day, I wonder what kind of expression the Fang clan will have? Chapter 1790. Sovereign Grotto Heaven. In the lesser southern border, a damaged mountain range stood silently on the ground. Although it was damaged, compared to the surrounding hills, it stood out like a crane in a flock of chickens. It was completely different from ordinary mountains. It seemed to be made of crystal. It was pink in color and constantly emitted a dreamy and mysterious color. It was one of the secluded domains of heaven and earth recorded in the legends of Renzu, Dang Hun Mountain. Fang Yuan's divine sense lingered in the surroundings. Dang Hun Mountain has already been repaired to 80%. It has improved greatly compared to the previous life. In comparison, Fang Yuan's previous life was much more bitter. He did not annex Langya Blessed Land. The Battle of Langya Blessed Land also expended a lot of his immortal essence reserves. Afterwards, he attacked southern border many times to collect dream realms. He traded with Qi Chuyu and obtained a large number of immortal yuan stones to replenish his immortal essence reserves. In the previous life, when Fang Yuan repaired Dang Hun Mountain, he used landscape as before immortal goo and expended a huge amount of immortal essence. Landscape as before goo was only rank 6, while Fang Yuan's immortal essence was only rank 7. He was also under external pressure, be it southern border or the celestial court. They all wanted to find trouble with Fang Yuan. For a long time, Fang Yuan's immortal essence reserves had been hovering around the warning line. He could not accumulate any more and had to expend a lot. But in this life, after Fang Yuan annexed Langya Blessed Land, his situation was completely different. He became a rank 8 Gu immortal. At the same time, the sovereign immortal aperture could produce a bead of rank 8 white lychee immortal essence, which was equivalent to 100 beads of red date immortal essence. That was to say, Fang Yuan's immortal essence harvest was 100 times more than before. At the same time, Fang Yuan had the rank 7 heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus, and Langya Blessed Land itself had a lot of immortal yuan stones. With such a huge foundation, Fang Yuan's immortal essence reserves were not a problem at all. Immortal essence was used without any regard for expenditure. Dang Hun Mountain's recovery speed was much faster than in the previous life. At this time in the previous life, Dang Hun Mountain was only 30% recovered. But in this life, it was 70%. Soon, Dang Hun Mountain would be restored. If landscape as before Immortal Gu's rank was higher, Fang Yuan's speed would be even faster. Currently, landscape as before Immortal Gu was only rank 6. Using it to repair Dang Hun Mountain was like using a knife to cut a tree. Even though Fang Yuan had rank 8 Immortal Gu Advanced Refinement, as well as the long hair refinement path formation, he was a reliable person. He was not willing to take the risk of refining landscape as before Immortal Gu, unless he obtained regret Gu in the future and constructed regret pool. The success rate of the Gu refinement was too low. If the refinement failed and the Immortal Gu was destroyed, it would be awkward. Of course, Fang Yuan had thought of the Vital Gu. Even if the Destiny Gu's refinement failed countless times, the Destiny Gu would be preserved and would not be destroyed. But Fang Yuan's Time Path clone's Vital Gu was Spring-Autumn Cicada, while the Sovereign's main body was formed from Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. It did not have the concept of a Vital Gu. If I can seize a Gu Immortal's body and split my soul to create a clone, I will be able to kill them. On this basis, I can change the clone's Vital Gu and refine landscape as before Gu. That would be safe. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan's idea could not be implemented at the moment. It was not that he could not capture Gu immortal captives, he had a batch of them now. The problem now was that his soul was expending a lot, his foundation was thin, he could not split his soul. Every time a wisdom path Gu Immortal made a deduction on Feng Yuan, Yama Emperor would activate and expend Feng Yuan's soul foundation. Every time Feng Yuan created pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, Feng Yuan's soul foundation would be expended. Myriad Self was the same. Exploring dream realms would cause damage to the soul. All these factors were causing Feng Yuan's soul to be unable to bear the burden. Especially recently, after Fairy Myrtle lost the battle, she kept trying to deduce Feng Yuan. Yama Emperor's killer move was constantly activated. Feng Yuan was extremely annoyed, his Guts Gu inventory was running dry. Ever since Feng Yuan was reborn, the ink effect had brought him many benefits, but there were also disadvantages. In the previous life, his soul could still hold on. But in this life, it was very bad. If this continued, it would be even worse if he ran out of Guts Gu. Feng Yuan would have to use other soul path methods to salvage the situation. These soul path methods had their own side effects, they were naturally not as good as Guts Gu. There is another situation that is disadvantageous to me. Celestial Court has made a move, they are now involved in the dragonfish business. Celestial Court is now selling large numbers of silver dragonfish and iron dragonfish. They seem to be able to produce gold dragonfish. This will have a huge impact on my dragonfish business. Although this situation happened in the previous life, it will happen in the future. To think that it would happen so early in this life. Feng Yuan could not do anything about this. Spectral Soul was captured by Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle was likely stimulated by Langya Blessed Land's defeat. She increased the intensity of her soul search on Spectral Soul. This caused the dragonfish business to be affected. It seems that Spectral Soul cannot hold on for much longer. Even when Longevity Heaven attacked Celestial Court in the previous life, he did not come out, he was imprisoned all along. Feng Yuan sighed, suppressing the emotions in his heart. He had no time to waste. He had to fight for every second of time. Who knew, in the future battles, this bit of accumulation might help him. Feng Yuan's rebirth plan was progressing smoothly. Everything was progressing smoothly. Langya Blessed Land was annexed by him. He became a rank 8 Gu Immortal. He used this chance to annex the Four Races Alliance. His foundation rose sharply. His human path attainment level also broke through to master level. Chi Chu Yu transacted with him again. The contents of the transaction were more beneficial to him than in the previous life. Feng Clan was also preparing to recruit him. Their plan to develop Green Ghost Desert had a bright future. All sorts of changes and achievements gave rise to a future that could not be compared to the previous life. Feng Yuan did not relax at all. He knew that next, Southern Borders leaders would discuss and decide on a group to hunt him down. On one hand, Feng Yuan's attack was a huge provocation to Southern Borders' righteous path. They had to respond to it. On the other hand, Wu Clan, Tai Clan, Ba Clan, and other forces also wanted to gain benefits, increase their reputation, and increase their authority. There should be some time left, because it will be difficult for Southern Borders' righteous path clans to come to an agreement. They will argue with each other. After all, earth trenches are appearing one after another. The clans are fighting for natural resources. There are many conflicts and conflicts. Right now, Tai Clan's plan to build beacon towers was still in progress. Even though Tai Clan was pushing it, they were obstructed by the other clans. Not to mention the Southern Border Alliance. Even though Wu Yong had such an ambition, if he mentioned it now, it would be a joke. Feng Yuan had many things to do. Firstly, he had to modify the killer move Jade Flow Pearl. This move used rank 7 fixed immortal travel as the core. It used almost all of the space path immortal goo that Feng Yuan had, many refinement path immortal goo, and a large number of supplementary mortal goo. He had used this killer move many times. It was completely exposed now. Even though Chi Chu Yu had a secret transaction with him, he would definitely gather information and find wisdom path helpers to deduce this move and find a way to counter it. To prevent it from being countered, Feng Yuan had to modify it, or at least, he had to have an improved version just in case. Because right now, Bai Ning Bing, Ying Wu Xie, and the rest were still cultivating on the Stone Lotus Island. Omnidirectional travel could not be used for now. Even though Shui Er, Mo Tan Sang, and Shi Chung were substitutes, Fang Yuan's main body had not practiced with them much, he was still far from mastering it. In terms of movement, Fang Yuan was currently relying heavily on omnidirectional travel and fixed immortal travel to carry the load. If an accident happened, these two methods would not be useful, and Fang Yuan would be heavily surrounded, he would be in danger. It was better to be safe than sorry. Fixed immortal travel's killer move would be Fang Yuan's path of retreat in such a situation. Secondly, Fang Yuan needed to repair Spring-Autumn Cicada. Currently, he was using immortal killer moves to help the weakened rank 6 Spring-Autumn Cicada recover faster. Thirdly, Fang Yuan was actively adjusting his business. The dragonfish business was already greatly affected. Celestial Court was a huge organization. Fang Yuan could not compete with it. Most of the businesses in Langya Blessed Land needed to satisfy Fang Yuan's own needs, the rest needed to be adjusted to suit the current Fang Yuan. Furthermore, Fang Yuan was still disguised in jewel yellow skies to purchase immemorial year beasts. There were plans for the incomplete form of the immortal Gu House, as well as the deduction of the killer move Gu as before. Fang Yuan wanted to create an immortal Gu House that belonged to him. In the previous life, his incomplete immortal Gu House was repeatedly destroyed or crippled. Such a terrible experience seemed to be a precious experience for him now. It benefited him greatly. The abundant gains since rebirth were quickly digested by Fang Yuan. He grasped every minute and every second, growing rapidly with every passing moment. Several days later, Western Desert, Fang Clan's headquarters. Friend Swan Bujin has joined our clan. This is a grand occasion in the last 100 years. From today onwards, your name will spread throughout the whole of Western Desert, and even the other 4 regions. Fang Clan's first supreme elder Fang Gong held Fang Yuan's hands passionately. Fang Yuan smiled, retracting his hands without a change in expression. This old man in front of him seemed to be generous but was actually very sinister. Fang Yuan had personally witnessed this old man sneak attacking Chen Yi and beating up Chen Yi in Divine Bean Palace. After I joined Fang Clan, Fang Gong came to welcome me personally. He even brought Fang Dichang with him and wants to spread the news. It seems that Fang Clan's situation is not good. Fang Yuan thought to himself. He looked at Fang Dichang and smiled. Fang Dichang's heart tightened. He was surprised. What's going on? Why do I have a bad feeling? At the next moment, Fang Dichang and Fang Gong's expressions changed. Fang Gong said angrily, "Such guts! A demonic path Gu immortal actually invaded our clan's important heavenly dew oasis. Does he think our Fang clan is weak and easy to bully?" Fang Dichang's expression was grim. He stared at Fang Yuan. The situation is a bit complicated. It might not be a demonic path Gu immortal, it might be those forces. Especially at the delicate moment when Elder Swan Bujin had just joined us, we had just announced the news to Treasure Yellow Heaven, and this happened. Fang Yuan snorted coldly in anger. His expression was grim. Let me handle this. Chapter 1791. There was no end to the desert. Intense winds blew the sand around, shrouding the world. Fang Yuan moved like a wisp of smoke, flying rapidly in the sandstorm. A vast oasis began to appear in his field of vision. This was the Heavenly Dew Oasis. There was a huge lake in the oasis. There were so many water sources that it was like a small sea. Around the lake, there were tall acupuncture trees. These trees were dark green in color. They looked like humans with hands and legs. Their legs were deeply planted in the desert, absorbing water and nutrients for survival. Some of their arms were stretched out, some were raised high in the sky. Some were standing with their arms bent, pointing at their heads with their pinky fingers, as if they were picking their noses. There were also some who were lying on the ground, as if they were lazy people. They crossed their legs, their feet still stuck in the sand, and their arms were behind their heads, as if they were looking at the clouds in the sky. There were millions of acupuncture trees densely packed together, encircling the entire Heavenly Dew Oasis, forming the first line of defense. Ordinary acupuncture trees were the most numerous. They were 10 to 20 feet tall, like motionless giants. There were also hundreds of desolate plant acupuncture trees. They were huge and could reach 50 to 60 feet tall. They were very mighty. There were also ancient desolate plant acupuncture trees. There were more than 10 of them. They were like mountains. Even if they were lying down, they would stand out in the acupuncture trees. They were very conspicuous. At ancient desolate plant level, acupuncture trees would bloom all year round. Their petals were snow white without any impurities. The stamens had different colors, but they were usually light pink, light yellow, or pink blue. Every petal was the seed of the acupuncture tree. They were scattered in the wind. Acupuncture trees had high value. They were very useful. Every needle, every branch, every root was a goo material. They contained rich fire path and wood path Dao marks. When encountering a strong enemy, these acupuncture trees would go berserk. Like giants, they would wave their limbs and jump around in the desert, using their terrifying strength and sharp needles to kill their enemies. During peaceful times, they would stay still. Sometimes, when encountering someone they liked, they would slowly use their needles to pierce into the target skin, injecting a type of liquid. This liquid was like spring water, but its value was even higher. It could strengthen the vitality and foundation of other living beings, relieve fatigue, relieve pain, and treat illnesses. Long-term acupuncture could often make the body healthy, full of vitality, and even prolong one's life. Not to mention the lake that was even more valuable. Just the acupuncture forest around the lake was extremely valuable, turning this heavenly dew oasis into a super resource point. This oasis was famous in Western Desert, one of the top 10 oases. It was the most important property of Fong clan. Although Fong Yuan's Dragonfish Sea was also a super resource point, it paled in comparison to this oasis. Recently, the Fong family has been jointly suppressed by the other Western Desert forces. However, the resource points they controlled were at most miniature or small ones. They were affected and even changed owners. The surprise attack on Heavenly Dew Oasis this time has severely touched the bottom line of the Fong family. Fong Gong's anger is a natural expression of his emotions. After a while, Fong Yuan flew above the Heavenly Dew Oasis. Heavenly Dew Oasis formation had already been activated, resisting a mysterious goo immortal. This goo immortal clearly cultivated soul path. He wore a black robe. There was a layer of dark clouds above his head. Gray-white vengeful spirits were flying around his body. His movements were secretive, and his killing moves were extraordinary. Every strike of his was accompanied by a mournful wailing sound that caused goosebumps to rise all over the bodies of those who heard it. It was extremely horrifying. The Fong clan Goo Immortal defending Heavenly Dew Oasis had already activated the formation. But Fong clan's formation was inferior to Qi clan's. Fong clan was more skilled in immortal Goo houses. And this Western Desert Soul Path Goo Immortal's attacks were unpredictable and ruthless. He had already broken through half of the formation and was wreaking havoc in Heavenly Dew Oasis. Fong Yuan did not conceal his aura. He came to the battlefield and attacked the Soul Path Goo Immortal. Bam bam bam. When the two of them started fighting, thunderous explosions immediately rang out. The wind and waves stirred up huge waves in the oasis. Fong clan's Goo Immortal contacted Fong Yuan and asked for cooperation, but Fong Yuan only asked them to defend the oasis. The Fong clan Goo Immortal was worried, because the Soul Path Goo Immortal was very powerful. His heart was pounding. He felt very uneasy. But Fong Yuan displayed an even stronger stance. He had many immortal goo. He acted as Swan Bujin and used wisdom path methods. His methods were complex and endless. It was a feast for the eyes. The Soul Path Goo Immortal's killer moves were unpredictable, but Fong Yuan's wisdom path killer moves were even more ingenious. They were filled with wisdom and magnanimity. After fighting for a while, Fong Yuan gradually gained the initiative and grasped the rhythm of the battle. That Western Desert Soul Path Goo Immortal became fiercer as he fought. He shouted, "Who are you? How can Fong clan have someone like you?" Fong Yuan laughed. "I am Wisdom Path Swan Bujin, the current external supreme elder of Fong clan. I just joined Fong clan and you jumped out to provoke me. You are looking down on me. Then I will take your life." Fong Yuan's killing intent surged. He forced the Soul Path Goo Immortal to retreat continuously. He was surrounded by danger. The Fang clan Gu immortals inside the formation felt a chill in their hearts. They knew that this newly joined Supreme Elder was not a benevolent person. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He had a stern expression. He was arrogant and aloof. He waved his sleeves and launched attacks that surged like tides. The power was terrifying. The spectators were shocked. After fighting for a while, the Soul Path Gu immortal gave a loud shout. He seemed to have used a killer move with a huge flaw. His face turned pale and his aura fell. He became extremely weak. But his speed rose sharply. He shot out of the battlefield like an arrow. "Where do you think you are going?" Fang Yuan shouted coldly as he chased after him. Under the excited and expectant gazes of Fang clan's Gu immortals, Fang Yuan chased after the Soul Path Gu immortal. Fang clan's headquarters. In the study room, Fang Gong and Fang Dichang were secretly discussing their plan. At the same time, the two stopped talking. "Oh, Xuan Bujin repelled the invading enemies. His speed is quite fast." Fang Dichang smiled. But Fang Gong's voice was deep. The report also said that Xuan Bujin chased after them, but he returned halfway. According to Xuan Bujin's own words, this was to prevent the enemy from feigning surrender and setting up a trap for him. "What do you think of this?" Fang Dichang smiled. "Xuan Bujin is a wisdom path Gu immortal like me. Maybe he really found some clues and sensed a scheme. Or maybe he did not want to put in much effort. It was enough to show his contribution by repelling the enemies. After all, his surname is not Fang. The reason why he joined our clan was because our remuneration was high enough, and also because he wanted to borrow our strength to develop Green Ghost Desert." Fang Dichang analyzed Fang Yuan deeply with just a few words. Fang Gong nodded. "Xuan Bujin is quite strong. He has countless methods. Aren't we going to include him in our plan?" Fang Dichang shook his head. "I don't suggest that. This person has just joined us. We have not figured out his details yet. Even though there is an alliance agreement, we cannot trust this restriction too much. He is a variable." Fang Gong pondered. "Then forget it. I just feel that it is a pity. He has such great battle strength after all." Fang Dichang smiled. "Actually, even without him, according to our arrangements, our battle strength is barely enough. Moreover, even though he will not participate in this secret operation, he can still provide some help. We might as well let him guard Heavenly Dew Oasis and transfer the original Rank 7 members back to participate in this operation. This way, on one hand, we can display the magnanimity of our Fang clan, on the other hand, we can make Xuan Bujin a target. With the information of this battle and our help, he will definitely be in the limelight and become a thorn in the side of Western Desert's righteous path. He will attract most of the attention for us." "Ha!" Fang Gong laughed. He looked at Fang Dichang with an admiring gaze. "It is truly great that our Fang clan has a wisdom path great-grandmaster like you." The next day, "They want me to guard this place?" Fang Yuan looked at Heavenly Dew Oasis. Thoughts flashed in his mind like lightning. He had already used his wisdom path killer move. "I am only an outsider who has just joined Fang clan, but they want me to guard this place alone. The original Rank 7 Gu immortal has also been transferred away. Adding on the previous battle, Fang clan has spread the news. I am afraid I am already being targeted by Western Desert's righteous paths. According to common sense, Fang clan should arrange at least one Gu immortal to restrain me. But not only did they not do so, the movements of Fang clan's experts are also very secretive. It seems they are going to make a big move. In the previous life, what did Fang clan do?" Fang Yuan frowned. In the previous life, because Xuan Bujin's identity was exposed, Fang Yuan did not pay much attention to Fang clan. How did Fang clan resist the pressure of Western Desert's righteous path and eventually attack Central Continent's Emperor City? Fang Yuan did not know what happened during this process. It seems that in the previous life, Western Desert's righteous path worked together to hide the truth? Or maybe this world has already changed. The ink's effect has spread here. Fang Yuan lacked clues and information. He could not think of any countermeasures. He could only stay put for now. On one hand, he waited for the development of this matter. On the other hand, he had to continue with his plan. "Ing Wuxie, where are you now?" He contacted Ing Wuxie. In Green Ghost Desert, a Soul Path Gu immortal raised his head to look at the gloomy sky. he lowered his head and continued to move. Lord Sect Leader, I am already in Green Ghost Desert. It was Ing Wu Xie. Not long ago, Fang Yuan secretly brought him back from the Stone Lotus Island and gave him Yang Sanmu's body, Immortal Aperture, as well as many Soul Path Gu worms and modified Soul Path killer moves. Ing Wu Xie's appearance had changed greatly. If Fang Clan's Gu Immortals saw him, they would be furious. Isn't this the mysterious enemy who attacked Heavenly Dew Oasis yesterday? Very good, I have handed Soul Beast token to you, go and develop it. Keep in contact with me. I already have fixed Immortal Travel's killer move. I can reinforce you at any time. Don't be careless, don't fall into some immortal battlefield or formation space. Fang Yuan reminded him. Chapter 1792. Fang Yuan knew that Xuanbu Jin's identity was just a disguise. The biggest obstacle to joining Fang Clan was Fang Dichang. Because Fang Dichang was a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster. Those with Great Grandmaster attainment level were usually experts among rank 8s, they were difficult to deal with. But it would be too obvious for Fang Yuan to use Wisdom Path methods to deal with Fang Dichang's deductions. After all, Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path attainment level was only at Grandmaster level, and his expertise in Wisdom Path was in deducing and modifying killer moves. Using the light of wisdom, in terms of deducing killer moves, he was the #1 person in the world. But dealing with other Gu Immortals and restraining the deductions of other Wisdom Path Gu Immortals was not Fang Yuan's specialty. Once Fang Yuan joined Fang Clan, Fang Dichang was likely to have a bad mood. Wisdom Path Gu Immortals were usually very calm, but if there were ripples in their hearts and some kind of emotion was stirred up, the significance would be huge. Thus, Fang Yuan arranged for Ing Wu Xie to disguise as a Western Desert Gu Immortal to attack Fang Clan's Heavenly Dew Oasis. As expected, Fang Dichang fell for it and did not suspect Fang Yuan. There was another reason for arranging for Ing Wu Xie to invade the Heavenly Dew Oasis. It was to help Fang Yuan integrate into the Fang family faster. Xuanbu Jin cooperated with Fang Clan and participated in the battle for Divine Bean Palace. But Xuanbu Jin had just joined Fang Clan and did not understand Western Desert's righteous path. Fang Clan was also suspicious of Xuanbu Jin's loyalty. At this time, Fang Yuan directly arranged for this battle to display his combat strength and to show his loyalty to the Fang Clan to a certain extent. It is just that Fang Dichang's Wisdom Path attainment level is far higher than mine. The longer I stay in contact with him, the higher the chance of him sensing something amiss. Fang Yuan was secretly vigilant. It was troublesome to have a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster as an opponent. Even though Fang Yuan had familiar face, he was in danger of being seen through. In addition, there was another risk, and that was Ing Wu Xie. Ing Wu Xie's disguise method was not amazing. After all, the Soul Dao was not good at this. In addition, the legendary archaic Soul Beast, Qing Chou, was probably hiding somewhere in the Green Ghost Desert. These were all potential crises and risks. However, compared to these dangers, Fang Yuan needed a large number of soul beasts to improve his soul cultivation. He was willing to take these risks. Although I've joined the Fang Clan now, and the Fang Clan has agreed to open up the Green Ghost Desert, providing me with a batch of soul beasts or soul cores every once in a while. However, they couldn't even take care of themselves, and they also had a stockpile of soul cores. At the beginning of our cooperation, you should hand over the soul cores in your storage to me. Fang Yuan had already calculated this, so he still had to rely on himself for the exploration of the Green Ghost Desert. Fang Yuan had never thought of relying on the Fang Clan's strength to help him hunt soul beasts. Fang Clan would not do their best in such a situation. In fact, Fang Yuan didn't want the Fang Clan to enter the Green Ghost Desert too much. Cooperating with the Fang Clan was mainly to prevent the Fang Clan from causing trouble for him. After all, Fang Clan was the only super force around Green Ghost Desert. It was impossible for Fang Yuan to station himself in the Green Ghost Desert and arrange pawns like Ing Wu Xie. Once the Fang Clan went against him, it would be difficult to deal with Fang Yuan, but it would not be difficult to deal with Ing Wu Xie. Fang Yuan had already considered many things. For this matter, He had to cooperate with the Fong clan first. Although the Fong clan did not have efficient methods to make use of soul beasts, they would hunt many soul beasts every year and collect their soul cores, increasing their stockpile and also selling them. Even if Fong Yuan used Xuan Bujin's identity to open up the Green Ghost Desert alone, he would still be viewed as a thorn in the flesh by the Fong clan. As a super force that was close to the Green Ghost Desert, the Fong clan already saw the Green Ghost Desert as a dish on their plate. Against this potential enemy, Fong Yuan could not eliminate it in advance, so he could only cooperate with it. Turning an enemy into a friend was also a way to eliminate an enemy. For Fong Yuan, killing was just a method. Other than this method, he had countless other methods. As long as he could achieve his goal, he was more willing to use more appropriate and efficient methods. He did not care what they were. This was different from Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable only had one method to deal with problems and conflicts. That was to kill. You don't like it? Kill. Are you an eyesore? Kill. Are you in a bad mood? Kill. Feel bored? Kill. Fong Yuan started to inspect Heavenly Dew Oasis. He had already seen the acupuncture trees. They were at the periphery and could be seen clearly. But the lake water inside the formation could only be inspected after entering the formation. Heavenly Dew Oasis not only had a lot of water resources, they also had many types. The common ones were exquisite spring water, jade toad saliva, bitter perfume, and others. The rarer ones were divine strength water, black-white water, and others. There were a lot of goo materials and immortal materials. For example, divine strength water, even though it was water, it contained strength path Dao marks. It was a rank 6 strength path immortal material in the market now. In Mortal Stories, divine strength water had many names. There were often plots in which mortal protagonists drank a mouthful of divine strength water and became immensely strong, using it to attack evil goo masters. And because divine strength water was an immortal material, if one drank it, without any food path methods, the strength path Dao marks in the water could kill the goo immortal. Therefore, the mortal protagonists in these stories often died after they had taken their revenge. And most importantly, black-white water. Black-white water was a rank 7 immortal material. It was located at the core of Heavenly Dew Oasis. During the day, black-white water was white, but at night, it was black. If the black-white water was placed here for a period of time, facing the sky every day, as the black and white heavens rotated, the black-white water would form 1 or 2 drops of heavenly dew. The heavenly dew was transparent and looked like a small water droplet. It was thin at the top and round at the bottom. A drop of heavenly dew was the size of a baby's pinky. Heavenly dew did not fuse together. Even if there were many drops, they were just next to each other. The most valuable thing in Heavenly Dew Oasis was the heavenly dew. It was a rank 8 immortal material. Fong Yuan soon arrived at the black-white water area. He saw that there were more than 100 drops of heavenly dew here. Ing Wu Xie did not attack the core when he invaded. The heavenly dew that was accumulated over half a year was still there. Fong Yuan smiled. He did not hesitate to take 30 drops of heavenly dew, keeping them. This was the unwritten rule of the righteous path. Any goo immortal sent to guard resource points would secretly keep a portion of the resources for their own cultivation. Of course, there was no such rule. But all the super forces tacitly agreed to it. Guarding a resource point outside was usually a tough job that came with risks. Without such benefits, who would be willing to be sent outside? Fong Yuan had 500 years of experience in his previous life. He knew his limits. Taking 30 drops of heavenly dew was the limit of his limits. The value of these resources was very high. It was the accumulation of Heavenly Dew Oasis for 2 to 3 months. If he exceeded this limit, Fong clan would fall out with him and sue him for corruption. It is a pity that the 9 heavens are broken now. Only the black and white heavens are left. If the 9 heavens were gathered, according to Heavenly Dew Oasis's layout, it would not be black-white water. It would be the rank 8 immortal material 9-colored water. The 9-colored water faces the sky. The 9 heavens rotates continuously, with the stars of the 9 heavens shining down day and night. A drop of 9 heavenly star sweat would be produced from the 9-colored water every 9 years. 9 heavenly star sweat was a rank 9 immortal material. It was one of the 3 waters of heaven and earth together, with myriad being creation water and rising and falling tide water. It was extremely valuable and rare among rank 9 immortal materials. Different from the 3 fires of heaven and earth, the 9 heavenly star sweat in the 3 waters of heaven and earth had already disappeared. Because 7 of the 9 heavens were gone, only 2 heavens were left. After inspecting the resources, Feng Yuan sighed to himself, as expected of Western Desert's top 10 heavenly dew oasis. He inspected the formation here. He was assigned to guard this place. He could naturally use the formation. Feng Clan also gave him some methods to activate the formation. Feng Yuan tried to activate them one by one. He could see the profundities of the formation. He had Formation Path Grandmaster Attainment Level and Wisdom Path methods. He quickly gained some insights. Compared to Qi Clan, Feng Clan's defensive formation in Heavenly Dew Oasis was not much. Thus, Feng Clan spent a lot of effort to plant countless acupuncture trees to assist in defense. Feng Clan was like Qi Clan, they were skilled in Formation Path. But the difference was, Feng Clan specialized in immortal goo houses. They could be seen as mobile immortal formations. Meanwhile, Qi Clan specialized in setting up fixed formations. This was the main path of Formation Path. And most importantly, Qi Clan had a Formation Path Great Grandmaster, Qi Chuyu. At Great Grandmaster level, Formation Path Goo Immortals could use natural Dao marks to set up immortal formations. Not only could they save on immortal goo, they could also make use of the terrain to strengthen defense while increasing the production of the resource points. Feng Clan used many immortal goo to set up a formation in Heavenly Dew Oasis. But the formation's main effect was to increase the production of Heavenly Dew. It did not focus on defense. But Feng Clan's specialty is also very strong. They have several immortal goo houses. Not only are they very mobile, with the help of the immortal goo houses, Feng Clan's rank 6 goo immortals can fight against rank 8 enemies. If I were the leader of Feng Clan, I would gather my forces and attack the enemies in this situation. I would show my ferocity and intimidate the other Western Desert Righteous Path forces. But I need to be careful when I go too far. If I don't do it properly, I will get burned. If I don't do it properly, I will not be able to intimidate them. Feng Yuan was also analyzing Feng Clan and Western Desert's Righteous Path forces. During this period of time, he needed to cultivate and digest his gains, modifying killer moves. It was not important whether he was in Western Desert or Southern Border. Time was tight. It was close to Southern Border's Righteous Path, forming a group to hunt him down. Heaven overturning sand sea. Huge waves of sand undulated up and down. Under the illumination of the moonlight, the white sand was like snow. The sand waves often rose tens of feet high. It was a grand scene. It was one of Western Desert's famous sceneries. Feng Clan's goo immortals sneaked in, approaching Treasure Moon Oasis in the Sand Sea. According to the information, Dong Clan's Dong Lu Qin has arrived. Let's move. Feng Di Chang transmitted. But Feng Gong suddenly shot out with a terrifying aura, directly attacking Treasure Moon Oasis. Dong Lu Qin flew up. His rank 8 aura was similarly overwhelming. He was shocked and furious. Feng Gong, I did not find trouble with you, but you came to my place to cause trouble. Feng Gong shouted, enough nonsense, let's fight. 2 rank 8 goo immortals fought, creating a thunderous sound. Dong Lu Qin fell into a passive state. His hands and feet were tied, because he had to split his attention to protect Treasure Moon Oasis behind him. He blocked Feng Gong's attacks with a grim expression. Feng Clan, just you wait. You dare to attack other Righteous Path forces? You broke the rules. Not long later, Western Desert's great clans will unite to punish you. Is that so? Didn't your Dong clan say recently that Treasure Moon Oasis was attacked by my clan? But you can't take out any evidence. I came to help you out of goodwill. I took the initiative to give you the evidence. A strange and damaged immortal goo house rose into the sky. Feng Di Chang's voice could be heard from within. Dong Lu Qin became even more furious. Feng Di Chang, you are a mere rank 7, you dare. Before he finished speaking, Feng Clan's immortal goo house activated an immortal killer move. The anger on Dong Luchen's face vanished, replaced by shock and fear. This immortal killer move, don't tell me it is? That's right, it is the killer move that thieving heaven demon Venerable used to create his path back then, theft path. Fong Di-chang replied. Dong Luchen shouted, turning around to look at Treasure Moon Oasis. Under the effect of the theft path killer move, the countless natural Dao marks in Treasure Moon Oasis were revealed. They were both long and short, most of them were threads that weave together, forming some kind of profound form. Some of them were like nets, some were like tangled balls of wool, and some were piled up like hills. Dong Luchen tried to stop them but to no avail. His eyes were bloodshot. He could only watch as these Dao marks entered Fong Clan's theft path Immortal Gu house. This was the power of the killer move theft path. Activating this move, one could steal Dao marks directly. Chapter 1793. Fong Clan's attack shook the whole of Western Desert's righteous path. Undeniably, theft path was a great killer move. All of Western Desert's righteous path forces were intimidated at once. Fong Yuan soon received the battle report. The content was very detailed. There was a video of the entire battle. This report was naturally given to him by Fong Clan. Fong Clan should have a thieving heaven true inheritance. Fong Yuan was shocked at this discovery. Fong Yuan immediately thought of great thief Immortal Gu. He had asked for this Immortal Gu from Fong Clan. According to some rumors, Fong Clan had obtained this great thief Immortal Gu by accident. It was obtained from a lone immortal who had joined them. Maybe back then, Fong Clan not only obtained great thief Immortal Gu, but also clues to thieving heaven's true inheritance. The foundation of a superforce is really, Fong Yuan shook his head. Like how Wu Yong threw out clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, Fong Clan took out the theft path Immortal Gu house and the killer move theft path. They quickly changed the disadvantageous situation. No doubt, this is a strategic deterrence. Fong Clan's situation will change because of this. It seems that in the previous life, the righteous path forces compromised because of this. The killer move theft path could steal Dao marks. Once used, it could directly destroy a natural resource point. The main foundation of righteous path forces were the resource points scattered all over the place. Different from destroying these resource points, the killer move theft path had an immediate effect. It was a decisive move. In this battle of Fong Clan, Dong Clan's first supreme elder Dong Luchen was unharmed, but Treasure Moon Oasis was no more. If they really forced Fong Clan into a corner, they would do the same thing. Which force in Western Desert's righteous path could resist such a sneak attack? Even a rank 8 Gu immortal like Dong Luchen could not do it. Fong Yuan praised Fong Di-chang's choice inwardly. He chose a tough spot to attack, a place where Dong Luchen was present. This was enough to intimidate the other forces. But at the same time, he had a sense of propriety. Treasure Moon Oasis was only a mid-sized resource point. It could not even be considered a large one. It had a different meaning to Dong Luchen, because it was the place where his beloved wife was buried. Thus, at a certain time every year, Dong Luchen would come here to mourn his wife. Thus, Dong Clan's losses were not huge, and Dong Luchen was not very angry. Because only Dao marks were lost, his beloved wife's grave was not damaged at all. They had a good sense of propriety here. And they made full use of this battle, not only to Western Desert's righteous path, but also to intimidate me. Gu Di-chang, Fong Clan, Di-chang and Gu. In this letter, Fong Di-chang specially mentioned Heavenly Dew. He said, the losses of Heavenly Dew should be very small, only about 10 drops. Gu Di Dragon Di, Fong Clan and Desert God. Di, Fong of Path and Clan, and Dragon, Di Fong. And Fong Yuan was told he knew of Gu of God. This was Path and that the Di, Fong Gu. Di Fong Clan. But Fong Clan did not hide it from him. They warned him after the battle. Don't go overboard, just take 10 drops, you have to hand over the remaining 20 drops. Heavenly Dew was a rank 8 immortal material. Fong Clan did not want to give up on this profit. Of course, they were trying to suppress Fong Yuan. You, an outsider, just joined Fong Clan and you want to take advantage of us? Restrain yourself. Look at this battle, our Fang clan is still very strong. Think about it carefully and weigh the pros and cons. This was the true meaning behind Fang Dichang's letter to Fang Yuan. The righteous path's communication was more subtle, unlike the demonic path's direct communication. But this shows how weak you are. Fang Yuan's mind was clear. In this battle, Fang clan did not use other immortal gu houses. It meant that in the Battle of Divine Bean Palace, those immortal gu houses were greatly damaged. The theft path immortal gu house that Fang clan used was clearly damaged. Even though the theft path killer move was rank 8, Fang Yuan could tell that this move had a huge burden on the immortal gu house. It could not be used often. It was not even stable. If the killer move was stable and could be used frequently, Fang clan would have used it long ago. They would not have waited until now. Theft path was Fang clan's trump card. They did not want to use it, but they had no choice. It was very likely that Fang clan's thieving heaven true inheritance was not complete, or they had not fully digested it. Because Fang clan had the most formation path gu immortals, they were also proficient in formation path. It was completely unrelated to theft path. Fang Yuan first replied to Fang Dichang. The letter said that the 20 drops of heavenly dew were found. He had been careless during the inspection earlier. Next, a dark light flashed in his eyes. It is time for me to take action. Immortal killer move, Jade Flow Pearl. During this period of time, he had already grasped heavenly dew oasis formation. He even set up a small formation within the formation. Not only could he create the illusion that he was guarding it, he could also conceal Fang Yuan's movements. Jade Flow Pearl was also successfully modified. It could be used much faster. The aura at the destination was also much weaker. It was not as ostentatious as before. Fang Yuan arrived at Burning Firefly Desert. This place was covered in jagged rocks and sparse vegetation. It was filled with a type of insect called burning firefly. There were trillions of burning fireflies. Among them were a vast number of burning firefly gu. They ranged from rank 3 to rank 5. Burning firefly gu was a fire path gu. It was a high-level gu. The lowest rank was rank 3, but until now no rank 6 had appeared. This was Fang clan's mid-sized resource point. Fang clan set up an immortal formation here, using burning firefly gu to create a fire path environment and raise a large number of fire path gu worms. There was only one rank 6 Fang clan gu immortal guarding this place. Fang Yuan used familiar face to disguise himself before charging over. He killed this Fang clan gu immortal and threw the corpse away. He destroyed the formation and slaughtered all the gu worms. He destroyed the desert completely before leaving. What was worth mentioning was that he used earth path methods. In Langya Blessed Land storage, there were several earth path immortal gu, and Fang Yuan also had an abundance of earth path killer moves. After doing this, he returned to Heavenly Dew Oasis. Fang Dichang had just received Fang Yuan's reply. He smiled before learning the bad news that his clan's burning Firefly Desert was destroyed. At that instant, this Fang clan Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster was slightly stunned. His good mood from earlier was completely gone. Someone from Fang clan died. Burning Firefly Desert was not important. The important thing was that Fang clan's gu immortal died in battle. All along, Fang clan had few gu immortals. Compared to other Western Desert Righteous Path forces, they were at a disadvantage. It was only after taking an old ghost by June, Eagle Concubine, and Swanbu Jin that things started to improve. But these three were outsiders. They did not have the surname Fang. They were separated by a layer. Fang clan's gu immortal died. Even if it was a rank 6, it was a huge loss to Fang clan. Fang Gong placed great importance on this. He immediately came to discuss with Fang Dichang. After a few words, Fang Gong stayed behind to guard Fang clan's headquarters while Fang Dichang personally went to the scene of the murder in Burning Prairie Desert. The culprit killed my clan's gu immortal. He even destroyed all the resources in the desert. This is clearly not murder. It is filled with the intent of revenge. Fang Dichang used wisdom path methods and quickly sensed the remnant cruel thoughts, anger, and hatred at the scene of the murder. Earth path methods? Is this Dong clan's revenge? Fang Dichang immediately thought of this. Dong clan specialized in earth path, but he quickly shook his head. If Dong clan did it, It is too obvious. It is more likely that other righteous path forces are trying to take advantage of the situation. The situation is quite bad. Fang Dichang's expression turned grim. He was a wisdom path great-grandmaster. He had made many deductions about the consequences of using the killer move Steal Life to intimidate Western Desert's righteous path forces. One of the possibilities was that Western Desert's righteous path forces wanted to sow discord, but did not dare to make things difficult for them openly. They hid behind the scenes and used schemes. Fang Yuan's actions were very clean. He left behind all the clues he wanted. There was another factor. Fang clan lacked information path Gu immortals. Fang Dichang cultivated wisdom path. He did not cultivate information path. If an information path Gu immortal came, they might be able to find some clues related to Fang Yuan. But Fang clan could not. Even if Fang clan invited information path reinforcements, they could not be from Western Desert's righteous path. This eliminated most of the possibilities. To invite lone immortals and demonic path cultivators, they needed at least rank 7 cultivation level. But as a righteous path member, Fang clan did not have a good relationship with these lone immortals and demonic immortals. Even if they had good relationships with lone immortals or secretly transacted with demonic immortals, these people might not be information path cultivators. Fang Dichang did not find any valuable clues. When he returned to his headquarters, his expression was dark. Western Desert's righteous path soon received the news. Immediately, a rank 8 expert contacted Dong Luchen. Dong Luchen was stunned when he heard this news. He sucked in a breath of cold air. Anger surged in his heart as he cursed. Which bastard wants to harm our Dong clan? Fang clan has the killer move Steal Life and did not target our Dong clan's super resource point. They have a sense of propriety. But this bastard killed Fang clan's Gu immortals. He crossed their bottom line. Damn it. This person used an Earth Path method. I am an Earth Path Gu immortal. My Dong clan cultivates Earth Path. They are clearly trying to frame me. Truly sinister, truly vicious, but I cannot refute them. Dong Luchen's heart was filled with sullenness. He could not shout around and announce that he was not the culprit. Firstly, no one suspected him publicly. Even if they did, wouldn't he be showing weakness by announcing it like this? Earlier, Fang clan destroyed one of Dong clan's mid-sized resource points. If you claim innocence like this, doesn't that mean you are afraid of Fang clan? This would not only damage Dong Luchen's reputation, it would also affect Dong clan's prestige. Thus, even though Dong Luchen hated Fang Yuan to the core and wanted to announce his innocence towards this rank 8 expert, he could only snort. Very satisfying. I am very angry. But who did this? I, Dong Luchen, will greatly reward this person, pull out his tendons and flay his skin. He. The rank 8 expert replied with deep meaning. Dong Luchen's mood became even worse. What the hell are you laughing at? Do you think it's easy for me? Chapter 1794. These last few days, the atmosphere of Western Desert's righteous path had become very strange. Even though on the surface, there were still many rumors against Fang clan. But in fact, the suppression against Fang clan was already all bark and no bite. After all, the killer move Steal Life was still there. Even rank 8 Gu immortals could not stop Fang clan's strong counterattack. Our previous plan to attack Treasure Moon Oasis has already shown clear results. Fang clan's Gu immortals were very happy. Fang Dichang's expression was not good. It is a pity. If not for the burning Firefly Desert incident, it would have been perfect. We still cannot find out who the culprit is. Damn it. Even though Dong clan was the biggest suspect, Fang Dichang and Fang Gong were very sensible. They did not want to make a move easily. Other than having no evidence and no justification, they were also afraid of falling into a trap. Fang clan did not make a move, but Dong clan's movements were not small. These last days, Dong Luchen had been mobilizing troops and strengthening the defenses against Fang clan. Dong Luchen was not having a good time. He was very worried. He would not be surprised if news of Fang clan attacking the next moment came. Quickly investigate, find the culprit and prove our Dong clan's innocence. Secretly, Dong Luchen was looking forward to Fang clan's investigation results the most. But on the surface, he was very unyielding, demanding compensation from Fang clan for the matter of Treasure Moon Oasis. Not retaliating and only asking for compensation, this attitude was very clear. The other Western Desert Righteous Path forces were also guessing which clan the culprit was. They placed most of their attention on each other, because it was clear that if the provocation plan succeeded, the other Righteous Path forces would benefit the most. Among them, the biggest suspects were the super forces next to Dong clan and Fang clan. Naturally, the psychological pressure on these superpowers also increased, and they looked forward to the Fang family finding out who the real culprit was. Fang clan was investigating the culprit. But in fact, Fang clan did not put much effort into it, it was even a little perfunctory. Fang clan's true danger was not the culprit of burning Firefly Desert, but the entire Western Desert Righteous Path's discrimination. Fang clan's situation was very awkward. If I find out the culprit's identity and point to a Righteous Path force, should I take revenge or not? Not taking revenge would be unacceptable. This would be a huge blow to Fang clan's reputation. They would not be able to answer to those rank 6 and 7 Gu Immortals of Fang clan. Gu Immortals were the higher-ups of super forces. If they died and the organization did not protect them or take revenge, what was the point of joining such an organization? Was it really worth it to work for this organization? What about revenge? Would he really have to fight a superpower to the death? Fang clan had the killer move Steal Life. The other super forces naturally had similar trump cards. Most importantly, if the two behemoths were to fight to the death, the ones who would benefit would definitely not be each other, but the other behemoths. These days, Fang Dichang had already calmed down. He privately told Fang Gong his opinion. They should be careless in investigating the truth. The most important thing now was to stall for time to repair the 3 immortal Gu houses and refine Divine Bean Palace. As long as they could recover from this, Fang clan's strength would increase, and they would be able to find the culprit. If it was a super faction, Fang clan would have the moral high ground to make things difficult for them. Not only would they have a good reason to do so, they would also be able to obtain greater benefits. Fang Gong listened to this analysis and agreed. He praised Fang Dichang, saying that he was experienced in scheming. Not long after, Fang Gong announced to the public, Fang clan would actively investigate the truth. There was already a lot of progress in finding the culprit. Fang clan would not let off a bad person, but they would also not accuse a good person. On the day of the announcement, Fang clan's Gu Immortals brought a large number of soul cores to Fang Yuan. Among them was a rank 8 immemorial soul core. In the previous life, when Fang Yuan extorted Fang clan, he only obtained rank 6 or 7 soul cores. There was not a single immemorial soul core. Evidently, this is Fang clan's way of expressing goodwill and calming me down. Fang Yuan smiled lightly in his mind. Earlier, Fang Dichang's tactful warning made Fang Yuan spit out 20 drops of heavenly dew. If not for the incident of burning Firefly Desert, this matter would have passed. But after the incident of burning Firefly Desert, Fang clan's deterrence was greatly reduced. Undercurrents were surging in Western Desert's Righteous Path forces. The situation was treacherous. When people were guessing which side was the culprit, their hearts were also restless. Thus, Fang clan had to stabilize the powerful rank 7 battle strength of Fang Yuan. But returning the 20 drops of heavenly dew was clearly impossible. Fang Dichang would not slap his own face. Thus, he used an immemorial soul core to compensate and comfort him. And Fang Yuan took the risk to slaughter burning Firefly Desert to create such an outcome. Fang Yuan was not willing to see Fang clan's stability. If Fang clan was stable, they would have less need for him. The degree of borrowing him would be lower, the development of Green Ghost Desert would be delayed, and their strength would also be greatly reduced. Now look at it, Fang clan took the initiative to send an immemorial soul core to Fang Yuan. On the other hand, Fang Yuan needed these Western Desert Righteous Path forces to draw the attention of Fang Dichang and the rest. If Fang clan was stable, Fang Dichang would pay more attention to Fang Yuan. He might notice something amiss at any time. Speaking of which, Fang clan was really unlucky. In the previous life, without Fang Yuan's participation, Fang clan survived the crisis and intimidated Western Desert's Righteous Path. They finally reached a compromise and reached a certain agreement. Now that they had taken in Fang Yuan, with such a traitor with ulterior motives, the situation would not be stable in the future. In the following days, Fang Yuan guarded Heavenly Dew Oasis and cultivated wholeheartedly. In Green Ghost Desert, Ing Wu Xie relied on Immortal Gu like Soul Beast token to develop rapidly. As for Fang Clan, they were still transferring the soul cores in their storage to Fang Yuan to fulfill their transaction. Within the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, all the land spirits and variant humans were developing vigorously. Under the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan's time path clone deduced continuously. Immortal Killer Move, Karma Divine Tree. Above Fang Yuan's head, a wisp of green smoke rose. The green smoke formed into a thin tree with sparse branches and 2 or 3 small fruits. It seemed to be malnourished. If the Celestial Quartz Gu Immortals saw this, they would be shocked and furious. They would beat their chests and stomp their feet. Karma Divine Tree was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's signature method. Who could have thought it would end up in the hands of this demon, Fang Yuan? After Fang Yuan killed Chen Yi, the Gu worms in the Phantom Aperture were destroyed. He only obtained Chen Yi's soul and corpse. Through soul searching, Fang Yuan obtained 2 Genesis Lotus True Inheritances, Karma Divine Tree and Karma Relocation. With the original killer move, Fang Yuan had recently used the Light of Wisdom to barely modify the Rank 6 Karma Divine Tree killer move with Rank 7 Mature Bamboo Immortal Gu as the core and the other Rank 6 Wood Path Immortal Gu as supplementary. Because he lacked the core Rule Path Immortal Gu cause and the core Wood Path Immortal Gu effect, Fang Yuan could only use a large number of ordinary Gu worms to replace them. This way, the steps became complicated and involved more concentration. Karma Divine Tree killer move needed a long time to prepare. It could not be used in battle. It is a pity that my Wood Path attainment level is ordinary. I am not even at master level. And even though Mature Bamboo Immortal Gu is a Wood Path Gu, it is not suitable to be the core Gu of Karma Divine Tree. According to Earth's biological theory, bamboo is only a tree root, it is not a wood root. Thus, when the core Rank 7 Immortal Killer move was activated, its power would fall to Rank 6. Fang Yuan thought about how Chen Yi used Karma Divine Tree. It was truly a divine sight. As long as Karma Divine Tree killer move was used, it would be invincible. Even though it was focused on defense, it was on the same level as Reverse Flow Protection Seal and Verdant Sun Flame Cloak. But it was more all-round and had greater potential. It could be used in other aspects like offense, movement, and healing. Karma Relocation was a movement method developed from the foundation of Karma Divine Tree. However, its target was not the Gu Immortal themselves, but other targets, including enemy Gu Immortals, plants, beasts, and killer moves. After all, it was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's creation. It was of an extremely high level. Fang Yuan had a long way to go to recreate the essence of this killer move. Karma Divine Tree was still in its infancy, but Fang Yuan had a Wood Path Immortal Killer move that was very useful. This move was called Prepared Plan. It was a Rank 7 Wood Path Killer move. It used Mature Bamboo Immortal Gu as the core, but it had Wisdom Path effects. Once this killer move was activated, it would shoot out a lump of jade green light from Fang Yuan's chest. Fang Yuan continued to expend immortal essence to deduce a certain matter. Once the deduction succeeds and he succeeds, a dark green tattoo of a bamboo forest would form on Fang Yuan's chest. Fang Yuan had already seen through the pros and cons of Prepared Plan. What this move was best at was considering a matter thoroughly and planning it from the beginning to the end. This was its advantage. The sign of a successful deduction was the tattoo of a bamboo forest on his chest. But if the plan was not completed and the killer move was stopped due to lack of immortal essence or external interference, the activation of Prepared Plan would fail. This was its weakness. Because if the killer move's activation failed, the Gu Immortal would suffer backlash. Fang Yuan had also purposely tested it. The jade light that shot out of his chest, as well as the half-drawn bamboo forest tattoo, suddenly vanished. Fang Yuan's soul and body suffered heavy injuries at that moment. His mind was fine. After all, this was not a pure Wisdom Path Killer move, it was a Wood Path Killer move. Thus, When using prepared plan to deduce a target, the target could not be too large, otherwise, the killer move's activation would fail and the Gu Immortal would be the one affected. Other than the killer move prepared plan, Feng Yuan had another killer move that was similar to it. That was Luck Path Killer Move, Strategy in the Tent. This killer move used rank 6 Immortal Gu Luck Planning as the core. It was a Luck Path but had Wisdom Path effects. Luck Planning Immortal Gu's ability was to deduce how the Gu Immortal's resources could be used effectively. Strategy in the Tent was a killer move that specialized in battle planning. Gu Immortals usually cultivated one path, they rarely cultivated two paths. Thus, there were many killer moves that could imitate the effects of other paths. But these killer moves were all half-baked. Even though they had great power, they had their own focus and weaknesses, they had obvious flaws. Chapter 1795. Feng Yuan's wisdom path methods were very abundant. He did not need to have a plan or plan to make up for it. He practiced these killer moves to increase his opponent's understanding of Genesis Lotus True Inheritance and Giant Sun's True Inheritance. These last days, Feng Yuan's main body had been researching Genesis Lotus True Inheritance, Giant Sun's True Inheritance, and Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance. Feng Yuan had completely grasped Long Hair Ancestors' Refinement Path True Inheritance, so it was very easy for him to understand it. After all, he was at Refinement Path Quasi-Supreme Master. Regarding Genesis Lotus True Inheritance, Feng Yuan created the rank 6 Karma Divine Tree Killer move. It was a breakthrough. But because of the lack of Wood Path Immortal Gu and Wood Path attainment level, Feng Yuan did not put too much effort into this. He placed his emphasis on Giant Sun's True Inheritance and Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance. The former was one of Giant Sun's 3 true inheritances, the Self-Luck True Inheritance, which allowed Feng Yuan to control his own luck. The latter was a Thieving Heaven True Inheritance, the core of which was rank 8 Steel Life Immortal Gu. It described how to unseal Steel Life Immortal Gu. Of course, both of them talked about the basic cultivation of Luck Path and Theft Path, especially the two venerables' personal understanding of the two paths they created, which benefited Feng Yuan a lot. What is luck? In the opening chapter of Giant Sun's True Inheritance, Giant Sun Immortal asked this question. Then he answered his own question. If you want to talk about luck, you must first talk about fate. Before the Red Lotus Demon Venerable, there was no Luck Dao. After Red Lotus Demon Venerable damaged Fate Gu, there were some subtle changes in the world. When people first discovered the Tao of luck, they discovered a certain component in the human aura, luck. This was because the heaven, earth, and human chi needed to be balanced in order to ascend to the Tao. The more human chi a Gu master accumulates, the better the quality of the immortal aperture they obtain after their immortal ascension. Because of the importance of popularity, people studied luck. Soon, they discovered some characteristics of luck. Ever since Fate Gu was damaged by Red Lotus Demon Venerable, the trajectories of all living beings were no longer fixed and unchanging, they could be changed to a limited extent. People discovered that the so-called luck in this deviation from fate had a very mysterious and direct connection. But what exactly was the connection? The Giant Sun Immortal directly expressed his point of view. Fate is fixed, luck is a variable. For an ordinary person, what was good luck? Good luck is a variable that is beneficial to oneself. Then what is bad luck? Bad luck was a variable that was harmful to oneself. If a person's luck belonged to good fortune, then that person was likely to benefit from it. If a person's luck was considered to be bad, then that person was likely to be at a disadvantage. However, whether it was good luck or bad luck, it was not fate. Life was fixed, it was something that had to be experienced. Luck, on the other hand, was a variable. It was just a possibility, and the real outcome still needed to be determined based on the actual situation. If a person had bad luck but used his own strength and intelligence to resist and reverse it, he could still achieve some kind of goal or achievement. If a person had good luck, but was stupid or weak, unable to grasp it, he would still fail. Soon after, in Giant Sun's Self-Luck True Inheritance, he saw the various scales, colors, and forms of luck. Some people have a lot of luck, some people have very little luck. Generally speaking, the higher one's cultivation and the deeper one's foundation was, the more luck one would have. The main colors of luck were black, gray, white, red, gold, green, and purple. However, there were also uncommon colors like pink and blood. Luck had all sorts of shapes and forms. There were simply all sorts of strange things. The shapes of ordinary people were usually simple and ordinary. The luck of geniuses or overlords were usually different from ordinary people and had all sorts of shapes and forms. For example, Feng Yuan once had the black coffin luck. His luck was as black as ink and formed the shape of a huge coffin, covering his entire body and emitting dense fiendish death intent. Or when he observed Jing Shan Chuan in the refinement path convention, this person's luck was like a rainbow. It was dazzling and extraordinary. As for Hong Yifan and Han Li, they all had their own wondrous shapes and forms. The self-luck true inheritance left behind by Giant Sun Immortal dealt with one's own luck. It was a comprehensive collection of methods to change its scale, color, and form. For example, if one wanted to change one's fate with the opposite sex, they would form love luck. If one wanted to obtain cultivation resources like Yuan Stone, they would form wealth luck. If one had bad luck, they would use a series of methods to change it. Giant Sun's self-luck true inheritance was extremely rich in content, while Thieving Heaven's Steal Life true inheritance was concise and comprehensive. Theft Path is not about reaping without sowing, it is the path that focuses on efficiency the most. Goo Masters and Goo Immortals want to obtain Goo Worms and Immortal Goo, be it through Goo Refinement, transactions, or battle spoils. The cost is too high and the risk is too high. Theft Path targets Goo Worms. By stealing them, it saves costs, reduces risks, and increases efficiency. But what was the essence of Goo Worms? Goo were the essence of heaven and earth. Stealing Goo Worms was equivalent to stealing Dao Mark fragments. Thus, the killer move Theft Path was created. There was also Steal Life Immortal Goo. The manifestation of lifespan was some Dao marks in a person's body. Steal Life Immortal Goo could steal the corresponding Dao marks and reduce a person's lifespan. Don't think Theft Path is shameless or despicable. Many things can be looked at from a different perspective. Those who steal will be executed. Those who steal the country will be vassals. Any clan or sect will make their members contribute to the organization. This is blatant theft, but it is seen as a matter of course. For example, Celestial Court, the members who join have to contribute their immortal aperture. It is equivalent to contributing their lifetime's cultivation results. From the perspective of Theft Path, this is Celestial Court stealing the cultivation results of Goo Immortals. But people often think this is glory, they go after it like ducks. Weak mortals can also steal the cultivation results of Goo Immortals. This is the true inheritances left behind by Goo Immortals. But this world is used to it, this is culture. The so-called theft is the most efficient way to harvest. Creating systems, accumulating glory, or using emotions and culture, these are all Theft Path methods. The most powerful method of Theft Path is tolerance. When grotto heavens and blessed lands are destroyed, the winds of assimilation blow, but everything does not vanish into thin air. Instead, the Dao marks of the immortal aperture are absorbed and digested by this world. The most powerful thief is this world. It steals the cultivation results of generations of heroes, accumulating more Dao marks or creating brand new Dao marks. It steals us from other worlds. It is an otherworldly demon. It steals the lifespan of all living beings, causing all living beings to die. The theft path that I created is a path that imitates heaven and earth. It uses the most efficient method to gain benefits, to strengthen oneself. After Feng Yuan saw this, he felt his mind expand. The narrow impression of theft path in his eyes was swept away. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's way of thinking was different from ordinary people. He took a different path that was extremely obscure. He used Theft Path's way of thinking to understand the entire world. His way of thinking was very grand. It had the unique characteristics of an otherworldly demon. When Gu masters cultivate, nurture, use, and refine Gu worms, manage their immortal aperture as well as all sorts of attainment levels, it was nothing more than understanding themselves and understanding heaven and earth. Every path was a different angle of understanding heaven and earth, of understanding oneself. Steel Life Immortal Gu was the first immortal Gu I created in my life. I did not refine it. After using it many times, I gradually gained some insights. Eventually, I set up a method on Steel Life Immortal Gu. By using Steel Life Immortal Gu, I can steal the lifespan of other living beings. Together with my killer move, I can increase my own lifespan. Of course, there are still flaws. It is not as perfect as Lifespan Gu. By using Steel Life Immortal Gu in reverse, I am giving my lifespan to someone else. This seems stupid, but it has its own profundity. It can also be considered the true essence of this true inheritance. If someone in the future is fated to reach this step, they will be able to remove the method I set up on Steel Life Immortal Gu. At the same time, they will be able to obtain the information of the other true inheritance. This was Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's final words. Feng Yuan looked at it for a long time. He was speechless. Even though his theft path attainment level was Great Grandmaster, he still could not understand Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's intentions. Using Steel Life Immortal Gu in reverse? Feng Yuan shook his head. He did not have the confidence to comprehend this profundity. According to his deductions, one needed at least quasi-supreme theft path attainment level to reach this level. Before that, if he used Steel Life Immortal Gu in reverse, he would only be reducing his lifespan. Moreover, I need to use Steel Life Immortal Gu to deal with the Celestial Quartz Gu Immortals. Forget about the others, but Duke Long is especially targeted by Steel Life Immortal Gu. Even if Feng Yuan used up his 2 chances and destroyed Steel Life Immortal Gu, there was a rank 8 Immortal Gu recipe for Steel Life Immortal Gu in Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. Even if I destroy Steel Life Immortal Gu, I can just refine a new one in the future. But, according to Feng Yuan's deductions, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's arrangements on Steel Life Immortal Gu were truly very valuable. If he could follow Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's guidance and comprehend the true essence of this true inheritance, Feng Yuan's gains would be far greater than what he had now. While Feng Yuan was cultivating in seclusion, the leaders of Southern Border's righteous path finally came to an agreement after a lot of wrangling and discussion. We need to get rid of Feng Yuan. He is too lawless. Last time, he disguised as Wu Yihai. This time, he directly showed up and violated the benefits of our righteous path. The Earth Trench contest is our internal conflict. And Feng Yuan is our external conflict. We need to unite against Feng Yuan. But we need to be cautious. Even though Feng Yuan only has rank 7 cultivation level, he is too crafty and has deep foundations. We cannot use common sense to judge him. That's right. Especially when he resisted the attack of Celestial Court. Now that he annexed Langya Blessed Land, I'm afraid he has gained the allegiance of a large number of variant human Gu immortals. Adding on the fact that he absorbed the remnants of Shadow Sect. Let me remind everyone, Feng Yuan is not alone. He is a super force. One rank 8 Gu immortal leading the group might not be enough. To be safe, let's go with 2. Oh, isn't this making a big fuss over a minor issue? I agree. My Ba clan has no objections. On the surface, Lady Xiacha should be the leader, while the other lord will conceal his identity and mix in with the group, making a move at the crucial moment. A good arrangement. I agree. Different from the previous life, because Feng Yuan annexed Langya Blessed Land and repelled the attack of Celestial Court, Southern Border's righteous path felt an even greater threat. Not only did they send Xiacha, they even sent a second rank 8 Gu immortal. Chapter 1796. When the latest information reached Chi Chuyu, he was standing in front of the window, looking at the green mountain far away. Oh, he blocked Feng Yuan so quickly? It seems that he will not be able to escape this time. Chi Chuyu's gaze flickered. This Feng Yuan is actually undergoing tribulation in Southern Border. He left behind clues. Sigh, Even if he wants to advance to rank 8, he should not be so rash. That's true. He repelled the Celestial Court's attack and secretly made a transaction with me. It went too smoothly. It was inevitable that he became arrogant and looked down on our southern border righteous path. Chi Chu, you felt that the reason why Fang Yuan was so carefree was because he was too crafty and sinister. He had always been using guerrilla tactics and did not truly fight against super forces. If he felt that the situation was bad, he would escape. This time, the Southern Border Righteous Path's conspiracy was extremely secretive. Southern Border's clans looked calm on the surface. They would not arouse suspicion. They even had Wisdom Path Gu immortals to guard against deductions. There is also Lu Wei-yin. If not for this person joining us at the last minute, our Southern Border Righteous Path might not have caught up to Fang Yuan so quickly. This person is worthy of being Paradise Earth's inheritor. He could actually find Fang Yuan's location from the earth chi caused by the calamities and tribulations. He is truly amazing. Chi Chu Yu sighed internally. Lu Wei-yin's interference caused the current situation of Southern Border's Righteous Path to become even more complicated. This time, Southern Border's Righteous Path was pursuing Fang Yuan, including Lu Wei-yin. There were 3 rank 8s. The chances of success were very high. If they succeeded, Lu Wei-yin's reputation would rise rapidly. He would definitely be someone who needed to be taken seriously. Actually, Lu Wei-yin had interacted with Southern Border's Righteous Path forces a long time ago. His Southern Border Paradise Earth was the gathering place of Southern Border's variant humans. It absorbed many variant humans who were destroyed by humans. These variant humans lived very well in Paradise Earth. According to reliable information, many variant humans had already become Gu immortals. This caused Southern Border's humans to feel disgusted and worried. But Lu Wei-yin was Paradise Earth's inheritor after all. He had the ambition of Paradise Earth immortal venerable. Southern Border's Righteous Path could not easily attack Lu Wei-yin. For a long time, Lu Wei-yin had been excluded from Southern Border's Righteous Path. This was the tacit understanding of everyone. But recently, Lu Wei-yin had been moving out frequently, and this time, he even joined in a high-profile manner, taking the initiative to pursue Fang Yuan. If he succeeded, his contributions could not be erased, and he would have a certain amount of authority in the Southern Border Righteous faction. Chi Chu did not think well of Fang Yuan at all. Even though Fang Yuan had stopped the Celestial Court from invading Langya Blessed Land, most people thought that it was because the Celestial Court had underestimated the foundation of Langya Blessed Land. Most importantly, the Celestial Court had never revealed the death of Thunder Ghost True Monarch and Chen. This made Southern Border's Righteous Path Gu immortals feel a sense of confidence. Their confidence wasn't groundless. After all, they had once chased after Fang Yuan and chased Fang Yuan out of Southern Border like a dog. If not for Feng Jioga's interference, Fang Yuan would have been beaten to a pulp already. Chi Chu Yu was more wary of Lu Wei-yin. He had already started to think about how to face this current inheritor of Paradise Earth who had even more authority. As for Fang Yuan, Chi Chu Yu felt some regret. Regardless of whether he lived or died, as long as he landed in the hands of Southern Border's Righteous Path, the transaction between Fang Yuan and Chi Chu Yu would be over. This would harm Chi Clan's benefits. Thus, Chi Chu Yu felt regret. Even though Fang Yuan had once attacked Chi Clan's resource points and harmed Chi Clan's benefits, Chi Chu Yu did not hate him at all. In his opinion, the Dream Path research results that he obtained from the transaction were enough to make up for these losses. Chi Chu Yu was not afraid of Fang Yuan biting him after being captured alive. Like what he had analyzed earlier, even if Fang Yuan took out irrefutable evidence, it was only a transaction between Chi Chu Yu and Fang Yuan. With Chi Clan's size and foundation, they would suffer some losses, but it would not shake Chi Clan's foundation. But if Chi Chu Yu informed Fang Yuan about the pursuit of Southern Border's Righteous Path, the nature of the transaction would be different. This was colluding with the enemy. If it was exposed, even if Chi Chu Yu had rank 8 cultivation level, Chi Clan would be attacked by Southern Border's Righteous Path. They might even be exterminated. Chi Chu Yu was the leader of Fangjing Path. He had a clear understanding of this. He would not make this mistake. If he informed Fang Yuan, regardless of whether Fang Yuan became a prisoner or not, Chi Chu Yu would be sending the evidence of colluding with the enemy to the demon Fang Yuan. Furthermore, he and Fang Yuan had a relationship of using and guarding against each other. They were not so close that he would take such a risk for Fang Yuan. He would not hesitate to sacrifice himself and Qi clan to betray the enemy. Qi Chuyu was only slightly worried and regretful. If Fang Yuan is captured, I hope he does not reveal his dream path research results so that my Qi clan can have sufficient time to develop. Actually, speaking of which, Fang Yuan is also an outstanding person. It is quite a pity that he ended up like this. If he can rise up again, the 5 regions will be even more interesting in the future. As a person of high status, they had to have extraordinary breadth of mind. Qi Chuyu truly felt some regret towards Fang Yuan's tragic ending. At the same time, in another area of southern border, Fang Yuan was surrounded by southern border Gu immortals. Their morale was high and they were very aggressive. The old woman in the lead was the rank 8-time path Gu immortal Xia Cha. She looked at Fang Yuan and smiled coldly. Fang Yuan, you scoundrel, you have finally fallen into my hands. Fang Yuan looked at her, thinking, it's still the same old lines. According to my previous life's memories, you should be the one laughing now. Fang Yuan looked towards Xia Cha's side. As expected, at the next moment, Shang clan Gu immortal Shang Hu Zhang, who was standing beside Xia Cha, laughed loudly. Lord Lu Wei-yin is truly extraordinary. He managed to find this demon this time. Fang Yuan. The same lines, just that his smile is more exaggerated than before. He is flattering Lu Wei-yin in public because Shang clan is interested in the unique products of Paradise Earth's variant humans? Kill this demon. Take revenge for southern border's righteous path. Tai Chu Zhong shouted with surging killing intent. Fang Yuan. I finally met someone who changed his lines, but they are still the same. I finally caught Fang Yuan. Lu Hao thought. He was a spy in Celestial Court. He had fixed space immortal Gu and was ready to attack. Once Fang Yuan showed any signs of activating fixed immortal travel, he would activate the immortal killer move that used fixed space immortal Gu as the core. Lu Hao was much more nervous than in the previous life. Because in the previous life, he only needed to activate fixed space immortal Gu. But in this life, because Fang Yuan had the killer move Jade Flow Pearl, he could not use fixed space immortal Gu to restrain Fang Yuan. He had to use an immortal killer move. Celestial Court naturally did not lack such killer moves. Even if they lacked them, Fairy Myrtle could deduce and modify them. Lu Hao was nervous because he was not familiar with this immortal killer move. If he used it in battle, he might fail. If he failed to live up to Celestial Court's expectations, it would be very embarrassing. Don't be nervous, I am here. Right at this time, a rank 7 Gu immortal transmitted. Lu Hao glanced at him. Don't look at me. Immediately, that rank 7 Gu immortal transmitted coldly. Lu Hao rolled his eyes internally, because this person was the southern border rank 8 Gu immortal Ba Shi Ba who had disguised his cultivation level and appearance. With this person here, we have 3 rank 8s on our side. This time, we are not attacking Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan does not have the help of a formation. Once the battle starts, I should have many chances to activate my killer move. Lu Hao analyzed. His worry was greatly alleviated. However, at the next moment, boom, the formation activated, enveloping the southern border Gu immortals and Fang Yuan. Holy shit! Lu Hao's eyes almost popped out. He almost screamed, why is there another formation? Inside the formation, the world was perfectly round, forming a blue sky. The southern border immortals' expressions changed. This is a trap. Someone screamed. Lu Wei-yin was silent. Xia Cha's gaze turned even colder as she stared at Fang Yuan. Calm down. We have the advantage in numbers. What can a mere Fang Yuan amount to? That's right. We have Lady Xia Cha and Lord Lu Wei-yin. We are not afraid of any immortal battlefield. Lu Hao was stunned. That's right. How can an immortal formation be set up so easily? It can be activated so quickly. It is most likely an immortal battlefield killer move. But Fang Yuan is a little stupid. After using an immortal battlefield, he cannot escape. The southern border immortals were all elites. They quickly calmed down and regained their morale. At this time, Lu Wei-yin spoke slowly. This is not an immortal battlefield, it is a super formations. A time path formation. Xia Cha added. Lu Hao's lips twitched. After all this talk, it is still an immortal formation. Both of you are very perceptive. Fang Yuan smiled as he admitted, waving his sleeves. The door was closed, it was time to release the dogs. No, release the year beasts. Howl howl. Howl howl. Gua gua. Crack crack crack. A huge whirlpool appeared out of nowhere. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, countless year beasts poured in like a surging tide. These year beasts included monkeys, snakes, dragons, tigers. They were of all shapes and sizes. They were at least desolate beasts, with many ancient desolate beasts mixed in. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan had already vanished on the spot. Wild year beasts did not have high intelligence. They soon turned their fierce gazes towards these southern border Gu immortals, baring their fangs as they charged forward. Kill them. Xia Cha ordered coldly. Lu Wei inside. The southern border immortals opened fire, fighting against these year beasts. Lu Hao waved his sleeves as countless flying blades shot out. Wherever they went, year beasts were cut into pieces. Fang Yuan was at the formation core, quietly observing. You, the spy from the celestial court, are here indeed. I did not waste my attention on the ink effect. Fixed Space Gu should be with you, right? You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.